Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati hindi Anglican po. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Alrighty. Welcome. I think about 1,000 people just simultaneously took a seat here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good morning. Good Monday morning. I combined that into one word. It's morning. Good morning. It's Monday morning. Welcome especially to Shih Tzu Dad. Congratulations, Shih Tzu Dad. I believe this is the first time, but you have managed to be first in chat. That comes with a prize, punishment, and penalty of being assigned internet ownership for the rest of the day, or at least until we go live again. Shih Tzu Dad, I don't know what your plans were today, but whatever they were, put them on hold. You will be answering calls from around the world as people struggle with setting their internet-connected watches and clocks, alarms, accessing web pages, rebooting computers. You'll get calls about everything. Just buckle up. It comes with the territory, but you were first in chat, so that is the punishment. Congratulations, my friend. Make sure you get your commemorative certificate on the merch page. Costs 50 cents because, we're cheap. So make sure you get that. Congratulations, Shih Tzu Dad. Great to have you here. First, thanks for being first in chat. It is Monday morning. We have a huge day ahead of us. We are finally caught up in the Crumbley trial. So we're trying to. Why do I hear myself? Test 1 2. Check, because those speakers are on. That's why. There, fixed it. All right, that's a little bit better. Oh man, everybody here, Psycho Dolls. Good afternoon from the UK. Good afternoon. It's good morning to me. Good afternoon to you. Great to have you here. Tell me how the day is going to go because it's just starting here. We have a lot of things going on. Ashley literally just woke up. This is the earliest we've been, like in weeks. It's been weeks since we've been live this early, and I tell you, I'm not quite awake, but. Friday, the end of Friday was spicy. It was. I wonder how the beginning of Monday is going to start, but we'll find out here soon, I'm sure. Let's see. Where's our? Okay, we need that. Let's see. I need a page over here. It's so early. I'm still trying to get everything lined up. So, which is good because we've got a few things to do this morning before we get started. First of all, Katie214 says has gifted a membership because, that's how we roll around here. Thank you, Katie214. Super generous way to kick off the morning. Matt, welcome to the gallery. Look at that blue courthouse. You've been here now for 2 months. 2 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate the continued support. All right, we have, I'm sure there's a buffer sound that's going to come in here soon because I think we may have some birthdays. Not sure. I thought I saw somebody say it was their birthday, so we'll look for that. Martha Ivy, good morning, everyone. I can agree it's morning. it's morning. That's as far as I can go. All right, Aubrey, Ippy Fluffy, both have birthdays today. Rick and Darlene Groover has a silver wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Rick and Darlene. That is awesome. We're not going to sing to you, though. We're just going to... We're going to clap and say that's great, and then we're going to sing to those with a birthday because I don't know if there's a silver wedding anniversary song. If there is, I don't know it. We'd all have to practice. We'd have, a lot would go into us singing for that. So, Aubrey and Ippy Fluffy, we're going to sing to them. Let's see. I see some more that are coming in here. They're trickling in. So, Aubrey. Ippy Fluffy. It looks like Olivia, the big 14 today. Let's see, anything else? Do you see any more? 2:24 p.m. in Poland. It's going to be a long day, Everine. It's going to be a long day. Oh, let's see. We've got Olivia. I think that's it. Steve, how about those Chiefs? Oh, my goodness. I hear the 49ers were the ones that all I can say is Taylor Swift's going to the Super Bowl. I think that's the big news over the weekend, but I guess the Chiefs won as well, Steve. So congratulations. I don't follow sports ball, so I didn't see anything. I just heard that she was going to be there. Swifties in the house. Swifties are buying up Super Bowl tickets now. I think that's what's happening. If you said good morning, please know I wrote you good morning back, but when RA went live, it erased it. Megan, good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Yeah, Chiefs. A couple people happy about that. Let's go ahead and sing. Let's sing this. Let's sing to not the Niners. We're going to sing to Aubrey, Ippy, Fluffy, and Olivia. Remember your parts. Deep breath. Warm up with me. La 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 la. There we go. Shoulders back. Blend your voices with your neighbors. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Aubrey, Ippy, Fluffy, and Olivia. Happy birthday to you. What a great Monday to celebrate a birthday. Of all the Mondays, you chose this one to be born. That is fantastic. I'm so glad you're here with us today. I hope that whatever we do on this side of the broadcast will make whatever happens on that side of the broadcast a little bit better for you. So happy birthday. Make sure you celebrate appropriately by getting free pancakes at Denny's, not a sponsor. And Sadie, thanks for the kind words. I've had a lot of practice. I've sung that song particularly. The baritone's impressive, says Nikki Kralis. Thank you very much. A little cha-cha-cha from Melanie Schuyler. Yes, happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating their birthday. Thank you for being here. It's not lost on me that of all the special places you could be in, places people want to celebrate you, you chose to be here with us. I think I said that correctly. It's a little early, so I'm never sure. Happy birthday. We're gonna try to get started here. If we missed anyone's birthday, please know I apologize deeply. Nix the cat says, hello, RA and cat. And cat. I read cat. Chat. Hello, RA and chat. Let's see. Kaylee May says, I still have my birthday song saved. That is awesome. That's cool. I let's see. I've heard the name Taylor Swift, but Gordon, you don't have all her albums? You don't have like a podcast or what is it? An iPod full of her songs? You're truly missing out. She's quite a prolific songwriter. And apparently she's a big fan of football. Oda Marie says, I appreciate the overtime during the weekend. RA binge Saturday and Sunday, ready for today! ! Seat. We did overtime on Saturday. We caught up. That's why we're where we are right now. Speaking of which, I need to sort of see where all the feeds are at.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Really?
I don't know who won.
Judge Boyd in the house. That is great. I played with my my camera equipment over the weekend. Oh my goodness, it was. I'm super excited about it. It is so much fun to play with.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Oh man, you guys are always complaining about lunch. Let's see. Let me see if these guys are up yet. I don't think they will be. Possibly. Yeah, they are. Okay, good.
How does he do that?
Let's see who else is up. We need all the feeds. And let's see. Robin? Is Robin? I'm not sure if Robin's here. Let's see.
Someone with more experience.
I'm not sure if it's Robin Noel. I thought it was the other Robin. We had someone who volunteered. I thought it was Robin, to try to count all the times we heard "I'm sorry" or "apologize" or something from.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won. From
the defense table. How many times that came up, and if you're able to do that, I have built. I'm super excited about this actually. I've built a view. It's going to look something. Well, let me. I have to put it together. Hang on one second. I say I built it, but it's not ready. We built a sorry not sorry counter. So
I'm not a cat.
Yeah, somebody's calling in right now. Just 1 second. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Oh, it helps me raise the volume. Hello, are you there?
Yes.
Who is this?
This is the other Robin with the count.
The other Robin with the count. Great, great, great. Okay.
I did send you a screenshot.
Okay.
I don't know if you can get it because now I'm on the phone and I don't know the count.
Oh, no. You sent it to the burner phone?
Yes, I did.
Let me get all ready here. It's gonna look
But
a
I
little
will
funny
tell
for
you,
a second.
I counted more of the correct by the defense attorney. Also.
Oh, let's see. We're only going to be able to follow one. I'm impressed that you counted both.
Yes.
So I think we're going to follow the sorry, not sorry. Let's see. DSK1 on air. There's our sorry, not sorry counter. It's going to look like this. But now,
When are we going to?
my question is, what number do we need to start with? And I know it's higher than 17.
It is. Let me see. Hold on.
Did you send it to the burner phone? Or
103.
my finger's going to get tired.
Yeah, not compared to
Is that
correct.
correct?
Is that correct? Yeah. How many corrects are there?
325.
Oh my goodness, Robin, you're a saint. You're an angel.
That's
Here.
why I said thank goodness for 2 times speed.
Even at 2 times speed. I tell you, my son is a programmer, and he's found a way to actually get YouTube to play as high as like 16 times speed on a browser by sort of manipulating the code. But at that speed, it would just be like, sorry. That's all you'd hear. Robin, so 103 for the sorry counter.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Is that correct? Thank you so much for doing that. Well, I'm going to try to stay up on this end. I realize you did the heavy lifting over the weekend. That is no small thing to go through, 16 hours of video with a counter. Robin,
I have to tell you, the best feed that I found was Fox 2 Detroit.
I've heard that. We'll take a look and see what they have going on over there.
Okay.
So, Robin, thank you. Can you send me a message on the burn phone just so I can talk with you offline a little bit? Is that all right?
Absolutely.
And just make sure you identify who you are. So, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Robin.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Hang on. Let's see. Robin is absolutely amazing. That is incredible. We're going to see if we can do something nice for her. I'll see what she likes as far as merch goes. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate your help. So sorry, not sorry. We're getting ready. Where's that coming in from? Let's go back here for just a second. All right, give me a second.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who won.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the other feeds lined up. This hopefully will not take as much work to get everything synced this morning. You guys in your lunch. No lunch today. You have to work through it. No, just kidding. All the breaks today are going to be live. So we're going to work through lunch. Let's see who's doing what.
Have them send someone with more experience.
More experience. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that one. I don't see anybody else live. We'll see what happens as soon as the feed starts. Let's see. Where is let's see. Jennifer Crumbley.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Let's go back one.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Trying to open my Zoom here so I can have access every
Somebody
which
just
way.
sent me a video of roaches
All
fighting.
right.
I don't know
How
who
can I see
won.
all the snippets commands? You can type !! commands in chat, and I'll give you a list of most of them. There are a few secret ones that aren't listed there, but we are going to make some changes. And I've been analyzing. I've been going over some of our old feeds, our old streams, and
I'm not a camel.
Some of the commands that we have right now, I'm going to make them moderator only commands, and they're commands that can be spammed in chat.
He's the guy.
We're trying to cut down on some of the the words. Just the chat goes so fast, and it's so difficult for the mods. We're trying to keep the engagement high. We want you still to be able to do things and the sound effects and things like that. But the words in chat where it just responds with auto messages, sometimes that can get a little bit crowded. A little crowded. Okay.
What more do you need to see?
Sign in.
Squirrel, all rise. Court is now in session.
Not this one.
I'm not a cat.
Okay, I'm trying to get everything open in the app. That's nice. All right, we're getting there. We're gonna get there eventually.
There's a lawsuit.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I was trying to change the way I had things going around here, but it's not looking like it's going to work. Checking the calendar. Sorry, guys. I'm a little sidetracked. All right, we'll fight with that a little later.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Are we going to address subject matter?
I'm not seeing anything live out of the courtroom. Are you guys finding it anywhere? Courtney Meek says, I'm leaving for a vacation soon. I'll have to play catch up when I get back. I'll miss y'all, but not that much. Just kidding. Love you. Thank you, Courtney Meek. Enjoy your vacation. Take lots of pictures. Wish we were there. All right. Did you see Kurt's video yesterday about the treehouse jury? I've heard, EJF, I've heard that there was that the jury was 11-1, 11 in favor of convicting and 1 opposed, so 1 holdout. I don't know where that came from. I'm not sure if there's a jury interview out there or who's saying that. I heard it came from the state, but are they an hour behind? Am I literally like an hour ahead of this? Prosecution said it was 11-1. I think they'd like to think it was 11-1, but I don't know if that's true. Came from the state, and I'm not buying it. The only feed I can see out now, I can see the judge has started her live stream, and so we're just sitting there with nothing happening right now. So hey Siri, what time is it in Detroit?
It's 8:37 in Detroit, Michigan.
They're supposed to start right now. And I'm not an hour off. I think I'm right. Gailey May, woot woot, happy Monday addicts as well. Gailey May, thank you very much. 9 months of support.
Bring the jury.
Appreciate that. Let's see. I think she will be live for the morning arguments. We're just waiting for everything to start. I think she may be a few minutes late this morning. P. Will for real, the only way they would know that is if a juror spoke. That's the only way. The bailiff should not know anything. Nobody should know anything unless a juror spoke out about it. And it would be interesting for a juror to speak to the prosecution and not the press. But we'll see. They're late. They're late. We're early. It's fine. Everyone's phones just told you it's 8:37. I have a bad habit. It's a good thing I didn't tell it to order on Amazon, a lifetime supply of AA batteries or something. So, Fence is gathering all her papers, the stack of papers. Let's see. Michigan is split. I think it would depend on what part of the state the court is in. It should be in Detroit, at least in the Detroit area. And the fact that the judge's Zoom is going is a good sign. That means at least it's scheduled to be live right now. So we'll hang tight here for just a little bit as we wait for the feed to start. Let's check some other locations. Oops. I knocked over my beard comb. Yes, I have a beard comb. It's a flip comb. My son got it for me for Christmas. At the time, I didn't have a beard. I shaved it right before. But the longer my beard gets, the better the comb works. Okay, now I'm presentable for y'all. All right, maybe Mom is brushing her hair. What about the Treehouse trial? I missed it. Angela, it's just that the announcement came out that there was supposedly that the jury, which was hung by one holdout, and that everyone else wanted to convict. So 11-1 is the rumor. I have not heard that from a jury member directly. Here she dropped all her papers on the way in. That would be bad, because no one would be able to get past them. Rudy Patootie, 9 months
Is that correct?
flew by. Rudy, they sure did. It's been wonderful. It wouldn't be the same without you, though. Thank you very much for being here for 9 months. See, I live in Michigan, right by Oxford. It's all Eastern time zone, no split. Kyle, thank you very much. That helps us as we're trying to get everything up and going. Let's see. The problem with these early court starts, let me tell you, just from the technology standpoint, oftentimes the pool camera or a pool camera is taken down every night and then set up again in the morning, because the people who own the camera don't trust that nobody's going to mess with it or kick the cables or fiddle with the buttons, because it's amazing how badly you can screw up a camera if you don't know what you're doing. Okay, somebody could go in there and just turn a little knob, and suddenly the back focus is off, and every time you zoom in, everything gets blurry. So there's all sorts of issues, and a lot of times they'll tear those cameras down. And then court says, okay, we're going to start early in the morning. Well, guess what doesn't change? The time that the courthouse is open. So the courthouse opens and the camera shows up, and if they like start super promptly, as soon as they start, the judge says you're not allowed to mess with the cameras at all. Period. You have to be set up by now, and if you didn't have time, I'm sorry, but we're going. And so sometimes there's like always a battle between is the TV camera ready before court begins, because they have to be. But let's see. Justice Obsessed, love being here, even on the weekends. Thank you for all you do. You guys, it was wonderful to be with you on Saturday. It was wonderful. I hope to not do that again because I missed my family this week. My kids were like, Dad, you're supposed to take a day. That's a day you're not supposed to work. You were supposed to play with us. And so I owe them like double time. I really do. So we set up yesterday. We had the kids in here. We had them all controlling the camera, the zoom, and setting presets. And because the camera is a pan tilt zoom camera, the one I just got, and it's fantastic. Oh my goodness, it's good. It is wonderful. It can be powered over Ethernet, so I don't need like a power cord plus anything else. It'll run the control over Ethernet, runs the power over Ethernet, and it runs the video over Ethernet. And so I can just have one cable and it's done. Plus Ethernet cables I can run them a long distance, and it works well. So I'm super, super excited to use this. It's going to make setup a lot easier. My hangout spot, and my hubby loves it because it means I'm not shopping, says Evangeline Light. Wow. That's wonderful. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Zoe Loves Unicorn says, so glad I found this channel. Thanks to RA, Mrs. RA, little RAs, mods, and chat. Thank you very much, Zoe Loves Unicorns. 2 months. 2 months membership mark. I appreciate that. And also Evangeline, 9 months. Thank you very much. All right. Any minute now, we're expecting to have a feed. But so far, nada. I wonder if some of this the stuff they're handling this morning, the judge decided not to allow to be broadcast. Let's see. Power over Ethernet. That's a new one on me. P-Will for real. It requires a special router that injects power. It used to be a separate power injector you needed, but I've got a special router that can run. I think it's up to like 48 volts, 60 watts or something total power. It's crazy, but it's that one router powers everything. Kurt said he would be Tucker's lawyer for cost. Oh, he would need to get a permission to practice in Florida, right? I mean, I think that's something you can do. If we're live, does that mean RA can't help the audio because his audio is everything? Oh no, Mel, I can fix the audio as well. We do that. I do that live all the time. I have all the software. Yet I have to. I don't edit it and re-record it. I manually go in and tweak the audio. So. And every day presents new challenges. So the problems we had last week might be different from the problems we have this week. We'll fix them as they come up. Did you hear the defense wants a 2025 start for the Idaho murder trial? Yes, I think they're probably going to get it, Clan Bernard. I was watching. We aired that hearing, the Brian Koberger hearing. It's on this channel if you go back and watch. But the judge seemed to have expected it to be like ready in about 3 months, which is bizarre. But we were hoping for a summertime trial. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. The defense put on a huge presentation of just how much data they have to go through and how long it takes to get ready. But it's probably going to be summer 2025. I think is what's going to happen. Nosy Rosie, I lost weight watching RA. I can't tear away for food. Nosy Rosie, I think I've gained weight doing this. I need to actually start working on my exercise program because it needs to be healthier for me. I need to drink more water as well, which I'll get my kids to bring in just a minute. Okay, still watching. If you guys see a feed that becomes live, let me know. I don't see anything since Friday's feed. Work out with Mrs. R.A. Ashley, I actually sit in this chair and she works out in the space between the camera and the TV, which gives me the best view in the house. But it doesn't do me any good as far as my own health. Group exercise breaks every hour. Jumping jacks. Megan Easton said it would be a full-term baby, but I'm here instead. Love this channel, the community, and winning the internet. Thanks, RA and friends. Megan, congratulations. You have been a winner of the internet. It's wonderful. Congratulations on 9 months. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Thank you. And let us know on the big gender reveal. So, Grassfolk, can I get a road so far on this case? Are we still in the state's case? Any highlights to look back for? Grassfolk, quick breakdown where we're at. We're on the state's case. We expect them to probably go for at least another week. But what we have here is this is Jennifer Crumbley. She's been tried with involuntary manslaughter, 4 counts. And the deaths that are tied to those involuntary manslaughter charges were caused by her son directly because he was the shooter. He was convicted. Oh, actually, he pled guilty to the charges, to all the charges. And even though he was tried as an adult, and now they're going back and trying the mom and the dad separately. James will come later, but they're going to try them both for their role in this, saying that they should have known that there were problems and they did not help him. They were negligent, and their involvement and permissive use of firearms with the son allowed this to take place. They should have known and should have stopped it. And honestly, this case it's a big reach from a legal perspective. It's a huge legal reach to get to involuntary manslaughter for somebody who did not commit a crime, so to speak. And if they're able to do it, this would be the case they can make that jump on, because it's got everything. It looks really bad for them, terrible. Emails, texts, the son crying out for help, literally over the phone, texting saying, I'm seeing things, I need help, I need to go to the doctor. He tells his friend, it's bad. So we're going to see what happens here. The state so far in their presentation has been presenting a lot of very emotional testimony, showing them who died and who got hurt, basically. Mostly who died. They're not showing who got hurt, because I think that would be prejudicial, because she's not charged with that. Well, a little bit, but they might get into more of that. Anyway, we're watching as the state progresses through this case. It's spicy, especially the lawyering. There's been a lot of heated argument back and forth. The judge seems to be fairly calm, they're live. I'm hearing they're live. Okay, We're looking. We're looking. Okay, we're gonna get a feed going here. Okay. Why does my feed go so slowly? I'm not showing anyone. I don't show anybody live yet. I mean, I can see the Zoom. I can see the Zoom feed, but I can't see the Zoom feed's not live. Renee Smitty, I'm not happy with the thumbnail. But I don't know where to go with this one. This is a tough case. We can't do a sort of build your own thumbnail on this one. M. Young, gifted a membership. Thank you. That one went to Joni Flager. Congratulations, Joni. Gypsy Moon, we might need these reminders. I might need these reminders throughout the day. I was thinking of getting a standing desk and putting a treadmill underneath it, and I could just put in my 50,000 steps a day. We're showing a 9 a.m. start. The judge said to be here earlier, but that's why we started early. We heard 8:30. Jamie C. says, I have mixed emotions. If she's guilty, the parents of every gang member out killing people at 12 to 17-year-olds need to be charged as well. That's the slippery slope that a lot of people are worried about. Court was supposed to start at 8:30. It's possible here's a couple things could have happened, KW10. The judge could have heard some of these arguments and discussions in chambers. So the lawyers are there arguing stuff, but the court actually hasn't begun, and it's not out in public, so we would have missed that. That's very possible. Do you think if the state wins, charges could be brought against a parent of a kid who's received speeding tickets gets in a deadly wreck? I think, here's what I think. I think the state doesn't want people to worry about the what if this is convicted, then what? I think the state wouldn't want that. And I don't think, honestly, I don't think argument about what could happen if this is allowed would be allowed in front of the jury. So I don't think they're going to hear that. But it is a discussion that's happening all around this court case. I finished 2 units of uni while listening to you. Glad we can help you get your homework done. A few channels do have the live stream of the court, but they haven't started yet. Why am I not seeing them? I'm filtering just for Jennifer Crumbley live. I can see people talking about it, but I don't see any courtroom feeds. We'll keep an eye on it. As soon as it happens, we're going to bring it to you. As always, we're going to have our advanced view, which is going to look something like this. Of course, we'll have 2 boxes, video happening in both. We'll sync them up so we can switch between them depending on what they're showing and what needs to be shown. The view there in the bottom corner is actually our sorry, not sorry counter. Let me actually fix this because I don't like how that looks. I need to crop off on box 1 the top. Right there. There we go. Okay. So we'll have that. Man, now move it up. There we go. All right, and now let's save that again. All right, so we're going to have that ready as soon as it starts. We'll bring that to you. Audio's turned on, so you won't miss a moment as soon as we hear something. And we're ready to go. Yeah, they might not be live for this. The system might not be set up. They might have forgotten about us. Sometimes this happens, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like the judge to be in charge of the video feed, like we have in Judge's case up in Idaho, because he sits down and he's like, "All right, let's begin. Turn it on," and he starts. And you can't just go live that quickly. There's things they have to work and push the buttons and start, and so we miss. I don't know how much each time because he's given the order, but it's not like an instant on a thing. So frustrating. Who shall we thank for going back and counting the sorry not sorry? That would be Robin, Crazy Cat Queen. That would be Robin who went back even at double time speed. That's still 8 hours of homework. She volunteered and put in for that. Robin, fantastic. She's going to get a little prize from me for doing that. I think we're going to send her a mug. And I need to. There's one other person, and you know who you are, who we are having trouble with getting the mug issue fixed. I'm going to make that right for you personally because my supplier is struggling with fixing the problem. So send me a text one more time, and we're going to fix that. They sent you the wrong mug, and we're going to get that fixed. Did you see that Emily Baker was watching the BK hearing, and since she paused it, the feed was deleted midstream? Richard Chambers, that is also a problem with judges. That's super, super frustrating. If she pauses to talk about it and then catch up, Judge, as soon as he stops going live, it deletes the feed. It's gone off the channel. It's like you watch it live or not at all. So what I'm planning on doing in that case is hopefully getting a clean feed of all those things and having a feed that on the Top Mark Media channel that I can put it out on and save it. So every time there's a hearing, we'll save the entire feed there, and people can go over and use that if they need it for something else. Like if Emily Baker needed to pause it and wanted to still have the complete stream. Basically, right now, if you pause, it cuts that much. For as long as you're paused, it cuts that much time off the end. And so when you start again, unless you jump to live and skip a portion, you're going to miss the end. Happy birthday, Stacy. Happy birthday. You missed the song already. We already sang. There were 3 other birthdays as well. But we sang this morning. But consider yourself sung to because, it is your birthday. Happy birthday, Stacy. Hope you have a great one. All right. Where we are. Beep, beep, beep. What's the deal with the sorry, not sorry? Mary, you'll know very soon. There are a couple phrases that are heard a lot, and both of these happen to come from the defense table. Miss Smith, who was the defense attorney, says the phrase, "Is that correct?" a lot. She said that like 300 and something times. And she also apologizes profusely. And so we're counting how many times she says, "I'm sorry," or "I apologize," or something of that nature. Any sort of apology goes in the sorry, not sorry counter. And we've had 103 in the first 2 days, which is only a third of how many times she said, "Is that correct?" Too many corrects and sorries. I can only count one thing at a time, unfortunately. I would need another device and another plug, which I don't have any more free plugs on my... I guess I could give up. What's on feed 8? Yeah, I could swap out whatever's on the end of this cable. No. That's 7. 8. Where's 8? I don't know. I don't know what feed 8 is, but I could probably put another device on that one. Let's see. There's also "But Your Honor." There's so many interruptions. That would be something that would be fantastic to go back and watch this for. I'm not saying, Robin, you have to do that, but there's so many times that both counsel talks over the other side or talks over the judge, or the judge talks over them. And usually I'm more okay with that because the judge is the one that's refereeing, and sometimes the ref has to blow the whistle mid-foul, right? So I'm fine with the judge interrupting the counsel. But I'm not cool with counsel interrupting the judge. Crazy Cat Queen gifted 5 memberships just now. Thank you. How much time is she facing if convicted? Tower Hill Girl, the involuntary manslaughter has a maximum sentence of 15 years. And I don't know if they would be served concurrently or consecutively. Meaning if she served all 4 years, all 4 counters go at the same time, so she would serve 15 years, or if she serves one, then the other, then the other. If she serves it that way, then it's a 60-year sentence if it's maximum. All right. Judge never says overruled or sustained. She just argues her side with counsel. It's strange. Yeah, you never know what her decision is. You sort of have to gather it from what she implied. Speaking objections, oh my goodness. This may be worse than Judge Schroeder's courtroom. The only thing that happened in Judge Schroeder's courtroom that was a little bit worse than this as far as in front of the jury is that he would also pontificate and think out loud as he was debating in his head what to do about the objections. Apparently, though, the walls are super thin. She says they're paper thin, cardboard thin, so even if the jury is sent out, they can still hear. Maybe that's her whole reason for this. A lot of love for the Chiefs in chat and for the 49ers. Welsh lady says, for my birthday, I'm changing my name to the longest town name in the world. Welsh lady, I might accidentally miss your text or your comment saying that it was your birthday. I might miss that. She has been in jail since she was caught, and they went on the run. I mean, I think they caught them fairly quickly. I say they went on the run, but they grabbed all the money from the bank, got some new cell phones, and ran to hotels. The defense says that wasn't on the run. They have their reasons, but that happened fairly quickly after this. So they were captured up near the border. Libby 3, I work from home, so I turn on my computer, then YouTube to watch your stream on my TV or iPad. Thank you for keeping me company all day. Thank you, Libby. I appreciate that. Hopefully I don't distract you too much from work. Michael Rogers, thank you. The mods do incredible work here. They're amazing. I appreciate them. I could not do this without them. And I mean every word of that. I could not do this. The judge is too quiet. I think she's not mic'd, Robin. And Robin, by the way, this is the Robin, I believe, that did all the counting for us. Robin Nanny S. So Nanny, thank you very much, Robin, for your hard work over the weekend counting the sorries. Okay, it's 9:02. We should start now. Let's. I'm going to do another check and see if anybody else has a live feed that we can see. Okay, I think we've got some feeds available. I just want to get the right one. Nothing's happening yet. The courtroom's empty. Not sure why. There's like nobody here. The judge is not there. The counsel, they must still be in chambers. The TVs aren't even turned on. All is quiet on the Western Front. Can you see the Maya counter? Yes. Give me 1 second. I'll give you an update here. I think we're about to roll into we just did. We just barely rolled over into 500,000 range on the Maya counter. So that was this morning that we hit 500,000. So $500,000 worth of interest accrued so far. Can the judge depart from the max sentence? I believe there's a range. There's not a minimum mandatory. If it were minimum mandatory life, then the judge couldn't depart. But if there's not a minimum mandatory, there's a range that can be in there. Okay, they're saying 30 more minutes. It's 9 o'clock. It starts at 8:30. It's 9 o'clock now. They were caught at the Friend Art Studio in Detroit. This is local for me. Suki says, I've been watching another channel. Just realized I was watching day one over again. There were some painfully slow moments in that. I love pie. Thank you. Let's see. Robin, that was huge. What you did was huge. We're gonna see if we can get you a mug sent out for that. Defense lawyers having a meltdown. The judge just put her in her corner. Possibly. It ended so spicy on Friday. I believe they probably started just throwing punches this morning. It's fairly normal for court to be delayed. So let's see. Still nothing. They're still back in chambers. Can you hear my family singing in the background? I just realized this is one of my shirts that I bought that doesn't have the venting on the back. Like it's not a cool shirt. Blizzard conditions in all of NS today. This is a really good way to start a snow day. Oh man, keep the snow. I don't want that. Lenova, about her giving the middle fingers. Here's what I saw on that, and we might go back and watch the rerun on that. But what she did, she was being accused of sobbing, crying at the table to try to influence the jury and create sympathy in the eyes of the jury. And she said something about I have all my makeup on, and she was showing her makeup, and she did this thing, right? She's like, I still have all my makeup, and it looks bad, but she was drawing. I mean, looking at her eyes, and she was using her middle fingers to point at her eyes. I don't know how else to describe that, but so yes, there was a time where she had her middle fingers up. I've seen the USA Today stream. There's nothing. It's an empty courtroom, so we've got some time before it starts. But I don't think it wasn't initially when I heard it. I thought she had just full on given the birds to the audience, but that's not how it went. Oh my goodness, the Detroit Free Press juror article. I'm not a big fan of what they did. I know the judge is aware of that. She's addressed that yesterday morning or Friday morning. She was aware that this article came out, and jurors are concerned. I'm concerned because the way she addressed it, it sounded like jurors had been talking to someone. I don't know. Tell me this. How does a juror find out about an article about this trial without reading the news or talking to someone about this trial or listening to the news? How did the jurors bring to the judge a concern, that's my understanding is how that came. How did the jurors bring the judge a concern about media coverage of the trial unless they have broken their oath and are watching media? Even if somebody says, hey, calls them up and says, hey, did you guys hear about the Detroit Free Press article? That right there, that's a problem. Yeah, have you seen their coverage of this trial? That's a problem. Because she exaggerated it? Is that the flip-offs part? Let's see, PNW transparency. You haven't missed anything. Court is starting late this morning, and I don't know why. We were told it was supposed to start early, and they told everyone to come there early. We thought it was 8:30. I think they're still back in chambers. Let's see, people are starting to file in. Just looking at the feed here. Let's see if I can put this over on that side. Make this full screen. So we have a little bit of a view available right now. And 3 and audio. I'll boost that a little bit for you. I'm going to share something I just heard, and it's a rumor right now. I'm sharing a rumor. That might be an issue. What I just told you about might be an issue. If the jurors brought that as a concern to the judge, that would be a mistrial issue. Okay, can we get an answer for sure? This courtroom, this particular courtroom, right? We're talking about Oakland County, Michigan. Hey Siri, what time is it in Oakland County, Michigan?
In Oakland County, Michigan, it's 9:10.
Okay, so that's Eastern time. That is Eastern time. So we mentioned yesterday when the judge first brought this up that was a concern if the jurors were upset about the coverage. Maybe they took a day for that to sink in, for the lawyers to realize that the jurors are upset. That means they heard about the coverage. That means we might have a mistrial. There was a juror in another case was approached by media thinking this person was a juror. In this case, we also heard about that. This is the second issue. That was a minor one, I think. Still, I don't like the fact that it was a media member thinking, "Hey, there's a juror. Let me go talk to them." In the middle of a trial. All of Michigan is Eastern time zone. Okay, so we've settled it. There's Eastern time zone. We're still in the Eastern time zone, which means court is late. Judge is still in mourning over the Lions. Water Troy, I'm sorry. This is when court said they were going to start. When this does start, we're gonna jump to the Zoom feed, I think, and then which might be, it'll be off. So when the other, we're hearing voices. People are coming in now. They're all coming in together. It sounds like they were in chambers. Bailiffs are lined up for a photograph. There's the water bottle, making sure everything's there. What they were doing there, the cameraman was getting focus. He was pulling focus on that. So you zoom in, focus, then zoom out. That only works if your back focus is accurate. I don't know the families well enough to know which families are in court or who is present there. It's possible that we have some family in court. The defendant won't be there until the lawyers are there. Lawyers will be there first. This is a bad look. It's 9:15. Maybe the judge is putting her foot down. Maybe the judge is saying, look, these first 2 days have been a wreck. I can't believe I'm getting all sorts of flack online. People are saying I'm not in control of my courtroom. Maybe she's saying I'm going to lay down the law starting today. This is going to change. And maybe they're fighting it out in chambers. The deputies stand the entire time. Yeah, we're hearing they're in chambers. Tina, I'm with you. I like to see a judge in control of the courtroom. I don't like seeing tempers and childishness rule. Sophie. Courts and timeliness generally don't go together. We've had a couple courts where the judge is strict on timeliness. I'm trying to remember which court was like that. What was the last trial you remember where the judge was always on time? Amanda, she says she's going to testify. That was in the opening statement that she was going to testify in her own defense. You'd have to fix the comments so they don't go behind the sorry not sorry counter. Kelly just got off a cruise, and we were not invited. And now she wants us to tell her what she missed. I'm not just kidding. Kelly, it was a mistrial. It was a hung jury in that case. It's going to go back. They're going to try seating another jury the first part of March. We're going to go through it again. Hope you had fun on your cruise, though. My trial was fairly on time. Judge Newman was always on time. This is the Jennifer Crumbley trial. Her son was the shooter at the Oxford High School, and she's been charged with negligent homicide. We're hearing a couple courtroom type comments. something about a motion in limine. Still not a motion in lemonade. Stir the lemonade. Or sorry, involuntary manslaughter. I think it's involuntary manslaughter. Yes, involuntary manslaughter. Did I say negligent homicide? The elements of the charge are what's important. Okay, that sounded important. That sounded like a door was opened. Broken Baker in chat. Have you seen Tyrone will go pro se again? The rumor is it was 11 guilty, 1 not guilty split. Seems so dangerous. Very dangerous if that was true. Broken Baker, I have not heard from the jury. I've heard that number came from the prosecution, and honestly, I don't trust the paper they wrote that on. If that's what happened. When it comes to the sorry not sorry button, I need you guys to help me. We have to make the comments a little bit smaller so everything fits on the screen with our counter. Is that still readable? I just haven't seen a juror interview on the Tyrone trial. Lurker, it depends what happens. It depends how this breaks out and shakes out, and what's happening on the calendar as well. There's a lot of stuff happening. We might have some other trials going on. Judge Wolf is a very prompt judge. I do like him. He's pretty good. Shannon, as Jessica's saying, Shannon Smith is the defense attorney. She seems to bring some more dramatic interactions to the courtroom. Jenny says a Michigan defense attorney told her that speaking objections in this courtroom are just the judge's style. That's how she rules. I'm surprised it does not present problems on appeal. Tower Hill Girl, I have not heard of a juror interview available on that trial. I have not seen one. If you've seen one, let me know. I don't remember the trial separation with husband. Why was that granted? Because their defenses are different. So the judge allowed them to separate that. Their involvement was different, and their defenses are different, and so they're separate trials. There'll be two different juries. The husband's trial doesn't start till after Jennifer's. Everine, I hear you. It drives us nuts, but at the same time, we get to hear some things that we normally don't get to hear in court. So, it's a win for us as information about what the jury's doing, what the judge and the defense are talking about. But I think it's bad for justice. Wendy, is this a good or a bad thing? Is hellacious a good word? Or is it horrible? I thought it would be good to try to, on the thumbnail, to put the defense and the prosecution facing each other, sort of yelling at each other, because they do that a lot. Can the counter be decreased in size? I like to keep it about that big. It can be, but that works better for what I'm doing. I think I hear Shannon Smith. Crazy Cat Queen. Very bad. Very bad. Lay bad. Daisy Jail, hello to you as well. Welcome. I mean, hello to you as well. Welcome. Court is late. You didn't miss anything. No, counter has to stay in that corner. And Cloutier, thank you for the super chat, for the super sticker. The Smiling Fox looks great. Sierra, I don't know what to do for this one. If you have suggestions for what we should have on this thumbnail, please let me know. I've struggled with, first of all, the fact that this is a school shooting. It makes it, I feel it would be inappropriate to do the cartoon style, build your own, create a thumbnail thing that we did in the Treehouse trial. And you guys say, what, a murder is a murder, right? But yeah, school shootings are different for some reason. I don't think it would be appropriate. Luna Cat, thank you for the super chat as well. Good morning to you. I think we're about to get some action here. I think 9:30 is the time. Skybell, my weekend was short, but it was wonderful. It was really good. Hello, Cheryl from South Africa. Great to have you here as well. How about the defense attorney hugging Jennifer? I could do that. If you guys, if you have a picture you think that, like a screenshot from trial you think would work well, if you can get a high-quality screenshot and text it to the burner phone, I might be able to incorporate that in the thumbnail. Of course, I'm probably going to get like 500 texts, so I can't use all of them, obviously. So don't feel bad if you went to great work to get a thumbnail picture and then I'm not able to use it. If I do no thumbnail, YouTube just chooses a frame out of the video to be the thumbnail. Sometimes it's not appropriate. Oh, you meant hilarious, not hellacious. That was Wendy. There you go. Hellacious is a different word altogether. DK, unfortunately, no Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's case got another continuance. It's pushed off now till May. And I believe that the judge has said no more. This is the last push. Georgina, I'm probably not going to do the victims' names or pictures on this image, mostly because I think that is there's a prosecution, so we're moving. That is one side of the story. That's what the state's argument. And I'm trying to have more of a fair look at this. Good morning, Ivan. Great job on your live stream over the weekend. First one's always the hardest. Ooh, there she is.
The next witness is going to be Miss Pennock. So how about if I give you the other folders.
Genuine Heidi, happy to be here. Thank you very much, Heidi, for the super chat this morning. I'm happy you're here as well.
Yeah.
So now I believe the defendant can be brought in once counsel's here.
Some of them were from. Okay. So these two are going to stay together. We'll keep these together. Thank you. And then this is the deal. The preliminary and transcripts and that and
Okay, I'm gonna cut to this feed just for a minute. We'll keep the audio going briefly.
In case I am able to get, this is what I do for him. Yeah, I don't know how to. Let me check on ask, you know what, can you ask Andy to print out? Bring that up here. I don't know how that works. I don't
Okay, we're gonna listen just for a minute here. I'm trying to get all the feeds lined up. They're not working the way I'd like. It's still a mess in the courtroom, guys. It's still crazy.
Okay. So if you take issue with that, I didn't otherwise I would have taken out any of that. Yeah, thank you. Elena, I don't see any highlights in this. Oh, I do. It's at the end. Is that right? Yeah, there's a few different ones.
She has a very, her voice carries very well in the courtroom.
Okay, it's...
Seems like wherever she's standing, no matter which way she's looking, the mics are picking up her sound. So she has a loud speaking voice.
Okay, it's all throughout words. Mark, can I have you do me a favor? Yep. It helps me to just be able to look at the corners and see, just fold the corners. Okay. This is...
She's getting some help from her,
thank you. Okay.
Either a paralegal or a support team.
No, I already did.
She has co-counsel on this, and co-counsel was recently assigned. Co-counsel has not been with her this whole time, and she is very much a, I'm going to do it on my own type approach. So she's not utilizing counsel for almost anything. As a matter of fact, even when he came over yesterday to offer to move papers for her, she said no, and then she acquiesced and said, yes, I'll let you move the papers. But she's really been, in main character syndrome, she's really been a team of one, even though she has a support team behind her.
Elena, you're here to give a list to check off. Thank you.
I don't know if she's failing. I think she has a strategy in this, and I hesitate because originally I attacked Mr. Shapiro and thought he was doing an awful job. I think I attacked Mr. Anderson when I first saw him in court. I think she's a smart attorney. I think she's good at what she does and she has a plan. I'm not sure if it's working well, but I think she's following that plan. We don't know the drama that happened this morning. I believe it happened in chambers, and it was extensive. It's probably for about an hour. We were back in chambers with the judge. I think the defendant should be brought in here momentarily. She is a sharp dresser. Yeah. I said some not nice things about Anderson at the beginning, and he turned out to be, very, very well thought out and planned. I think that's why he doesn't come on our show. He's like, yeah, I know that guy. He doesn't like me. No, I've never asked him to come on. He's a nice guy. When I met him, it was wonderful. He's a good guy, and his wife's wonderful as well. My kid's personal Uber driver thinks that she's very strategic in the I'm lost and the objections that break up the impact of the testimony. I'm hoping she doesn't continue to rehash all the prosecutor's evidence like she did with that last witness. Every single line that she was just going over everything we learned from their evidence to try to make it look like, I guess, it was her argument as well. He got roasted by Rob. There's a lesser police presence because some of them are with the defendant, and they will be coming in momentarily. He did. Anderson was very nice to me. Mr. Anderson was very nice. Mrs. Anderson was very nice as well. I was not entirely complimentary, especially in the early days of the Maya trial, about him and about what I perceived his skill level as a lawyer were to be. It turns out that my perception was way off, and that he was playing a game way ahead of me. Yeah, we've got Murdaugh in court today. Well, the juror in the Murdaugh trial, Juror 8's answering questions. That's going on this morning in South Carolina.
Thank you.
Why does she need so much police presence? There is a lot of animosity. That's the word of the day. Animosity directed towards her today, or throughout this trial. They started receiving, I believe, threats very early on.
All right. Oakland County Court is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding.
Good morning. You may be seated.
We're going to switch to the other feed, and it will be a little bit off, probably a little bit delayed.
You may be seated.
Donald, on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
She's on her way up.
Thank you.
All right. I have it. I probably just brought it.
I know, until you get here.
I just brought it with me onto my desk. Anything? She's on her way up.
This camera angle makes the feed look funny. Let's see if we can bring in all our feeds together. See if they match up.
Are there some things you wanted to put on the record before the jury comes in?
I believe so, Your Honor.
We had a discussion off the record to plan our going forward here. So I think there was a few things we resolved. I know. One of the things is the Facebook.
That's what I was going to address.
But do you want to do that outside the presence of the jury or in front of the jury?
Oh no, I actually think we should do it in front of the jury because that's right.
I agree.
Well, counsel needs to order her client. I think that should happen outside the presence of the jury.
Right.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Mrs. Crumbley, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
And can you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, we just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay, Mrs. Crumbley, when we were in court on Friday, there was discussion about admitting the Facebook.
And can you tell me your name?
Jennifer Crumbley. Between yourself and James Crumbley. Correct. Do you recall that? Yes. And on Saturday, I came over to the jail to see you.
And that was specifically a topic we discussed.
Yes.
Okay, and at this time,
Trying to get the audio best.
We have talked about how
during the trial, there was talk about redacting portions of that Facebook Messenger thread pursuant to other orders, correct? Correct. And the court offered me the opportunity to redact portions of that record. Correct. And after you and I discussed it, it's fair to say that you and I believe that it would look like we are hiding evidence from the jury if they saw a redacted version of Exhibit 423, correct? Correct. Okay, wait till I finish speaking before you start. Okay, so at this time, I have let the court know that we are not moving for any redactions and that Exhibit 423 will be admitted, showing your entire phone conversation with James on Facebook Messenger. And Your Honor, there's specific dates it's from, so I think I should put the dates on the record.
It might be on the...
Yeah, let me just grab it.
So these are portions of the conversation that would normally be omitted.
Do you know the dates?
January 21.
Okay, so there are
early 2021.
It's the entire Facebook Messenger thread between you and Mr. Crumbley starting in January of 2021, and it goes up through the events that lead us here today. Correct. Okay, is it your decision to allow those Facebook messages to be admitted in the court without redaction? Yes. And you and I have talked about the pros and cons of redacting those exhibits. Correct. And at this time, you understand they will be admitted without any redactions. I do.
They're going to be spicy, guys.
And just a few.
Sure.
Mrs. Crumbley, you understand that Exhibit 423 won't just be given to the jury, but the prosecution can go through that with either you on a cross-examination or with other witnesses. Correct. And you consulted with your attorney specifically about that point?
Yes.
And it is your decision as a defendant in the case in consultation with your attorney as part of trial strategy to admit this entire exhibit?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the Facebook message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley beginning January 1, 2021. It's over 2,000 pages long.
Exhibit 423.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you understand that throughout the pendency of this case, your attorney on your behalf has sought to exclude certain themes or topics of evidence, in some cases successfully, yet this Facebook conversation does touch upon some of those.
I understand.
And you still want 423 to be admitted into evidence and referenced by the prosecution and defense?
Yes.
I'm satisfied.
All right, anything else that has to be out of the presence of the jury at the moment? We're dealing with we're going to deal with your other issue that you brought up about the smell.
No. Yes, okay.
But we'll get back to you. Okay.
Okay.
What else?
About the smell?
All right, we're going to bring the jury in, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Still trying to get everything, trying to improve the feeds a little bit.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning, you may be seated. Thank you again for being timely. We weren't ignoring you, we were just sort of paving the way. So every day requires some certain preparation, so we appreciate you. Who's the next witness?
Ms. Kira Penick.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I please address the court?
Sure.
Okay. Your Honor, on Friday,
I like this feed better.
I think it was very clear beyond a reasonable doubt I had difficulty and cannot use technology. In my frustration, I made a comment that was offensive to victims' families, and I did it absolutely by accident as I was struggling with my computer. I am apologizing for that comment. I want to apologize to the jurors, to the audience, to all involved, and specifically to the victims and the families of the victims. I truly did not mean to say the comment I made.
I believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to approach just for a second? I'm supposed to ask the camera person to cut them out. Yeah, it's new today.
Okay, they cut the mics. That's new. I'm supposed to ask the camera person to cut the mics. I'm gonna take a tiny pause in here of about 1/8 of a second. There we go. Let's try one more. Okay, I think that's
Ms. Kira Penick.
Okay, I've not been listening for sorries. Have there been any sorries yet?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Kira Penick, Kirapennock.
Thank you. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kira, can you tell the jury how old you are?
I am 27.
Okay. And you actually have a pretty robust career at 27. Can you tell the jury what you do?
I own and run a horse farm. We do boarding and lessons and training.
And how long have you been owning and running the farm?
Since May of 21.
Okay. You said for the people in the jury or counsel, explain what a horse farm actually does. You said boarding and riding lessons, but what does that actually mean?
So people will own horses, and they don't always have the means to have them at their house, so they will board them over at my place. So I take care of them. I feed them, I water them, I clean up after them, and then they can come visit their horses whenever they want.
Okay. And so the boarding includes feeding and watering the horse. That's all one price.
Yes, it also includes like cleaning up after them, but I mean really just any of the care that they might need for just general living.
Okay. And how much is the cost of boarding one horse?
Board at that time was $400 for pasture board, so their horses outside 24/7 with access to a shelter if they wanted to use it.
Okay, $400 per horse.
Yes.
Okay. What's not included in boarding?
Vet bills. So if the vet has to come out and do something with the horse. The farrier, so the person that works on the feet.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's basically kind of a pedicure for the horse, so that has to happen every 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow, big cost.
But and then also lessons. Student lessons are not included, so those are separate.
And how much are lessons?
$35.
And how much for the vet bill, a vet or a farrier?
It really just depends on the horse, and then like what that horse needs. So, a horse needs routine vaccinations each year and just kind of general checkup. But there are other expenses as for like emergency vet calls. So your horse injured themselves or is colicking, and then we have to have an unscheduled appointment with the vet.
Okay, so an average appointment, not including any of the services or the medicine or procedures, would be around what?
It really varies, but I would say probably maybe at least $100.
Okay. And the vet comes to the barn?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know someone named Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing for the court?
She has glasses on.
And
something else?
She's seated over at that table.
Yes.
All right. May the record reflect she's properly identified Jennifer Crumbley.
The record will reflect the recorded identification of the
She has glasses on.
Thank you. Do you also know James Crumbley?
I do.
Okay. When did you meet the two of them? At the same time or separate times?
I believe that I had met Jennifer first. And it was probably between 3 and 5 years ago that I had actually met them for the first time, but not actually gotten to know them.
Okay. When you met the two of them, how many horses did they own?
1.
And did you meet them because they wanted to board at your farm?
No. They were boarding their horse at a barn that one of my friends had worked at.
And then at some point, did they change their barn?
Yes.
When was that, if you know?
I do not remember the exact day or year, but they ended up moving to the barn that I had priorly boarded at before I bought my farm.
Okay, when they did board their horses at your farm, though, correct?
Yes.
All right. When? About what time? Year? Month?
They started boarding their horses, which by then they had bought the second horse. They had started boarding, I believe, in the July time period of 21.
Okay. Who did you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
All right. And can you describe Jennifer's general demeanor when you were working with her? And well, back up. What kind of interactions would you have with Jennifer, and what, just talking about the horse that she was boarding, or was there anything else that you did with Jennifer?
A majority of our conversations were related to the horses and maybe talking about goals for the future for possibly showing or just training goals in general to figure out the best plan of action for the lessons that I was giving.
So did you give her lessons?
I did.
Okay, how often would you give her a lesson?
I would say between 2 and 3 times a week.
Okay, and when did that occur?
Usually in the evenings.
So did Jennifer come to the barn in the evenings during the weekdays, or was it on weekends, or both?
Well, she came in the evenings during the week, usually after work, and then weekends she would come in the morning, afternoon, evening. But
okay.
I can't say for sure the exact time.
13 months.
And did you say how many times during the week, the work week?
I would say probably at least 2 to 3 times during the week.
And about, on the average, what time would she arrive?
About 4:30, 5-ish.
Okay. And stay about how long, if you know?
Couple hours, so at least maybe 2 to 3 hours.
And was that just getting lessons, or were there other things that she was doing?
Just getting her horse ready for a lesson and doing the lesson, and then cooling the horse down and taking them back out to their pasture. And then just everybody at the barn is pretty friendly. Everybody will talk, so just small conversation.
So the boarding and the feeding is just the basic care. Is there a lot more things you have to do to take care of a horse if you're the owner?
The owner pays the barn where the horse is boarded at to do the general care of the horse, like the day-to-day things such as giving them water and grain and hay and cleaning up after them, and maybe changing blankets and different things to make sure that they stay warm.
So there's a noted exhibit which includes the Facebook messages between Jennifer and James. Were they both taking care of the horses? And the reason I ask is there seems to be a lot of communication between the two of them about taking care of the horses, so I'm trying to get at what else would they be doing other than just feeding the horse, and you said cooling it off and taking it. I'm not a horse person, so taking it out to pasture, and does it have to be, do you have to ride your horses? Like what's the responsibility?
Sing to them, brush them?
Most likely what they might be talking about is maybe some of the vet care. So I know one of their horses had what's called mud fever. It's kind of a fungus stuff that might grow on the legs of a horse with wet weather. And that usually is something that ends up needing a vet to intervene with just medication to help take care of it. So it might be related to maybe the vet bills, and maybe just vet appointments related to taking care of the horses.
Okay. And you said they own 2 horses. What are their names?
One is named Billy and one is named Shorty.
Okay. What kind of horses were there in terms of value of the horses? There, I know horses can be very expensive to purchase. Where do these horses fall on that continuum?
Well, they were both thoroughbreds, so they raced on the racetrack before they had gotten them. But I do not know how much Shorty was purchased for. I believe that Billy was purchased around like $5,000.
I wonder when they did.
And how do you know how much
Shorty?
Billy was?
She was sending me, or Jennifer was sending me information on him when she was looking for a horse.
Okay. And do you know anything about the circumstances of when she or how she bought that horse?
I know that she was talking about it late at night, and she was also drinking.
Okay. How do the people that board your horses and have lessons give lessons? How do they pay you?
Your Honor, I need to make an objection. The witness's answer was in part non-responsive, and I'd ask to be struck from the record.
Yeah, it was, I think it was, unless there's follow-up, I think it was somewhat unresponsive.
The Facebook message string that was just admitted details exactly how the horse was purchased, so we can, I'm happy to move on and we'll deal with it then.
I don't know, I haven't read those. So.
The portion I'm objecting to is the unnecessary information about she was drinking at the time.
Okay.
I think it's relevant. I think if you're buying a $5,000 horse while you were drinking late at night is relevant to the case and the relationship that Jennifer Crumbley had in her priorities, and as well as the fact that the Facebook message string that was just stipulated to an admission without redactions, like, it absolutely discusses that.
Speaking of objections.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, but it's in 2,000 pages.
How do people pay? Cash, check, credit card?
It can be any of those. A lot of people now use online payments like Venmo.
Okay. How did the Crumbleys pay you for your services?
Check.
Okay. And did James ever take lessons?
I have given him a few lessons.
So who was taking care of the horse during the day? Was that Did Jennifer ever come during the day, during the week, or was it James, or did they both?
Well, the general care every day was done by the barn, but say if there was a need to have the vet out, we usually like to have the owners present, so they would usually have one of them at whatever vet appointment.
Okay. So you just testified they moved their horses to your barn July of 2021. You knew them approximately a year before that, 2 years?
They had boarded at the barn that I had my horses boarded at prior to buying my farm. I do not recall how much time we had boarded together there, but I had met them a couple years prior to that.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So you've known them a couple years before they came to your barn?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
And did you ever meet their son?
I may have met him maybe once or twice.
Where, if you know, where was that? Was it at your barn?
It was not at my barn.
Okay. Did you ever see their son come to your barn?
No, I did not.
So the 2 to 3 times a week and on the weekend when Jennifer would visit, did she bring anybody with her?
Usually James.
Okay.
I don't remember anybody else really coming out and with her.
Okay. Do you allow kids at the barn?
Yes, we do.
And what are the kids that are at the barn usually doing?
Usually doing lessons. You know, some of the kids that are doing lessons, they have siblings that are brought out, so they just kind of maybe occupy their time with the barn cats or seeing the other horses on the property.
Okay. And do you have any family-oriented activities or get-togethers?
We've had a family reunion.
Meaning
before,
parties or activities that children are welcome to come to?
Yes, all of the events that we might have at the farm, kids are invited to. Like we've had parties like Halloween party before too.
Okay, around Halloween of 2021, do you remember if you had a Halloween party?
Yes, we did.
Do you know when it was and about what time of day it was?
I do not remember what day it was, but I know that it was afternoon, evening-ish.
Was it on Halloween or before Halloween?
It was before Halloween.
Okay. And it was a weekday or weeknight?
Welcome, Mrs. McGuire.
It was on a weekend, I believe.
A Friday or Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jennifer come to that party?
Yes.
And how do you remember that?
I remember that both Jennifer and James, they come to the party, and they were dressed up, and like our parties, we include the horses, so people will also dress their horses up for
they put Halloween costumes on horses?
Yes.
Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Okay. And do you know if they dressed their horses up that year?
Not really dressing them up. They wanted to, but they had also said that they had another party to go to after.
Okay.
After mine.
So you did not see their son that night?
I did not.
Okay. Did Jennifer talk to you about her son?
Not a ton. But every once in a while she would mention something about him.
And do you remember things that she would say?
Usually it was along the lines of she was having problems with him, or he wasn't acting normal. She had called him weird before. She wanted him to do normal kid things.
Okay.
But I never remember her saying anything about really bringing him out to the barn much or really doing much. I mean, they would go on vacations. I did hear about some vacations that they had gone on, but really there was not much talk about her son.
Did she ever refer to him as a certain name? Did she speak negatively about him, or was it or positively?
There was nothing truly positive when she was talking about him. There were quite a few times that she had voiced that he was an oopsie baby.
What does that mean?
I'm
sorry. What did you understand that to?
I understood it as
Your Honor, objection as to speculation and also as to relevance.
Well, I guess I wonder how it is relevant.
I think if you're referring to a teenager still as an oopsie baby, I think it's relevant to what kind of relationship you had with them and what kind of, defense counsel's described her client in opening as hypervigilant. And so I think the prosecution's entitled to
I think their relationship is relevant. When you say your definition of an oopsie baby, are you using your own definition of what that means or hers?
My take on
that's objectionable.
The feelings that I've gotten that she has not really talked
Your
about.
Honor, you're asking if it's her opinion. I'm sorry, she's going
She did,
into her
and I'll clear it up. We don't, unfortunately, your feelings about it are not what's relevant here.
Correct.
But did she ever explain what that meant?
She never truly explained what that had meant.
So not relevant.
How long of a drive is the barn from Oxford, the village of Oxford, if you know?
I would say about 20 minutes.
Okay. What is the way that you would communicate with Jennifer?
Usually through Facebook Messenger.
And do you know why that is? Is that the way you prefer to communicate?
I don't really mind what way to communicate. It seems like Facebook Messenger is how a lot of people communicate nowadays.
Okay. Does the barn have Wi-Fi?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So do you have problems communicating when you're at the barn?
It depends on how good the service wants to be at the barn.
Okay.
Some days it's really good, and then other days there's not great service.
All right.
Are we counting sorries on
and
both
I would assume
both
most
fronts?
of the people at the barn, that's just people deal with that and they know that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe Jennifer, did you have a friendship or was it more just business?
It was mainly business. We had friendly talk, but I would not say that we were close friends.
When you buy a horse and it doesn't, it's not near where you are, how do you get it from like a different state to the barn?
It walks.
Usually you can pay somebody to haul the horse over to
Trailer it.
the new location for you, or you can go pick it up if you have a trailer.
And do you know what was the second horse's name that was purchased?
Billy.
Billy. Do you know how he was brought to the barn?
He was shipped by someone that does a lot of cross-country hauling.
And do you remember about what month and year that was?
It was in the beginning of the year that she had gotten him, which I do not remember exactly when she had gotten him.
Did she get him before she came to your barn or after?
Before.
Okay. But so how did you know what was your relationship like then, before she was at the barn?
Before she was at my barn?
Yes, your relationship.
I would give her some lessons, and it was mainly business. And
was she asking for advice about which horse to buy or how to buy the horse?
Not a lot, but just kind of, just general questions of, what might work for a good horse for what she wanted to do.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at, is how do you know how the horse was shipped?
Because she had told me about, where he was, that he was in a different state, and that she would just have him shipped.
Okay, do you know approximately how much that costs?
I do not. It varies on who you use to haul a horse, and then also just, the cost of, the fuel and mileage, and, everybody kind of has their own fees that they...
More than 500, less than 500?
Most likely more than 500.
Okay. Can you talk to me a little bit about the health concerns or issues with the two horses? Did they need a lot of extra care? Were they given a lot of extra care?
given extra care by the vet.
By the Crumbleys, by Jennifer.
They would come out and like, you know, the mud fever that we were dealing with, and they had put medication on Billy's legs for that. But there were some issues lameness-wise with their newest horse, Billy, that they had still had to have the vet out for to diagnose what the problem was.
Were they on any other medications or supplements?
Supplements, yes. Medications, not that I know of.
What's the cost of supplements for a horse?
Well, it depends on what you want to have your horse on. I know that both Billy and Shorty were on a lot of supplements, and it probably cost over $100, probably close to $200 per month per horse.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
All right. What was the interaction you had with Jennifer Crumbley the day before that? So that was a Tuesday. Did you see her at the barn on Monday?
I do not remember. I think she was planning on coming out, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you have any communication with her that previous weekend?
The previous weekend before the 30th?
Yes, after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you remember what that was about?
I remember wanting to set up lessons. I don't remember exactly anything else.
In your Facebook communications, did Jennifer ever mention going to a shooting range that summer or leading up to that fall?
She had mentioned that she was going to, but I don't really remember a lot of that.
Was that in the summer or the fall?
I would believe summer and fall.
Okay. Were you aware that she, do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you see the post that she posted about buying her son a Christmas present?
I did.
All right. Did you discuss it with her?
I did not.
Did you see it before the shooting or after?
I do not remember. I'm on social media, but not very frequent.
Okay. So the morning of November 30th, what was going on with their horses?
Their horse, Billy, needed the medication from the vet to help treat his mud fever because we couldn't fix it with the products that we were trying before, and his legs were swollen.
Okay, what was being done about it?
There was some ointment that was given to them by the vet to put on his legs.
That morning?
I believe they picked it up from the vet to put on the legs, because I remember James wanting to bring the medication out and put it on Billy's legs.
Okay, so did James go to the barn that morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And do you know from like what time to what time?
It was in the morning, but I don't recall what time.
Okay. And were you having conversations over Facebook Messenger with Jennifer during that time about the vet?
Not really.
Okay. Did you speak with her about this mud fever frequently?
I had mentioned it to her because it's not normal for a horse's legs to swell up like his did. Was just a mild case of this mud fever. So we had to have a little bit more involvement of getting that taken care of by having an ointment made by the vet that took care of it.
Okay. Was Jennifer planning on coming to the barn that night?
Yes.
And do you remember why?
We were going to do a lesson, a riding lesson.
Did she end up going to that lesson?
She did not.
Okay. There was a text sent at what's including in what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 130, Your Honor.
130.
Can you read the top text there, and which one is you?
Didn't she just say, I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I am blue.
Okay, so can you read the text that you sent at, what does it say, 10:18 a.m. on the 30th?
Yes. Boys are needing supplements for tonight, and Shorty lost a bell boot again.
What's a bell boot?
It is it's like a rubber boot that goes over the horse's foot to help prevent, we used it on Shorty for, because he would rip his shoes off all the time. He had metal shoes on, and he would pull his shoes off. So if you put a bell boot on, it helps to reduce the chance of them pulling a shoe.
Okay, and you're telling her why?
I was telling her to have her bring out another boot to replace the one that he had torn off.
So it's her responsibility to do that?
Correct.
Okay. And she responds, can you read that text?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
All right, so she responds to you in about 20, 30 minutes.
Yes, it
okay.
Looks like it.
Okay. And then, is this continued on that same message? It's just another message at the same time? Or
yes.
Was it later? Okay, can you read that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend, going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was just caught drawing this on a math test or a math assignment today.
All right. And this is the worksheet that's been previously submitted, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 74. Is there anything for you? Yeah. One moment, Your Honor.
The paralegal has to, like, psychically know what the lawyer needs, delivers the papers she's about to ask for. It's a tough job, high stress.
While he's doing that,
Breaking out the binders.
Did Jennifer ever participate in any shows or competitions?
She had done one show with us.
And where was that?
At a farm right down the road.
Okay. Do you know if she ever traveled for competitions or horse shows?
Not to my knowledge outside of when I had taken the horse.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? So this is Exhibit 74. And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the math test that Jennifer had sent me that morning of what her son had drawn on the math test.
All right, and did you take a close look at it when she sent it to you?
I did look at it, but I did not open it as soon as she had sent it to me. I saw it later.
Okay. When? How much later?
I believe that it was before the shooting had occurred, but after the shooting had happened, I had looked at the math test even closer.
Okay, so this is important, so I want to make sure I ask the question in the right way. You took a look at it, and you remember that. Is there a reason why?
I remembered saying that he had needed horse therapy.
Okay.
She should bring him out for some horse therapy.
All right. Okay, we're going to get to that. Can you do the next slide? So this is from who? You or Jennifer?
This message was from Jennifer.
Can you read it, please?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour, and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3 o'clock, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
Okay, so the first string I want to point out that you received from her about the lesson was 10:58. Do you remember? I'm sorry, yes. 10:58. Okay.
Yes.
And so this is all part of the same conversation?
Yes.
All right. And then the next text is from you, correct? Can you read that?
Yes. OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay, and her response?
Okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working and he can't be left alone.
Next slide.
Feed's a little off right here. See if I can
Does
get
he
it
want to
fixed.
ride?
And she responds,
I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not, oh, it's there, sorry.
oh, sorry, I had
Yeah,
the same problem.
no, I was trying to figure
Sorry.
out if there was more to that message there, but it was down. I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And she responds?
I responded,
Oh.
Mo would be perfect. And she responded with, okay.
All right, and the next slide.
Make it a family event coming out to the barn. Really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And at this point, you testified early, you hadn't ever seen him come to the barn.
Not to my farm, and I vaguely remember maybe seeing him once at the previous farm.
A few years prior?
Yes.
Okay. And her response?
He needs something.
And you responded, even though there seems to be a...
I can still read it. It
Okay.
says, let's make him a cowboy.
And Jennifer responds?
LOL, mom goals for real.
All right. So that exchange ends, and then the next text you get from her, Facebook message, is at 2:36 p.m. that day.
Correct. And that says, here I will
Okay,
not...
hold on a second.
Okay.
When did you first hear about the shooting?
I had actually heard about the shooting when one of my students' moms had called me in that afternoon and said that they would not be out later for their lesson because of the shooting.
All right, and what was your first thought, Kira?
My first thought is that I knew who the shooter was by the math test that was sent to me.
All right, that's a heavy thing to think. Talk to me about why that was your first thought.
It's not normal for somebody to draw these things on a test in school or even really think about these things, especially in a school setting, but really ever.
Okay, so did you then go back and take another look at the worksheet?
Yes.
All right. Did you talk to anybody about this at the time?
I had talked to my parents. I had told them that I believed that I knew who the shooter was, and I explained why.
Okay. And at some point, your father actually called the tip line, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did you verify that it was in fact her son? Around what time, if you know?
I do not remember when I had verified that it was her son.
Okay, so let's go back to the text message at 2:36, and we know the shooting started at around 12:51. So this is almost an hour and a half after the shooting. She texts you what?
Kira, I won't be there tonight.
And you respond?
It's okay. Want me to work Billy for you?
And she says?
Yes, please.
Okay, and talk to me about the next text and the picture.
It says, just brought him in, and it's a picture of Billy.
All right. Did you text her photos or message her photos a lot of the horses?
I would send her pictures as I took them. I tried to be good about taking pictures of the horses.
Okay, and the next slide. This is at 4:07.
I said, hey, is everything okay? I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay?
And then at 4:21, you sent another text? Can you read
If
it?
you need anything, please let me know. And then under that, oh no, that's the same message that's up there.
She responds at 4:42 and says what?
I need to sell my horse's stat.
And what did you respond to her?
I responded with, oh no, this was what I was worried about.
Okay, can I stop you there? What did you mean by that?
I had the feeling that her son was the shooter, and that with that, the horses would most likely have to be sold.
Okay, but it doesn't say that, and you came to that conclusion, oh no, this is what I was worried about because of some information outside of what she actually texted.
Correct.
Okay. And you say what about the horses?
I said, if you are serious, I will gladly buy Billy for sure.
And
then I asked how much, and she said, I paid $5K for him.
Okay, about an hour and a half later, you respond? Oh no, 6:24, you say what?
I had said, do you want $5K for him, or do you want more?
And her response?
My head is spinning right now. Is 8 too much?
And she says?
I said, I would gladly give you 8 if I could afford it. I really only have $5K to spend. You could ask Angela if she would buy him for 8. Angela would probably buy him.
Okay. Do you buy and sell horses a lot?
I do not.
Okay. Have you bought a horse from somebody before?
I have bought horses before.
Okay. Is that something that you normally do via check, cashier's check, cash?
It depends on the situation.
Your Honor, I would just object to relevance.
Your Honor, this is part of a lot of evidence we're introducing about going to flight and the need for actual cash.
I'm not allowed.
Thank you. So
just going to allow it.
At 6:47, she messages you again. What does it say?
I won't have my cell phone.
Then you respond?
Do what you need to do. I will take good care of your boys here.
And the next slide? She says what?
I can be reached through here. I do not have my cell phone currently on track phone.
And that is still the 30th, but it's at 10:21 p.m.
Yes.
All right, and can you read what you responded?
Do you need me to do anything for you? I'm not sure you should. Sir?
I've got to pause things just for a minute to sync things up again. Give me just a second.
I'm trying to find a paper copy that doesn't have that so prominent in it, so one moment.
Pausing just for a second. See if that helps us out here.
Okay, let's talk about this. Do you know where these? At some point, did the law enforcement ask you if you communicated with Jennifer?
How do you mean that?
At some point, did you give the screenshots of these messages to law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. So part of the problem, these are screenshots. Do you know, is that correct?
Yes, they are screenshots.
Okay. I'm going to approach with the actual paper copy to see if maybe this is a little easier to read. I'm going to approach with the actual paper copy to see if maybe this is a little easier to read. It's just cut off, so let's just do the message.
Okay, so we're ahead on the other one. Sorry guys, it's a little confusing to get lined up perfectly.
I'm not.
Okay,
really sure.
we'll clear it up because we have a complete. But
yeah.
Can you just read what you can understand?
On this next part, it says story being uncovered. Already seeing some stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on.
And she responds,
I'm off Facebook.
Okay. And the next slide.
I'm still in shock. What did Angela post?
Okay, so that text that you couldn't read, do you remember, was that about Angela?
I do not recall.
Okay. And she responds, you respond?
I said, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it. And she said, yes, I'm here. And then I sent her a screenshot.
Do you remember what the screenshot, without reading exactly what it said, what the nature of it was?
The poster had been extremely frustrated and upset about what happened with the shooting.
Okay. And were there any threats in that screenshot?
I do not remember.
Okay. We'll pull it up. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. All right. So the next time you text her at 10:45, can you tell the jury what you said?
I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff.
Okay. And because I know this is going to be
deal with this stuff.
Okay. And
Still
because
off.
I know this is going to be
Sorry,
something
guys.
when this was going on
My
about
brain's not letting me line these things up.
Jennifer and the whole situation.
I was extremely upset about the situation.
Okay. Can you give me a little more than extremely upset?
I didn't really know what to think. I couldn't believe that this had happened, and especially so close to, home. And I was concerned about what was going to happen in the future.
Sounds like Murdaugh's getting his
And,
retrial.
Just my farm in general.
And you at the time were how old?
That was
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I was 25.
All right. And were you feeling Jennifer?
I did not truly feel bad for Jennifer. I was upset that this had happened to all of the kids and families, and I wanted to figure out how I could possibly get more information to help make sure that things were taken care of.
Okay, were there any students at Oxford that you gave lessons to or were at the barn? What is the community like there?
Yes, I give lessons to a few people from Oxford.
Okay. All right, the next slide. This is at 11 p.m. that night. Can you read your text?
Did you guys leave the medication for Billy's legs? If not, no worries. I'll just put my stuff on him.
And she responds,
I'll bring by tomorrow. We're in hotel in Lapeer. News live at our house.
and you respond?
No problem.
And then at 11:40 you say what?
Please stay safe.
Okay. Next slide. This is a screenshot that you sent or she sent?
She had sent me.
Okay. And she responded?
I can't go home.
Okay. And did you read those?
What I could just from the screenshot.
Okay. Did you view those as threats to her life?
Your Honor, I would object as to her opinion.
Yes, sustain.
Okay. The text, the screenshot speaks for itself. Next slide. Okay, go ahead.
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay.
All right. While we're getting a copy that actually is clear, why are you concerned? Why were you concerned? Let's look at text us.
My concern was more for the safety of myself and the people at my farm. And here in that concern, I am showing sympathy to hopefully figure out.
Let's take the Murdaugh talk out of
maybe
chat. It's
more
really confusing for people who are
on,
trying to follow it.
What is going to happen if they were going to try to come to my farm, or if people were going to show up.
What was the concern?
My concern about them coming to the farm, knowing about the situation that had just happened is that they may steal things to sell to get money to pay for the...
Your Honor, I would object to this about her thoughts and feelings about stealing. This is irrelevant and prejudicial.
She's a fact witness. That's for facts and fact questions.
Your Honor, she is most likely going to be asked by counsel to explain that she was worried about her safety, and so I'm asking her what she was really worried about. I'm happy to save it on to redirect them.
Okay.
Okay. And then she responds what?
I have my pets at home. I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
Okay, her pet's at home. Did you know anything about her pets?
I know that she had a dog, at least still, and I think she had a cat.
Okay. And this was still the night of the shooting?
Yes.
The next one. And in fact, this is at 11:59 p.m. after she says, I'm concerned about my pets. What do you respond?
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure, I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me.
Okay, and then there's content we have to clear up, but can you read the last sentence, or the two last sentences?
Two last sentences. I see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
All right, next slide.
I'm selling my house too. Lawyer will cost every bit of $200,000, and I don't think that, I think it will be questioned. You won't get dragged in. And then I have responded with,
safe to say you might have been worried you would be called to testify on a high, yeah. Okay, what is your?
Most I can afford to pay is $5K. Farrier is coming out Thursday also.
And she responds?
That's fine, sold.
Okay.
And then she had said, I'll sign Shorty over to you.
All right, next slide.
Okay, want to sign them over tomorrow. I can either write personal check or I can go get money order. I'm not sure I have the cash on me. Can see if they'll let me withdraw that much.
So do you keep that kind of cash at the barn with you?
No,
right.
I do not.
All right. And her response?
I'm bawling right now, Kira. My son ruined so many lives today.
Okay, so do you have the timeline? Is this all the 11:59, that whole string, if you know?
I do
Can
not
you look on
know.
the paper
it's
copy?
right around in that time. There's no time on this.
Do you see the time?
There's no time in those messages. The last time it shows where the time.
Okay, let's move on. Okay. The next, she says, I'm bawling. My son ruined so many lives today. And the next slide.
Then I so wish I could help you out more. I'm still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this.
And then you say, if you guys need anything, and I'll do what I can for you, and I'll take good care of the boys. Who are you talking about?
I am talking about both of their horses.
Okay. She responds,
I know you will.
And then your response?
Try to rest some. You'll need it. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys.
And she says what?
Okay, thanks for not judging, unlike the whole world.
Okay, next slide.
I know you and James.
Hey guys, we're going to time out everybody talking about Alex Murdaugh. It's really confusing in chat.
It's your fault. It sounds
We're
like
following this case right now. We'll talk about
It's
Alex another time.
unfortunate this happened
Thank you.
because he did ruin a lot of and
What's that? Can you read the last few sentences?
Yeah, the last few sentences of that that message says, "Who knows? Try to stay calm as and collected as you can."
Okay. I'm going to approach. This is another copy, so you don't have to struggle with the.
Okay. Oh, there's a lot here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on one moment, Your Honor. Okay, we're going to put up on the screen a better copy so that you don't have to sort of guess what you said in between sentences. One moment.
Would have been nice to have jury questions on this one.
Okay, so we've been over this. This is we'll start at 10:45. And can you go to scroll down? Okay, go back. All right, can you read that full message up from 11:44, the night of the shooting, that you wrote in blue?
I'm concerned for you guys. You should stay where you are. I'm concerned for you even coming out here. I don't want people finding out about your horses or hurting you while you are here.
Okay. And she responds,
I have my pets at home.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put anyone at risk. I don't know what to do.
And you respond, again, rereading this because there's a line missing. Go ahead.
Best thing you can do is just be honest about things. I'm not sure. I'm wondering about even buying your horses, if that would drag me into this, or if you just sign them over to me, if that would be better for both of us. I could see people saying you're using money from the horses to get a better lawyer or something. People are ridiculous.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And she responds, I'm selling my house too. We've already entered this. It's going to cost everybody $200,000, and I don't think it will be questioned. You shouldn't get dragged in. And then again, we've read these texts. You said you don't have $5,000, or that's the most you can afford to pay. Scrolling down. She agrees to that, and you tell her you don't know if you can withdraw $5,000, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, can you read that text again in the blue that you sent her now that it's complete?
I still wish I could help you out more. I am still in shock too. Take it one day at a time. Be honest about everything. It should help you guys through this. Please let me know if you guys need anything, and I'll do what I can for you. I'll take good care of the boys.
And she responds, I know you will. You say, try to get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow about the boys. And she says, okay, thanks for not judging us, unlike the whole world. So what time is this? This is now the next day at 12:28 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. And go ahead and read that entire text that you're texting her into the early hours?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, go ahead.
I know you and James, and this doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault. It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid. It's unfortunate this happened because he did ruin a lot of lives around him and his own. Everything will work out how it's supposed to. I feel everything happens for a reason. Maybe this happened to raise awareness. Who knows? Try to stay calm and collected as you can.
And then you had an amazing run on Billy.
Yes.
Okay, and how does Jennifer respond?
I wish we had warnings, something. He's a good kid that made a terrible decision. I'm glad Billy, good, kills me to sell him.
Okay. Did you know what she was talking about?
She was talking about not having
Your Honor, I would object to this witness's opinion. The texts speak for themselves.
I'm not asking her an opinion, Judge. I'm trying to ask her if there was any.
The topic of the conversation?
Yes. What I'm trying to ask, Judge, is did she have any context for this about warnings?
Okay. She'd have
She'd
have to have personal knowledge.
Right. I was trying to get to that, actually. Did you have any information from before she sent you the text about warnings, about what that meant? Not just what you perceived it as, but did you have any information she had provided earlier about warnings?
Just information of not really talking about her child much, and that he was troubled.
Okay. So you don't know, other than the worksheet she texted you. Did you that day? Did she say anything about warnings?
No, she did not.
All right, and you respond.
There probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I absolutely adore Billy.
Okay, and the next.
A lot of people have found out, I guess, Ethan is all over Facebook. People at the barn are concerned. I think it would be best if you didn't come out to the barn, or if you do, you must be escorted by the police. I'm really sorry. I'm looking out for my business here too.
All right, and what were you testified earlier you were worried about theft, but what were you worried about? Is there anything else that you were worried about at that point?
I was also worried about just the safety of my other boarders. I do have people that I give lessons to that do go to Oxford, and they did not want to be around if Jennifer and James had come to the farm.
Okay, and she responds to you. This is then the next day after the shooting. It's around 9:56 a.m. What does she respond?
Seriously, those horses are the only thing that is good in my life right now. And I responded with, I 100% understand that, but we all need to be careful. What if people follow you here?
Okay, the next messages indicate that it says, Kira missed your call. Is there a way to call through a Facebook Messenger that doesn't include, that's not a cell phone call? Are those two different things if you know?
Yes.
Okay. And had you received Facebook calls from Jennifer before?
She has attempted to call Facebook before.
And you didn't pick up?
I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
I do not remember what I was doing at that time.
Okay, and the next message?
Call me on Facebook, on track phone, need to talk and figure some things out.
And what is your response?
Sorry, I missed your call. I'm still doing some stuff and can't do a phone call until later on.
And then you say, can you message me?
Oh, yeah.
Communicate that way. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, next message. She says what?
Let's talk later, easier than texting. This phone is hard to text on.
And now your response is, now this is 3 o'clock, the day after the shooting, you respond what?
All right, no problem. I'll let you know later today.
and then you text her again that night at around 8 p.m.?
If you're comfortable coming out here without police, I'm okay with it too. We just need to be careful. I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Okay, Kira, it seems as if you're changing your mind here and you're not exactly sure how to handle it. What's going on with that text? Because that's opposite of what you said earlier.
Your Honor, I would object to the narrative being provided by the prosecution and ask that she just ask questions.
Okay, well, I think she is. She's asking, did you change your mind?
I had changed my mind to allow her to come to the farm, but in my head, if she did decide to come to the farm, I would still have, my parents were there and just making sure that things were still safe.
Okay, and were you continuing to talk to other people like your parents during this time about what to do, or were you pretty set?
I had talked to my parents.
Okay. What is her response shortly after that? That's still 8:12 p.m.
We're out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything.
Okay, and the next message you send?
I am very glad you are safe. I care about you guys. I will take care of your boys. Let me know when you want me to buy them and I'll buy them.
And then you also add, if you need anything else, just let me know?
Yes.
All right. And the next message she sends is about an hour or so later at 9 p.m. And what did she say?
I'm sorry, my keyboard sucks. Let's plan on Monday to sail.
Okay. And at this time, December 1st would be a Wednesday.
Yeah.
If you know.
I think. I'm not good with dates.
Okay. And so Monday is 4 or 5 days later.
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond, okay, sounds good. Is there a way for me to get the medication for his legs before then? Were you talking about Billy?
I was talking about Billy because
Okay.
he had the medication that was being used to treat his fever.
The mud fever?
Yes.
All right. And then she responds,
what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet. My messenger is probably being monitored.
okay, she's telling you at 9:30 on Wednesday night, my messenger is probably being monitored. What did you take that to mean? What messenger?
She is referring to the Facebook Messenger.
So you monitored meaning that the messages you're sending are being monitored.
Correct.
Did you know who was monitoring them?
I did not.
Okay. And then she says what?
She says, hey, we need to get that stuff to you and discuss the horses.
Okay, so this is the following day at 12:49. She says we need to get that stuff and discuss the horses. And how do you respond?
My response.
Who's Truman?
Truman is our farrier that we use.
Your what?
Our farrier.
The horseshoe guy.
Were Billy and Shorty having a farrier visit?
Yes.
Okay, and that was arranged by who?
Me. All the horses get done at the same time.
Okay. So you say Truman's here right now. I can let you know when he's done, and you say I'll message you when I'm done.
Yes.
Okay. And then
said, hey, I'm sorry. Can we do call tomorrow morning?
okay. Were you trying to avoid a conversation, or you were just busy?
Both.
Okay. Fair. All right. And the next message comes in December 2nd. Yep. Can we still sell the horses tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you respond, this is at 10:56 p.m. You respond what?
I think so. Want me to have cash or check?
And how does she respond?
Cash is best.
And you respond what?
What do you want to do with your tack?
And what's tack?
Like the saddles and bridles for the horses.
And she says sell it?
Yes.
Okay, now this is December 3rd at 7:19 a.m., correct?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
That's that message on there.
Okay, that's UTC -5, so that is the actual time. That's 7:19 a.m. and that is December 3rd. And you respond what?
I can probably give you 800 for it all if you want. Are you able to meet today still?
Okay, and that is do you know if that was Friday?
I do not remember.
Okay, no worries. And her response is what?
Her response was maybe. They're announcing charges at 12, so not sure what's happening.
Okay. So that is, if I told you that was a Friday, do you have every reason to disagree with that? December 3rd.
I do not know the actual date that day.
Okay, so do you know what she's talking about? Charges? Did you have any clue as to what that was about? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. From Jennifer or from another source?
News.
Okay. And you respond at 11 a.m. shortly, about 45 minutes after, just let me know and we can figure something out. Do you have the papers for the boys? Is that like ownership papers?
Registration papers, because both of the horses are registered.
And then you follow up saying what?
If you will take $5,800 for horses and all the tax and stuff included, I'll go get the money today, so I have it ready when you are ready.
Okay, and she responds, yes, and Brian will contact you. Papers are at my house. Brian's a mutual friend that you both know?
We both know him.
Okay, that's
Jennifer's closer to him than I am.
Thank you. And you respond, did you find a place for your other animals? Were you talking about her pets at home?
Yes.
Okay. And she says, not yet. This is at 2 p.m. And then you respond, I can find them good homes with my family members if you want. And that's around 2 p.m. as well. Is that the last message you sent or had exchanged with her?
I do not know if that's the last time that I talked to her about this.
Okay. Did you give all of the messages on that day, the screenshots to law enforcement that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay. Where are what happened to the horses? Did you buy them?
I did not buy them. They were actually signed over to me. Part of our boarding contract is if payment is not made after a certain number of days or months, then the horses become the property of the facility to cover the costs of having them boarded.
Okay, and you
She
were
didn't pay for 'em.
making those arrangements with somebody else other than Jennifer?
Jennifer's dad.
Okay, all right. Nothing further at this time.
Ross?
Thank you.
So she got the horses, but she didn't pay for them?
Good afternoon, or morning, good morning. My name is Shannon Smith. I represent Mrs. Crumbley. I believe that I've met you once before.
Which color suit
when
do you like better?
testified in court at the preliminary exam. Do you recall that?
I do.
If I ask you any questions that are at all confusing, can you please stop me and let me know?
I will.
Okay, thank you. I want to start off by talking about your relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You testified today that you had a business relationship with her. Is that correct?
It was a business relationship, but also a friendship, but we were not super close friends.
Okay, so you would agree that at the time prior to November 30th of 2021, Jennifer Crumbley was also a friend to you. Not particularly close, but a friend.
Correct.
And the farm that you own, do you call it a farm or a barn?
It's both.
Okay, I keep using the word interchangeably, so I thought I'd ask.
Yep, either works.
The property you own is approximately 51 acres, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that to get to your property, there are long roads in a very rural area, is that correct?
Yes.
So your farm is not right up against cities or areas with a lot of traffic, correct?
Correct.
On those roads that are close to the farm, it's fair to say the cell signal cuts in and out for different cell phones.
Correct.
And you personally, at the time all of this took place, had a phone through Verizon Wireless, correct?
Correct.
And you would be able to use your Verizon phone while at the farm.
For the most part, depending on the area and also just the day.
So there were some parts of the farm or parts of the day where you would also have trouble getting a signal to make phone calls or send text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know from the other people who board and come to the farm that other people also have internet issues and are unable to receive calls and texts while at the barn.
Yes, sometimes people would struggle with that.
It sounds like there's one little area by a picnic table where people kind of flock if they want to check their texts or get data. Is that correct?
It very well could be. There are a couple areas that seem to maybe be a little bit more reliable service-wise, but even then, like sometimes if it's too windy, things don't work.
The wind blows the internet away. I've never heard that one.
Now, you testified that Jennifer Crumbley gave you information that her son was weird, although she talked about vacations and some other things with him. Is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that you had concerns about her son prior to the events that unfolded on November 30th, correct?
I have not voiced to her that I had seen concerns, but in my mind I had thought that, you know, some of the things that she had described or how she didn't really talk about him much, or if, you know, when she had talked about him, it was very vague. Like, people like to talk about their children, and she did not talk about her children.
One moment. And whatever's on the screen is not an exhibit, and so
do I just go ahead and turn this off?
It's the button there's a button for it to go and use.
Listen for I'm sorries.
Should I just pull my plug out?
I don't know. Is this yours? Yes. Is this yours?
Yeah, this is my laptop. It was. I didn't realize it was turned on to my laptop, so my desktop was evidently up there. Okay, so Miss Pennick, when you so you've testified obviously here today, but you recall testifying at a preliminary exam that took place back in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And on the day you testified in 2022 at the preliminary exam, you did the same thing we saw here in court. You raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you did your best to take the stand and tell the truth about your knowledge of the information in this case.
Well, she's impeaching her?
Now, on that date when you testified, you were specifically asked, have you ever been given reason to believe he was not mentally sound, that he needed professional, medical help? And your answer was no on that occasion, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked, have you ever had reason to believe the shooter was homicidal or he would hurt other people? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with what she testified today? Did I miss that?
Now, today you testified that the shooter, you were told about issues related to the shooter and him being weird, correct?
Correct.
You testified about that issue at the preliminary exam, and I'm on page 55, and you were asked, when you said that...
Objection, Your Honor, you're on page 55 of what?
The preliminary exam.
So the witness doesn't have that, and I think She doesn't have it.
This is impeachment.
Right, but she's referencing a
She has
page
to
number to something
reference something
that
from
nobody else
Oh, I
has.
think she's referencing the page number so that you know where she is.
Right.
in the exhibit.
Okay, it's not an exhibit, so I'm just wondering if we're going to refer to certain things that she said that she be allowed to also see that before she answers.
Well, I think she said if she doesn't remember, if she doesn't recall, right?
Otherwise, with impeachment, I don't need to put the...
Yeah, so ask her if she recalls being asked a certain question.
Okay. At the preliminary exam, you testified about whether James and Jen had issues with their son.
Do you recall that?
I recall.
And on that date, you said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son, correct?
Correct. I did not know if there were specific issues, as they had never told me flat out that there were issues, but just some of their behaviors that they were comments that they had made, indirect comments, made me think that there may have been issues at some point.
So it's your testimony today that you thought there may have been issues, but when you were asked under oath and testified in 2022, you specifically said, I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son.
I did not know. I don't have any paper proof or documentations of conversations to know for sure, so they're just my feelings.
Okay, I'm not asking if you have documentations or proof. I am just saying that on that date in 2022, which was closer in time to the events in this case, your testimony, sworn testimony, was that James and Jen did not have those issues with their son, correct?
Correct.
Now, when the math drawing was sent over to you by Mrs. Crumbley, the math paper her son wrote on, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately saw that math paper, and you would agree with me that Jennifer appeared very concerned about what was going on, correct?
She had stated that she was concerned.
Okay. So she sends you the math paper and expresses concern.
Yes.
Now, you testified that when you heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School, you knew who the shooter was, correct?
My feeling with the information that I was given before I had actually seen it on the news, who the shooter actually was, I had my feelings about who the shooter was.
So you did not believe that the shooter would have committed a school shooting based on the math paper alone, correct?
I do not know for sure.
If you saw that math paper and thought there would be a school shooting, you would have told someone, correct?
I cannot predict the future that there would have been a shooting, but I was very concerned about the sheet, the math test that was sent to me, and I did talk to my parents about the math test that I was shown, and my understanding is that with Jennifer and James meeting with the school that this was discussed.
Okay, we can agree that after the meeting about the math paper, Jennifer was concerned. We already went through that, yes?
Yes.
We can agree that she sent you a picture of the math paper and you also felt concerned, correct?
Correct.
And we can agree that you did not call law enforcement or police to say, hey, I think a school shooting is going to unfold, correct?
Correct.
At the time you saw the math paper and were concerned, you would have stopped a school shooting if you predicted it was going to happen, correct?
I would not have known that something like this would have happened.
You wouldn't have thought something like this would happen, correct?
Correct.
What ended up happening was horrible, correct?
Correct.
And it was not anything that you expected, even, correct?
Correct.
So when you are telling the jury that you hear about the shooting and you're thinking about the math paper, you know it's at Oxford High School, your testimony was you had an idea of who the shooter was, correct?
Correct.
In order to reach that conclusion at that time, you had to rely on hindsight, looking backwards at things that you believed supported Jennifer's son may be the shooter, correct?
Yes, the only thing that the thing that made me believe that I knew who the shooter was realizing the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Right.
So after the shooting happened, I had a feeling of who the shooter was because of the math test that was sent to me that morning.
Okay, so it's looking backwards, connecting the dots of things you see that were of concern, and knowing the shooting happened, that helps you put it together who the shooter is.
Correct.
But again, if you saw that math paper and had known or had a crystal ball and knew the shooting was going to unfold, you would have certainly called police or done something to stop it.
Absolutely.
You also would have said to Mrs. Crumbley, hey, I think your son is going to do something to hurt people, correct?
Correct.
Or, hey, I think your son might do something to hurt himself.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you did not send Mrs. Crumbley messages along those lines.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were being kind to Mrs. Crumbley. I don't believe you used the word being kind, but I characterize it as kind. When you said to her, I'm so sorry you have to deal with this, text messages along those lines that have been admitted, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware that Mrs. Crumbley, from the text messages, was saying she can't go home?
Correct.
And you were expressing concern for her in response to her saying, I can't go home?
Correct.
We can agree there was a strong public opinion against the Crumbleys that you were aware of.
Correct.
Many people were very angry with the Crumbley parents when they knew the Crumbley parents were the parents of the shooter.
Correct.
So one of Mrs. Crumbley's concerns that was discussed in these texts with you were for her safety and the safety of her husband.
Correct.
And that poured over onto you as well. As the barn owner, you needed to be concerned about your affiliation with the Crumbleys.
Correct.
And you needed to be concerned to make sure that you were not specifically harmed by anyone for being affiliated with them, correct?
I wanted to make sure that myself, my family, and my barn family were also safe.
Well, that was going to be my next question. You were concerned about yourself.
I need a
and
barn
I'm sorry,
family.
You said your family?
My close family, and then also what we call a barn family, or people that are boarded at my facility.
Thank you. And that's why you made indications to Mrs. Crumbley about not coming to the barn or only coming with a police escort, because you were watching out for what you needed to protect, which is yourself, the people you care about, and your boarders.
Correct.
When you write to Mrs. Crumbley in the texts that were admitted, please stay safe, you genuinely wanted Mrs. Crumbley to stay safe.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbley was explaining that she can't go home. Those texts speak for themselves.
Correct.
And Mrs. Crumbley ultimately says that they are staying out of town for a few days.
Correct.
And it's your understanding they were not returning back to their home address.
Correct.
In the text, you say to Mrs. Crumbley, you give her some advice to be honest about everything, correct?
Correct.
At no point, there is no point where Mrs. Crumbley says to you, hey, I'm going to lie about this, correct?
Correct.
There's no point where she says, Kara, please take my side and lie about anything, correct?
Correct.
When you're giving her the advice to tell the truth, she's not saying to you, I'm not planning to do that, right?
Correct.
And in your texts, you confirm to Mrs. Crumbley that you don't remotely think it's Jen and James' fault that the shooter did this, correct?
I did put that in the text message, correct.
And then Mrs. Crumbley responds that she wishes there had been warnings, correct?
Correct.
And when you text her back, you say there probably were, but nobody saw them, right?
I did have that in my message, correct.
And if you had seen warnings that the shooter would do something like he did, you certainly would have voiced that to Mrs. Crumbley.
Your Honor, I believe she's been asked that question a couple of times.
Well, I think she asked if you saw that picture in Pickles 74, would you have called the police and said there's a mass shooting, there's going to be a mass shooting? So I think the question is somewhat different.
I believe she also asked her if you would have said something to Mrs. Crumbley, I'm concerned.
Did she ask you that already?
Yes, a variation.
I did ask that, but then further down in the text messages, the conversation shifts, and the conversation is specifically, again, about signs and warnings, and so that's why I'm asking this witness a question about it again, only because it reappears.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you never said to Jennifer Crumbley, when you two were discussing the word warnings, hey, I think there were warnings, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You did not say to Mrs. Crumbley, when you guys were talking about her wishing there were warnings, you didn't say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
That is correct, because
That's just my question. You did not say, Jennifer, there were warnings.
Correct.
And in fact, you continued to go on to be kind to Mrs. Crumbley and continue working out the terms of buying this horse, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to be concerned and telling Mrs. Crumbley, stay where you are, and that you didn't want people hurting them, correct?
Correct.
When Mrs. Crumbley was commenting to you about a lawyer costing $200,000, you understood she was trying to gather money together to pay a lawyer, retain a lawyer.
Correct.
And at that point, the shooting by the shooter had taken place, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know who the lawyer was for that Mrs. Crumbley was going to be thinking about paying $200,000 to, correct?
I did not know for sure.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
She may be done with her questioning. That's what she's done in the past. Let's see.
Ms. Pennick, in light of your testimony, I just want to confirm You have never suspected that Jennifer Crumbley has stolen anything from you, correct?
No.
You've never filed a police report or made that kind of claim to Mrs. Crumbley or anyone, correct?
No.
Just a hesitant no the first time.
Regret?
Kira, did you have any trouble receiving and sending Facebook messages that day when you, in the thread that I had you read?
I do not remember.
Okay, but you successfully communicated with her?
Correct.
Okay. Counsel asked you a couple times about text messages you sent Jennifer, and you wanted to explain. You said, that's what I wrote in the text. And you, what do you mean when you say that?
A lot of the messages that I had sent, I wanted to send them in a way that I could possibly gain more information to provide to the law and get this situation taken care of.
Okay. Did you have any other concerns about being in a confrontation or a fight?
Not directly with them.
Okay. And she just asked you about concerns about theft, and you said no, you didn't prior to this, so why were you concerned about it now?
I was concerned because when somebody needs a lot of money and then they're in a tight spot with something like this case, that they may do things that they may not have ever thought about doing, and one of those things was stealing things to sell for money to cover the expenses of things that might need to be covered.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. May she be excused?
You can step down and you're excused.
That's a weird line of questioning. Is there some evidence somewhere about that?
Who is
they didn't
the
go
next
into
witness and what would their duration on this going to be if you know all the senators?
Mr. Hopkins, we won't finish before lunch, if that's before today.
Are you guys good? We waited a long time this morning. Can we call another witness and then I think your lunch will be here at 12-ish. We'll start another witness.
12-ish.
Is that okay? Okay.
It's a great time, 12-ish.
They're bringing him from down there.
Okay.
Didn't she steal her horses? She did. It does sound like the previous witness ended up with the defendant's horses and didn't have to pay for them. But it's sort of like, I think it's sort of like a storage unit where you don't pay the rental fee, and the storage unit auctions off your stuff and then recoups the money. But in this case, it's like the storage unit kept all your stuff and just called it even. Greeners just gifted Jenny a membership. Thank you very much, Greeners. Jenny, look at this. Your message right up here. You message something, and then two chats later, you're gifted a membership. That is just awesome. YouTube does reward people that participate in meaningful ways. I don't think she could claim her horses back at this point. I think that was a legal process that they proceeded on. The default in paying the rent triggered the clause in the horse boarding agreement where the horses can be signed over to the owner in lieu of payment. And that's what happened. It's in the fine print. The defense can recall anybody they want. I haven't heard them retain anybody or say subject to recall. They may have subpoenas out for these people already and not have to worry about that. But the judge isn't asking me this witness be excused. So we'll see. It's not theft. It's a legal process. That's what I'm saying, Song Chef. She got them for free, but it's not theft.
Oh, I'm sorry. sorry, are you waiting for me?
No,
Oh,
not at all. We're waiting,
oh,
we're waiting
sorry,
for
okay.
Mr. Hopkins.
There were two sorries right there.
being escorted here, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a 109 on the sorry counter, just from the defense. We're only counting from the defense. Sorries, I apologize. Any variant thereof. And if it's used multiple times in the same apology, we count each time it's used. James Crumbley will be tried after this trial. The sorry counter is a total. It includes the 2 days of trial we had last week. Thanks to Robin. I believe they have $500,000 cash bonds. At least that's what they can get out on, but they don't have the money to do that. And I think it's that high because they were deemed a flight risk.
You can call Sean Hopkins, Judge.
Mr. Hopkins, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm your testimony about the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sean Hopkins, SHAWN, last name HOPKINS.
May I, Judge?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, did you work with the Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a counselor at the high school.
Okay. Do you still work with Oxford School District?
I am currently on leave through the end of the school year.
Okay. So you said you were a counselor. What exactly does that mean?
As a counselor, I oversaw my caseload of students. I had approximately 400 students while at Oxford High School. I helped them with post-secondary planning, scheduling. I helped them also with social emotional issues and really kind of working with them holistically throughout their time in school.
Okay, so you said you had about 400 students in your caseload, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so how many students, if you know, attended Oxford High School in November of 2021?
I believe it was around either 1750, 1800.
Okay, so how many counselors were there?
There were 4 counselors with main caseloads, and then we had a counselor who had early college students.
Okay. So the 4, you call them main counselors, would they have a similar type of caseload?
Yes, we were divided out alphabetically, so we each took about an equal amount of students.
Okay. So you described a few different duties. Did you have any primary responsibilities as a counselor, or did you sort of have a lot of different responsibilities?
I would call it a lot of different responsibilities that were all primary.
Okay.
I don't know that there was one that we would put above the other that I described.
So nervous.
So in your general caseload, did you have regular meetings with students, or was it as an as-needed basis?
Both, actually. We did have a couple meetings per year that were scheduled, especially with seniors. We would meet with them regularly, and then we would meet once per year to go over scheduling and making sure that students were getting everything they needed for graduation, and then on an as-needed basis for any students.
Okay. So tell me about your background, please.
Well, I graduated from college in 2009, actually started as a youth pastor, worked in that role for from 2009 to 2018. I actually crossed over some with my time in the schools. I graduated with a master's in counseling from Oakland University in 2015, served the 2014-2015 school year as an intern at Oxford High School, and then was hired on full-time after that.
Okay, is that where you had been employed up until, from that point up until the time you went on leave?
No, I was at Oxford Bridges High School for the 2022-23 school year.
Okay, what is that?
That's the alternative high school within the Oxford Schools District for students who are credit deficient and at risk for graduation because of their credits.
Okay, thank you. So, did any of your responsibilities as a counselor at the high school involve disciplining students?
They did not.
Okay, so who would handle that?
That would have been the dean or principals.
Okay. So, November of 2021, Oxford High School, at that point, were students still masked?
They were.
Okay. Was it in-person learning, or was it hybrid, or was it remote?
It was primarily in person. We did have times when we were unable to stay in person due to amount of students out with COVID tracing.
Okay, so it was in person whenever possible. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what sort of issues would arise with the students in your caseload in the fall of 2021?
It was a difficult time. Looking back on it, it was a time when, it was a lot unknown for students, especially if they would be quarantined at times. You were working with them, making sure they were able to stay caught up. We actually had teachers filming their class as they were teaching their class, oftentimes, to make sure that they were able to keep students engaged even when they were out. So it was difficult from a scholastic standpoint, which in a lot of ways led to it becoming difficult from an emotional standpoint for students, where it just became, the unknown can be difficult sometimes.
What sort of mental health struggles would you see during that time?
We saw a lot of depression, anxiety, students struggling, and we saw suicide ideation and unfortunately suicide attempts during that time.
Tell us, please, what exactly does suicide ideation mean?
It's a difficult one to define for a lot of people, but really what suicide ideation is are themes or things which may be related to suicide. So we could see sadness, which in itself isn't suicidal, or we could see depression, which in itself isn't suicidal. But when we see these themes together, sometimes they can be linked with suicide.
Okay. In November of 2021, as well as the previous school year, was Jennifer Crumbley's son one of the students assigned to your caseload?
He was.
Okay. When would have been the first time you interacted with Jennifer Crumbley's son?
To my memory, the first time would have been in the fall of the 2021 school year.
Okay, so what purpose would you have interacted with him at? You would have been a freshman at the high school?
Well, I do know that there have been things I interacted with him as a freshman, but I don't have memory of those. We would have done scheduling, we would have done just normal routine things, but I don't have a memory of that.
So when you say scheduling, you mean scheduling classes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of your responsibilities as well?
It was.
Okay. Now, first of all, is Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point here and describe something she's wearing today, please?
She is to my right, wearing a black jacket.
Your Honor, would the record reflect identification?
The record will reflect the court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
So in the defendant's son's freshman year, that's the fall of 2020 into early parts of 21, do you have any recollection of interacting with him?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you interact with him in the, if I showed you an email, would it refresh your recollection if you met with him in the spring of 2021?
I have seen this email. I don't have memory of the meeting, but it's been documented.
Okay. This is exhibit, I don't believe we have an objection to exhibits 155 through 160.
I'm sorry, let me just double check here. That's correct, 155 through 160.
You don't have an objection to any of those?
No.
Okay, 155 through 160 are admitted.
Mr. Hopkins, I'm going to direct you to the screen right in front of you. This is exhibit 155. Portions obviously unredacted. This is a copy of an email. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. It's sent from a staff member of Oxford High School?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, please, it was addressed to you May 13, 2021, 1:46 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. What does the email say?
It says, "Hi, when you get a chance, can you call redacted down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class and tries to sleep all the time in class."
Okay, so this was in reference to the defendant's son?
That is correct.
This is a portion of the same email thread, also May 13, 2021. This is 2:07 p.m. And what was your response?
It says, "I'll catch him before the end of the day."
Okay. And then did that staff member respond to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
"Thanks. Just a little worried."
Okay. Now, do you recall having a conversation with the defendant's son in May of 2021?
I do not recall this meeting.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Pickles 156.
Mm-hmm.
This is, remember, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. September the 8th, 2021, 8:23 a.m. This is an email from a different teacher to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And could you read us, please, what the email says?
"Hi, Sean. Could you please touch base with student? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure."
Okay. Did you respond to that email?
I believe I did.
Okay, so this is your response, September the 8th, 2021, 9:15 a.m. What is your response?
"Thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day, but we'll try and catch up with him."
Now, do you recall that interaction with the defendant's son?
In this case, I did not have a direct interaction with the defendant's son. I talked with the teacher.
Okay, and tell us about that, please.
I had a conversation with the teacher, and she explained to me a little bit more context of what had gone on. She explained that he was
Your
joking.
Honor, I would object to the hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, sir, the judge, just to offer what he did next and why.
Okay, so what did you do next?
So I had a conversation with the teacher who gave me greater context of what was going on within this. And she stated that he was
Your
actually...
Honor, I would object
I don't think it was clear to him.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Based on your conversation with the teacher, what did you do next?
Did you...
I did not have a meeting. I did not have a meeting with the student at this time.
And did you send an email to either the defendant or her husband, or a phone call to either the defendant or her husband?
I did not.
Okay. That's all right. Now, in Oxford High School, are grades posted so parents can follow along?
They are.
Okay, and what system is that?
That is through a system called Power School.
Okay.
They are given live updates through that system.
And that's every parent of every student registered in Oxford School District that can follow along with assignments and things of that nature?
Yes.
And our parents also provided emailed updates to Power School.
I believe that they can get notifications through the Power School system.
And that sends the email?
I'm not sure.
If you know, that's all right. All right. Now, this was September the 8th, 2021. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 157. Now, this is November the 10th, 2021 at 2:45 p.m. This is an email to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what this says, please?
Student is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
Okay. And then your response at 4:44 p.m. on November the 10th, 2021 was what?
I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him.
Okay. And did you catch up with him?
I did the following day.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
I had a quick meeting in the hallway on his way to class and just let him know that if he needed somebody to talk to, that I could be there for him.
Okay. Now, did you contact either that student's mother or father at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you send it an email?
No.
And why not?
Because it was something that was very typical. I didn't have any information on the student other than he was sad, which to me is a pretty common thing and a normal thing. And I just wanted to be able to offer a bridge that if that student wanted to talk.
Okay. And you offered that bridge to the student?
I did meet with that student in the hallway and offered that opportunity.
Okay. And for the record, that was General Crumbley's son, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the next time you had any interaction with the defendant's son was November the 29th, 2021. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 158. Sir, this is an email to you that eventually was forwarded. Is that correct?
This email was eventually forwarded to me fairly quickly after it was sent to the two on this email.
Okay, so this is Monday, November 29th, 9:32 a.m. Can you read us, please, what the email says?
I have a student during first hour today, defendant's son, who is on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay, so this was 9:32 a.m. and you weren't on the initial email, but it was forwarded to you.
It was forwarded to me.
Okay, and tell us what happened next, please.
At this point, I received a phone call from Pam Fine, who was on the original email, asking if I would be able to come to her office. She was planning to call down the student and meet to discuss the contents of this email.
Now, in the realm of either a school counselor or someone who's in discipline of students, there are certain levels of escalation when it comes to contacting a student and or a parent. Would that be right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So there's a check-in.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness answer the questions and avoid the leading questions.
Please.
All right, great. Okay, so earlier you testified that you had just met with the student's teacher in September of 2021.
Yes.
Okay, and you felt that was sufficient at that point?
Yes, because I was able to gain more context.
Okay. November the 10th of 2000, well, actually you met with him November the 11th, 2021, you took the next step to meet with him?
Yes.
Okay. And now a decision was made, you just testified that, to actually bring the student into the office?
That decision was made. I was not the one who made that decision.
Sure. But as far as you're concerned in your role, what are the levels of escalation to contact either a parent or somebody else?
It depends on the situation. If it's a discipline issue, I would be contacting a dean or a principal. And then they would be the ones leading the meeting from there. If it's a social emotional issue, or if I feel the student is at risk of harm to themselves, I would be contacting a parent in that case.
Okay. So you said it was Pam Fine who was on that initial email, and what was her role at Oxford High School?
She was a restorative practices coordinator at that time.
So tell me what happened after you received that phone call.
I walked to Pam Fine's office, and the student had been called down and then walked into her office.
Okay, the student being the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that meeting.
It was fairly brief. I was there as student support throughout the meeting, not to have direct conversation about the content of the meeting, but it was really a chance to get an idea of what he was looking at and why.
Okay. When you said you were there for the standpoint of student support, what does that mean?
Well, when a student is facing a potential discipline issue, it's fairly common to call a counselor in, as we are not the ones issuing the discipline in that case, but we can be a person there who's in the corner for the student.
So is that intentional to keep the discipline separate from the counselor?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because the counselor is not a role of disciplinarian, the counselor is a role of student support.
So your focus then would be on the mental health and well-being of the student, not if the school rule was violated?
That is correct.
You said the meeting was fairly short?
It was less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Was a decision made to take the next step to contact a parent?
There was a phone call to the parent after the meeting.
Okay, now, do you know how that decision was made and why?
I do not know how that decision was made or why.
Okay. Were you there for that phone call?
I was.
And it was a voicemail?
It was a voicemail.
Okay. And who made it? You or Ms. Fine?
Ms. Fine is the one who made the phone call.
Now, when was the next time you had any interaction? Well, first we'll go through the rest of 158 here. It'll be on your screen.
Okay.
This is when it was the email forwarded to you at 9:34. Can you read this email, please?
I sent the following email to Nick and Pam. I wanted to make you aware as well. I'm not sure if you had any contact with this student.
Okay, now who's Nick?
Nick was a dean of students at Oxford High School at the time.
Okay. And 9:36 a.m., you responded to the email. What did you write?
Thanks, Jacqueline. I'll be touching base with him as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, when is the next time that you had contact with the defendant's son?
It would have been the following morning of November 30th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 159. This is also an email. This is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 at 8:05 a.m. And you were on this initial email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what the email says, please?
I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about student in our first hour class. Today he is watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage / a real event, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors.
Okay, so this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. the morning of the shooting. What time did you receive it?
Well, I received it at 8:05. I believe I responded and saw it about 30 minutes later.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. If you recall, what time did you actually read it?
Around 8:30.
Okay. What was your reaction when you read the email?
My first reaction was, here we go again, of another conversation of you have to follow school rules, you have to be able to make decisions that aren't going to be detrimental to your time in class.
Okay. Now, did you receive, subsequently you met with that student, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but before you did you receive another email regarding him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, well did you receive another email regarding the defendant's son that day?
I did, but it was, what happened was a math teacher showed a picture to our dean of students, Nikki.
Okay, so I'm going to show you 160, what's been admitted.
Okay.
This is from a teacher to you and Mr. Ejak, who references the dean of students.
Yes.
This was sent 9:32 a.m. and this was a photograph of a drawing by the defendant's son.
Yes, this was sent after I already had defendant's son in my office.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit then. You looked at the first email around 8:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then what decision did you make and why?
I was on the phone when I saw the email, and upon hanging up the phone, I actually had Mr. Ejak come to my office.
Why is that?
Because he had been shown the math assignment, which is attached in the email currently on the screen.
Okay, and then tell me about that conversation.
Welcome, Vince. Sorry, thank you, Vince, for the
He mentioned that Miss Morgan had shown him this picture. I said, Ethan, because I had his schedule up on my computer going to planning on talking with him.
Okay.
And then I made the decision as the counselor to go into his class because it is, when a counselor goes into a class, it could be for anything.
Okay. You said you had made a decision to speak with him. Was that because of the email you received before Mr. Ejak came and saw you, or another reason?
It was based on the email that I received.
Okay.
And then when I already had the information that there was an assignment of some sort going on, then it solidified that decision even further that I was going to talk to the student.
Okay. Did Mr. Ejak show that to you, or did you see it from the email?
I did not see it until I saw the assignment in person in the class.
In person?
He was shown a picture of it on the phone.
Who's he?
Mr. Ejak.
Okay.
Was shown a picture of it on a cell phone.
All right.
So I had not seen the assignment at that point.
All right. And you made the decision to retrieve the defendant's son from class and bring him to your office?
Yes, his classroom was actually close to my office when he was in that hour.
Okay.
And so I made the decision that as a counselor, it would be easier for me to walk in there because that's a pretty common thing. And then I ended up grabbing the assignment and walking back to my office with the student.
Okay, now the first time you saw that assignment was in person in that classroom. That's correct?
I really didn't look at it much. I had it,
okay.
But I wasn't studying it as we were walking back to my office.
Okay, this is Exhibit 123. It's already been admitted. Now there's things drawn out in words added and certain words crossed out. Was this the assignment that you retrieved from the defendant's son's classroom?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then you brought the defendant's son back to your office. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when would you say is the first time that you really took a look at this?
A couple minutes after being back into my office was when I really took a look at it.
Okay.
I went through the email I received with him
With
from
the
Allison.
defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay.
The email from Allison Karpinski, and then sought clarification on that email. And then after receiving the clarification from the student on that email, I then looked over the paper with the defendant's son.
Okay, and what was your thought when you saw this paper, Exhibit 123?
My first thought was I wanted to get from him what he was doing. His initial response was that it was a video game, that he liked drawing for video games and liked being able to create in that way. So I let him describe it in that way at first, and then I asked him to talk about some of the words that he had written down.
Okay. By this point,
stuck out to me.
So by this point, had you seen the original drawing?
No.
Okay. So the words you were asking to explain were on this sheet here, 123.
That is correct.
Okay. So what words in particular stood out to you?
I noticed the words of "I love my life so much," "the thoughts won't stop." I could make out "help me" under the crossed out part, and "harmless act." So it made me concerned that a student may potentially be suicidal or be displaying suicidal ideation.
Okay, so I take it you didn't take the defendant's son explanation at face value?
I didn't take it at face value. I accounted for it as his description, but I wanted to make sure that I was looking at as much of a picture as I could.
Okay. So when you reviewed this drawing, and again, this is before you saw the original drawing, did you decide then to ask more pointed questions?
I did. I really wanted to point out the words that were in the drawing because they were the easiest to see, and I wanted to get explanation for the words that wasn't just, it's a video game.
Okay. Now, when you were speaking with the defendant son in your office, did he have a mask on?
He did.
Okay, did you have a mask on?
I did.
Could you tell what his demeanor was at that point?
As best as you could, without complete facial expression. You still have tone of voice, you still have pace of speech.
At this point, you never actually interacted with him without a mask, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So when you asked more pointed questions, tell us what happened next and why.
His demeanor at first was very compliant. And as I started asking about the words and asking him to describe the words, his demeanor shifted towards more of a sad demeanor.
Okay.
He started sharing some things that had gone on in his life.
Like what?
He mentioned that a family dog had died recently. He mentioned that a grandparent had passed. That he was struggling with COVID and with school through COVID. And he mentioned that he had an argument with his parents about grades the night before.
Okay. Did he tell you that a friend of his had abruptly left the state?
He did. He did mention that a friend of his had left. He didn't say the state, just wasn't attending school anymore.
Okay. Now, did you make a decision based upon your conversation with him to call Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. Now, is that before or after you saw the original drawing?
I don't remember.
Okay. So during this conversation with the defendant's son, did you have the opportunity to look at the original drawing?
I did receive the original drawing in an email, probably 25 to 30 minutes after returning from class.
So this is Exhibit 74. It's already been admitted. This is the original drawing that was shared with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about this drawing causes you concern as well?
This drawing also gave me a lot of concerns of suicide. When I looked at it and I saw one body, when I looked at it and saw words that were internalized of "the thoughts won't stop, help me," I started becoming concerned about the student's well-being and made the decision that I needed to involve parents.
Okay. So we had talked about checking with the teacher, checking with the student, calling the student in to the office, and a phone call to the parent. Now, you decided to not just call the parent, but also call them in?
I did.
Okay. Now, in the range of options with a counselor dealing with a parent, this is be the highest option. Would that be right?
This would definitely be up there, yes.
Okay. So when was that decision made? How long, let me ask you this, how long were you with the defendant's son before you made that decision to call his mother?
To the best of my memory, at least 20 minutes.
Okay, so in that 20-minute time span, though, you made the decision to bring her in.
I did.
Okay. Tell us how that happened.
I asked, I actually told the student what I was going to do. I said, here's where we're at, and here's what I have to do. And I let him know that in this case, I need to call your parents and get them involved, because I want to make sure we get you help and support.
Okay.
I then gave student the option to choose which parent he wanted me to call. I do that quite frequently because it gives you an insight into the student a little bit. Of sometimes they might say, please don't call this parent. And student's response was it would be easier to get a hold of mom. So we called mom.
Okay. Now, did you tell him that you had concerns of suicidal ideation before you called Jennifer Crumbley?
I do not believe that I told him that, no.
And you indicated that you had seen in the fall of 2021 other aspects of suicidal ideation in other students?
Yes.
Okay. And you said even some students had even attempted suicide?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. So you've had these sort of meetings where you call a parent in before?
I have.
Okay. And you said it was the defendant's son to call Jennifer Crumbley, or at least you'd have an easier time getting a hold of her?
Yeah, that was the statement. So I called mom, and I
mom
believe
being the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, that is correct. And she was unable to answer that phone call. So I then asked.
Well, how do you know that? It went to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay.
She did not answer that phone call.
Okay.
And so I asked the student if it was okay for me to call his dad, and he said yes. I called dad, and it sounded like there was an answer, but it was also kind of like just dead air on the phone.
Okay.
So I hung up, and a few moments later, I received a phone call back from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. Now, if I told you that we had phone logs admitted into evidence that showed you left a message for Jennifer Crumbley at 9:24 a.m., would that sound right to you?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And then it appeared from those same records that she had called you back at 9:27 a.m. Does that also sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Tell us about that conversation between you and Jennifer Crumbley at 9:27 a.m.
I let her know that I had the student in my office and I had some concerns and was hoping that she would be able to come into the school.
Was that on your office line?
It was on my office line, yes.
Did you have the cell phone to your ear, or was it speakerphone?
At that point, it was to my ear, and I believe that mom asked to speak with Ethan, or the student. So I then put it on speakerphone and allowed them to talk to each other as well.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
Mom asked the student what was going on, and he didn't really have much, just kind of.
Okay. Did you tell the defendant that you had a drawing you were going to send her, the math worksheet?
I believe I did, yes,
okay.
And then I sent it to her, to her cell phone.
And did she comment on that drawing, the math worksheet, to you while she was on the phone with you?
Not to my memory.
You indicated to Jennifer Crumbley that you needed her to come into the office. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Did she say, okay, I'll be right there, or did she say something else?
She was hoping that Dad would be able to do it, that it would be difficult for her to get there to leave work, and that she worked approximately 30 minutes from the school.
Okay. And that was 9:27 a.m. And when she told you that it would be difficult for her to come there, was that on speakerphone?
I do not remember.
Okay. So what was from the records, it shows about a 5-minute phone call between you and Jennifer Crumbley at that point in time. Were you left with the impression that she was on her way then, or that you had to find another parent?
I was left with the impression that she was going to try and contact Dad to have Dad come. And then approximately 10 minutes later, she called again saying that she was unable to get a hold of Dad and that she would be on her way.
Okay. She being Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And you said you forwarded this Exhibit 74 to Jennifer Crumbley?
This was forwarded in the email.
Okay. And then this Exhibit 123 was also forwarded to her.
That was texted to her cell phone.
Texted Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone.
Yes.
All right.
Is this a good or bad time to break?
This would be fine.
Yeah, their lunch is here. So, Mr. Hopkins, you can't discuss your testimony with anyone before you return. Okay? All right? Then you can sit down. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay? Right there, the other lunch.
Thank you, Jeff.
All rise for the group.
So the jury's heading out to lunch, like a herd of elephants, apparently.
Okay.
If you missed this morning, I realize a lot of things are happening. There are lots of court cases going on right now. If you missed this morning, the testimony we got first was, first of all, I think they started late. But the first testimony was the horse boarder.
Okay, 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
First testimony was the horse boarder, and then, and now we've got the school counselor. So Jennifer Crumbley's going to be.
Everybody, please have a seat.
They don't want everyone moving around while they're taking the defendants out.
Why do you have these?
Somebody calling in. Hang on a second. Hello, this is Scott. Hello. Nope, they hung up. Oakland County Sheriff, responsible for the security in the courtroom.
Okay, you guys can go. Thank you.
And now everyone else gets to go out to lunch, so we're going to turn it down here as everyone leaves. They have an hour lunch. It's not a very long one. Let's see. Hold on one second.
Call from.
Promise I'll be good.
Ivan, what's happening, my friend? What's your take on this morning?
Ooh. First of all, is my monitor messed up? Because I swear the defense attorney is Batman. She changed outfits like 4 times, right? Like I'm not like trying to say like anything bad about it. Like she looks great, but like, am I the only person who saw 4 different hues of the same suit?
Different cameras. What is she wearing? The white balances on the cameras are not matched. They're not balanced. I would say the one the image of her from sort of back and to the right is the accurate color, and the other angles are the balance is way off.
First it looked hot pink, and then I asked the ladies, I said, are these considered, because I don't know what hot pants mean. I really don't know what hot pants mean, but they looked like what I would think in my screwed up redneck head as hot pants. And then all of a sudden she turned orange, then she was red, then she was like, it was like she was morphing.
She changes back and forth depending on, if she's trying to, argue one side or the other. No, just kidding. She's
okay.
It's just the camera angles. I wish they'd match all the cameras.
Yeah, just getting that out of the way, because I know I wasn't the only person wondering in the chat, because I saw a lot of, hype about it in the chat, and so she looks great.
For the record, Lois Cox says hot pants are tight pants. There you go. So.
Okay. Well, now I know. Yeah. Well, thank you, Lois.
What do you think? Did the horse boarder lady, that testimony sway you one way or another?
I don't. I took their horses.
Legally, she had legal right to it.
I know, but like the language of it, like.
Imagine it's like this. Imagine you call a plumber out to work on your house, and he sends you a bill and you don't pay, and he files.
I would never do that because I'm a man.
Puts a lien.
I would never do that.
Okay. He puts a lien on your house and ends up with your house. The plumber gets the house. She got the horses. They didn't pay. That's just the way it works.
Well, I didn't realize horse trading was such a lucrative business in 2020. I've been Googling all morning. but nevertheless, did she sway me? I don't know. Like, the drinking thing bothered me because, like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of that line of questioning? Can you help me out here?
I think they were trying to insinuate that she was making a very large financial purchase while intoxicated. I don't know. I mean, if I was spending $5,000 with a horse, on a horse,
it's to defame her character. That's all it is. It's defame her character, make her look like a bad mom. Like she doesn't know what she's doing. She's blowing money. Like that's all that is. Like to me, the horse lady, and God forgive me. I don't like calling her the horse lady, but I forgot her name. Like
the horse whisperer lady.
Well, like, because horse face is a bad term, and I would never call her that. And so, like, it just seems like calling her barn lady or horse lady seems derogatory. But anyway, her testimony did not move me the way that, like, maybe I'm the only one. But like, to me, like, didn't she sell the horse? Like she wanted to sell the horses. Like, she wanted to get rid of the horses.
Are you talking about the lady that ended up with the horses? Did she want to get rid of them?
Yeah. No. The defendant.
The defendant did want to get rid of the horses. She had to. She was going to sell the house. She was going to sell the horses. Basically, sell everything to pay for lawyers.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Well, listen. Like, at some point, I've said all along, and people can criticize this. People can judge this, and boy, they will, because I'm saying it. But at the end of the day, there are a few things, only a couple, that I will defend my kid no matter what he does, unless he hurts a woman or a child, okay? And maybe those parents had the same idea, okay? And, maybe they started looking out for themselves. It sounds like they did.
I think they were... The testimony we've got so far sort of paints the light that they weren't like very defensive, like helicopter parents defensive of their child or something. More that they were frustrated that it was requiring their time.
Does it bother anybody else? Does it bother anybody else that a 15-year-old can be tried as, okay, he wasn't tried. I know he had a Miller trial and whatever. Okay, he was sentenced after
he was
the Miller
charged
trial.
as an adult, pled guilty, and was sentenced as an adult.
Sentenced as an adult, okay? Okay, so isn't it incredibly bothersome to anybody else that a kid who's 15 can be sentenced as an adult, but somehow the parents are still responsible for the actions? Doesn't that seem like you're eating out of both sides of the pie?
They are getting it both ways, but the way the court system works, they're separate trials, and you're not going to be able to bring in what happens in one trial in the other trial. Everything is sort of tried as a standalone, so they get it both ways here. They get their cake and they get to eat it too.
Yeah, to me, this is a head on a stick case, and I said it in my live, and I don't mean to bring that into this, but like, to me, it's a head on a stick case where, as soon as 15-year-olds are allowed to go serve in war, as soon as 15-year-olds are allowed to vote, as soon as 15-year-olds are allowed to do any of the things that actual adults are allowed to do, you can't have it both ways. It has to be one or the other. You have to have a system that... I'm going to stop. I love you already. I think I've made my point.
Thank you for your forbearance, Ivan. Appreciate it. We'll end it on that. Have a good one. We'll look forward to catching up with you here shortly. All right?
All right, man.
Thanks.
Have a good day. Love you guys.
See you. Bye. If you missed this morning, the two witnesses we had, these are state's witnesses. This is the state's case. The state's case is probably going to continue throughout at least this week. But the two witnesses, the first was the lady who was responsible for boarding their horses. Meaning she had the barn, she had the field, she had the hay, she had all that. Oh, this is a new phone number.
Call from
Mattis, welcome. What country are you calling from?
It's still Germany.
Germany. Okay. I didn't recognize the 44 dialing code, so.
Yes, that is Bundesrepublik Deutschland.
Well, what is on your mind about this case?
I want to say a couple of things that I think a lot of people in chat are missing. And so far, we see a lot of criticism of the defense attorney. And I believe a lot of it is unfair.
Okay.
I will agree that Saturday's cross-examination, the cadence she uses is very monotonous. I totally agree that when she does a long cross, it's not like, it's a little bit different than when, say, Greg Anderson does a long cross, because he looks for, he tries to find where he's going, but she seems to have an idea, but the conversational tone is kind of dragging on. I will give them this criticism. But I think that there are a lot of arguments that I see that she's kind of blaming others for not doing something that the state wants to push on the mother. And I want to reiterate something that is basically like the legal question that is going to go into the jury instructions at the end. Basically, since this is an involuntary manslaughter charge, there are three things the state needs to prove, all three. One, the mother knew that her son was a danger. Basically, they have to prove she knew that there was a danger of a school shooting. So she has to confront all these witnesses that saw, for example, this drawing on the math paper, and she has to ask, okay, how do you know that a school shooting is going to happen based on this? So with the horse lady, for example, it's an entirely fair point to say, well, you knew who the shooter was because you are looking at the news that say there is a school shooting. Right. You're looking backwards. You can't know just from the drawing alone that there is a danger. And then there are two more things, and I don't think the state is going to be able to prove any of the three. The second one is an average reasonable person would have done something that she didn't, given the same knowledge at the time. And three, if she had taken that care, that ordinary thing, if she had done an ordinary thing that an average reasonable person would have done,
right,
that would have actually prevented the shooting. So when you look at this trial, you kind of have to look forward to what the jury is going to have to determine. And you have to ask, okay, how do you prove that she knew a school shooting was coming? What should she have done? And how would that have prevented the school shooting?
I think that the two testimonies we've heard this morning are quite insightful in this one. And I think we're going to see this on the cross of the counselor as well, is that defense is saying, hey, you saw this piece of evidence. Okay, you saw this drawing. The mom from this drawing was supposed to know that the school shooting was going to happen. You looked at it and didn't know that, or at least didn't do anything. After looking back, you can say, oh, that was the sign. That was the indication. Now, the counselor saw this same drawing, and he saw something else. He says, oh, this looks like self-harm. This looks like maybe ideation, self-harm issues. And he saw it, and the school counselor didn't think that this was going to involve a whole bunch of people and end up the way it did. So why is the mom supposed to look at that and get a different indicator, especially if we haven't had, do we have prior violent acts in his history? Does she know that this is violent? Or is the mom able to look at that same paper and get, say, for instance, the same takeaway that the school counselor did and be worried about self-harm for her son and nothing else?
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this drawing, was that like within 24 hours of the shooting?
Oh, yeah. It was that morning.
So now you have to ask the question, okay, when you look at the picture that the mom received, what should she have done? So when you look at, put yourself in that situation. You're an average reasonable person. Mm-hmm. What do you do and how does it prevent the shooting? Because that's what the state has to prove. They have to prove when she saw that picture, one, she knew that the school shooting was going to happen, or that there was a danger of the school shooting. Let's say I'll give you that. Let's say you look at the picture, you know, I'm now worried there's a danger of a school shooting. So what do? Do you call the police? Let's say you're out on the, I'm basically like writing the closing argument at this point. You may not receive it until it's too late. You don't know when when this was read, although she did text it to the horse lady. So I'll give you that.
So she had to have seen it before it happened, and we know she did that because she was called into the counselors' meeting. We haven't heard that part yet in the testimony, but that's coming.
Yeah, but basically, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, what should she have done? Like, lay it out to me in as much detail as you want to, and then convince me this is what an average person would have done, this would have fallen under ordinary levels of care, and convince me how this would have prevented the school shooting. Like, at this point, you see this picture. What do you do to prevent the shooting? That's like an ordinary thing. It has to. It's not just I'm mind reading. It has to be an ordinary thing that prevented the shooting. That's why this case is so legally controversial.
Mattis, the problem I have with this is all of us are looking at this with this 2020 hindsight, which is a beautiful way to look at this, and we can pick out 1,000 different ways this could have stopped. All the missed opportunities. The school should have checked his bag. The school should have called the police. The parents should have taken him home. They should have gone home and checked to see if the firearm was missing. We've got all these different pieces where we say all this could have happened, but in the moment, we've now got 2 witnesses that the state has put on that were made aware of the situation at the moment, and neither one of them came to the conclusion that we've got a problem, call the police. And one of them is trained. One of them is trained in this. It's a school counselor. I mean, they attend training about this to look for signs of this, to be aware, to how to proceed. And he doesn't think it's a problem. I mean, he thinks it's a problem, but he doesn't think it's call the police. We have a threat right now.
With the more people that are going to testify that they knew about warning signs, you then have to ask the question, okay, these are all, let's say, ordinary, reasonable people. What did they do to prevent the danger of the school shooting? Like, what exactly was the ordinary care that wasn't applied? Because that's involuntary manslaughter. That's the crime they're trying to prove.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the defense attorney needs some leeway to ask these annoying questions.
Yeah, and she's doing a good job. I think on Friday, the way she asked the questions, it almost seemed like she wasn't prepared for that one. Like she knew there was some stuff she wanted to get to and couldn't remember exactly where it was, so she went through everything. This morning, I think she's doing a much better job on the cross. I think this case is going to prove without a question of doubt that maybe the shooter's parents were bad parents, that they made poor choices as far as that went, that they were ignoring warning signs, that their kid needed help. But I mean, you're going to have to prove that they knew that this was coming, or had reasonable knowledge that they would think. And I don't think you can get there. I don't think a jury can honestly look at the jury instructions, see what the law requires them. Like you said, the elements of the charge, they can look at that and say, yep, this has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. We will vote to convict on this. I think it's overcharged. They could charge for other things. They could charge for negligence. They might be able to charge depending on if there's laws in the books about firearms. I don't think there were at the time in Michigan about how they had to be stored. But it seems like a stretch.
Yeah, I think you have to make an argument like they should have, let's say, dropped everything, get in the car, drive home, make sure where the gun is, something like that. Because, for example, one way to prevent the shooting is not let him have a gun. And so you need something along those lines because, again, they need to prove that they actually could have prevented the shooting. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm taking a lot of
time. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. I appreciate you spending the money. Hopefully we can get a free version of your call so you don't have to pay every time you call. But hopefully we'll get a free WhatsApp or something going. So anyway, thank you, Mattis. I appreciate it. Have yourself a fabulous afternoon.
Everyone.
All right. See you. Bye.
In Germany, but have a great day. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Appreciate that. Great points. Hindsight is 2020. Exactly. All right. I try to focus on what they're thinking, given what they knew at the time. We have the benefit of hindsight, so it's hard to go back and unknow what we now know. Let's see. Vicky says most U.S. parents have some experience with this. Maybe making an example would be a good preventative step. So, Vicky, you're saying basically now parents should be aware. Parents should be able to look at this and say, "Hey, now this might be my son." If we use them as an example. Let's see if I can answer this phone call. I'm trying. Hello. Hello, this is RA. Are you there? Man, the phones are so hard. Hello? I can't get it. The 508 number. I'm sorry. It dropped. I tried to answer it. I really did. And more. Oh, I think we got 4 calls at once. That's why it dropped. All right. Remember, this is a state where the FBI set up a plot to kidnap the governor. Vince, I'm not familiar with that one. I mean, I probably don't have time to go into it right now, but that seems a little strange. Weird storylines. I don't think they would be in trouble if they hadn't armed him. Well, Carrie Barrett, it was legal to arm him. What they did was legal. So this is also a problem I've got in my book. What crime did they commit? Because they didn't directly cause the deaths or in the shooting. They didn't cause those. And interestingly, they're not being charged with the injuries, the 7 injuries.
Alley Cat.
Alley Cat, are you there?
Oh my God, I'm so excited. Hi, Scott.
You made it through. Thanks for calling back.
Hi. So I work in healthcare, and I know that there are laws that differ from state to state, but it takes much less than what this kid has shown to both his parents and the school to have your kid sectioned to a mental health facility. And that's my point here, that somebody somewhere could have had this child, as he is a child, they would section an adult for something like this, for threatening to harm yourself or somebody else. Yeah. Like I said, states are different, but I live in Massachusetts and work in healthcare, and they would not hesitate to section an adult or a child who's threatening themselves or somebody else.
I don't think we've heard yet in this trial when doctors were involved or how much they were involved in their son's care, mental care.
Right.
Was it at all? Was it just like maybe in the future? Did this whole thing unfold before they had a chance to go? I don't know the facts of that yet. I haven't looked into that.
I just mean that in itself, wouldn't that force you to say, for somebody, there were so many adults involved here, for somebody to say, let's get this kid to a doctor now. And so that they can, we have people who show up to our emergency rooms in this kind of state, in this kind of mental health state, where you have a counselor who's concerned of self-harm, admittedly, and everybody who sort of saw this drawing were taking different things away from it, but it made everybody alarmed. So at that point, who's going to say, take this kid to the ER so they can evaluate him? I just think he was failed on so many levels, really.
Had he seen a mental health professional, I think, that had the information that we're seeing right now, I think the discussion would have been had about whether or not there were firearms available to him or firearms in the home.
Absolutely.
And I don't think, because it's juvenile, I don't think they could order that all firearms be removed from the home, but it definitely would have been something that they would have talked to his parents about, that would have been on the radar, right. that could have helped. But
exactly, because they definitely are, healthcare providers are definitely involved with sort of like these safety things with domestic violence and firearms in the house and all that stuff. And with them being mandated reporters, they have to involve the appropriate people in these sorts of situations. So that's why I'm just looking at, geez, why didn't somebody somewhere look at this and say, you know what, take this kid to the ER.
Yeah.
Get him evaluated.
It's
so
I hear it.
frustrating because I feel like it could have been avoided.
And instead they called the vet for the horses.
Yes, the vet for Billy. Don't forget about Billy.
So
I can't. All right, this is so frustrating.
The horse
for me to
needs
listen
treatment
to.
as well, but
Yes.
you can't ignore the one.
No.
The child.
And don't forget your 6-pack on the way.
Yes, cans, not bottles. Don't want glass.
Yes, absolutely. No broken glass because the horse is already injured. So, I mean, really.
I do think that there are some things the parents could be charged with in here. But I'm having a hard time seeing involuntary manslaughter. That's just. It's
I
a
know
high threshold.
it is. I know. I agree with everybody that it is a slippery slope. But if this, like you said this morning, if this case is not one that could be used as an example for something, it may not be involuntary manslaughter or anything so severe, but I feel like this is a perfect case that the parents could or should be held responsible in some way. Maybe not charges at this severe, but there should be something, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see some charges, a lot like what they did in Virginia, honestly, with the mom of the 6-year-old that shot the teacher there.
Right.
That mom's currently in prison or jail on other charges,
correct,
related charges, but not charged in the actual shooting. That's the hard thing. It's when somebody else commits a crime and we arrest the people around them. I think we have to be very careful about that.
I agree. I'm seeing more like a child neglect for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with not so serious of charges. I can see where you're coming with that. But man, this is really disturbing to hear what kind of parenting went on there.
I agree. Alley Cat, thank you so much.
It was awesome talking to you.
Yeah, I'm glad you made it through.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great day,
All
Alley
right,
Cat.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye. All right. KD214 points out minors cannot have handguns in Michigan. I agree. They can't. There's ways that handguns can be purchased for a child legally, federally, and
Counterpoint.
This is RA. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's a great day here.
It's actually Steve N. How's it going?
Steve N. Welcome.
Yep. So, my problem with all of this, and where I'm looking at this from, is one, a child 15 should not have a handgun. It's not legal to have a handgun there. They are responsible for maintaining it. They should have been responsible for securing and stowing it. If they would have taken any of those steps, excellent. If he would have broke into that box, that's completely on him. But they left it open and accessible to him.
Yeah.
They need to have a little bit of responsibility of some sort. I don't know if it's involuntary manslaughter or what. As far as mental health goes, just knowing what I've gone through, I know I can never own a handgun because I know it'll turn out bad. I would never try to put one in my house. However, I know that in hindsight, knowing my brain, but granted the parents weren't necessarily in that mindset to know anything or think of anything other than their horses. But if they would have at least taken some steps to secure that gun, a lot could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Even if he would have just taken it and hurt himself, a lot would have been avoided.
Yeah, it's a tough situation here, trying to figure out where the liability falls and on what the parents could have, should have, would have done.
Right.
In Michigan, I know minors can use handguns at target ranges, like Anna Banana's saying, with an adult and parent.
They can use it. They can use it, but they can't own it. So the parents are still responsible for maintaining and stowing the gun when not in use.
Right, but I think the child's allowed to use it while hunting,
they weren't hunting, should have been locked.
I know, but I'm just saying there's conditions where the child is allowed to be in possession of the pistol. Now, maybe that's where the charges should be. Maybe the charges where
but when nobody's home, the gun should be locked and not like gun safes, things like that.
And a trigger lock or a barrel cable lock is not sufficient. As someone who picks locks for fun.
I do too.
Those locks.
So, and like I said, if you ever want to see how
suitcase
easy
has
those
more
gun
security.
boxes are,
yeah.
If you ever want to see how easy those gun boxes are, go watch any video on lock picking. Lawyer, go pick it with a straw,
with his eyes closed behind his back.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. So maybe the charges. You look at the Facebook posts where James Crumbley posts, just got my son just got my son a toy or something like that. I thought there was a post somewhere where I said, I bought my son his gun. Maybe that's what they need to be charged with. And that means you charge, no, you can't gift your son. He can't be the owner of the gun. You can buy it for him and keep it. But until he's of age, legally, he has to be old enough to own the gun, to have it be his and be in full custody of it.
Right. And I'm agreeing with Chat. You don't hunt with a handgun.
You don't?
Rifles, shotguns, yeah.
I've hunted with handguns.
I take a pistol out deer hunting.
You need a certain some states have a muzzle velocity at the end of the barrel requirement, which handguns do. This one did not. A 9mm would not meet that, but some of the you get a 444 or something, you might be able to have more knockdown power with that than some handguns. But there, I'm just saying it's absurd to say that you don't go deer hunts with a handgun, but in some states it is legal. I don't know about Michigan.
Right. Yeah, and I get that. I get it's totally legal for a kid to go out with a parent, adult, shoot the gun, but the responsibility, they don't own the gun. I mean, they don't control where the gun goes when they get home. The gun needs to be put locked and away because the parents technically still are responsible and own that firearm.
Yeah.
Until that child is of legal age, then they can have it.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts. Appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you for the counterpoint. Yep.
Hey.
See ya. Bye. Lots of back and forth about hunting. I've been deer hunting carrying a pistol. When you're I've never shot a deer, just for the record. I've never been successfully deer hunting. Some states, like the state I was hunting in, had laws against carrying pistols while you're deer hunting, unless it was for something else. So there's all sorts of laws, and that varies from state to state. And believe me, the laws are crazy. In some states, they're nuts. And what's legal, one place, across the border 100 feet, and suddenly you're committing a crime. So it's tough to talk about this, because when it comes to guns in the United States, it's like you're dealing with 50 different countries, and they all have different rules. And there are some rules that apply, traveling through. As long as you're driving through, you can break one state's law, and it's a little crazy. But so it's a little hard to talk, in blanket statements. You can open a 3-digit lock in less than 10 minutes. Vince, this other night, let's see, that was Saturday night. Had a friend come over saying, "Hey, can you pick a lock for me?" I locked my keys in my storage unit, and I got all the proper permissions and approvals, and went over and tried to help them get in their storage unit. Was not able to, and so my son, who was with me, who happens to be into Ninja Warrior stuff, climbing, jumping, hanging from ceilings, he found that it's easier to go up and over the wall than anything else. We were able to get in for them. Anyway, they had a 3-digit lock, and I picked it in about 3 minutes.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Hey, Rick, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, R.A. Hey, I love your channel, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind words.
Hey, just a couple things I wanted to bring up. I sent you a text, I believe, on Saturday about a soundbite about the defense lawyer where she thought she swallowed a bug in her throat.
Yes, thank you.
I thought maybe you want to look at that.
Yes, I'm not sure where we'd use that again, in the future. I mean, how many times is that going to come up? But maybe in a little, at a funny moment, we might have that sound effect available.
Well, I retired as an exterminator, so it kind of caught my attention.
And I have my own infamous moment with a bug in my studio, so it speaks to me as
That's
well.
right. I got a kick out of that one for sure. Hey, the second thing I wanted to bring up, I just thought it was key when Weather Watch called in about his child, that he has a situation with his child and the same thing that could happen to him, and he's doing everything possible. And it just made me, get a different perspective on what could happen to a parent.
Yeah. Weather Watch is a very responsible parent. I'm not going to speak for him, but he's very much involved in his kid's life, and knows what's going on and knows where they're at. So
that's my point, is that I know he's taken every precaution, but he understands what could happen to any parent, regardless of what they do as precaution. It just scares you to death as a parent about exactly what this trial is all about. I just feel for that parent. It's a tough situation.
Yeah. If we're going to be tried with hindsight in what we should have known in situations we've never been in before, that's scary. It
is. It's exactly. And Weather Watch, I love you guys on Thursday night too. That's the funniest thing we watch on Thursday.
that is awesome. I appreciate that. That is a good stress relief for me. And Weather Watch is amazing. He put most of those. He does 100% of the preparation on that, and I come in at the last minute, and he's got it all done. So.
Hey, I just wanted to point out to you, thanks for announcing my 25th wedding anniversary this morning. That was me.
Rick, congratulations. Or should I say to your spouse, our condolences. I'm not sure how it goes.
It could go either way.
It could go either way. That is awesome. So silver, it's the silver anniversary, right?
That's right.
How many is silver? I don't know. I should know this.
25.
25. Congratulations.
25. Yeah.
Mine will be next year.
Oh, really?
25th next year. I didn't.
Yeah,
know that.
It was in 1999. If you got to remember that date, that's important.
Well, that's why I got married in 2000, because I can always remember how long I've been married. So it's easy
I got
math.
married on my mom and dad's wedding anniversary, so I wouldn't forget.
That is awesome. Congratulations, Rick, and to your significant other. Appreciate you. We'll see you.
All right. Thanks, R.A.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye.
That's cool. 25. Let's see. Sounds like the kid was all on his own, left home alone all the time. I agree. That's a big issue. Just don't get her a spoon. What do you get someone on the 25th? Do you get them silver? Is that what they call it? Silver wedding anniversary? You get them silver on that, and then gold, and then diamonds? Seems like a long time to wait for diamonds. Let's see. I think I missed a call from Amber. I apologize,
Call
Amber.
from Melissa Wilson.
Melissa, welcome.
Hey, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I have a few thoughts on this. My oldest child is now 24, almost 25, but she was in high school, had some suicidal ideations, and was a cutter.
Oh, man.
And she hid it well. But it did come out, and she had to be hospitalized a few times.
Yeah.
But I think as a parent, sometimes they tell you what they want you to hear. So it may not have been as a parent to his parents.
Yeah. I don't know. I do think kids know their parents about as well as parents know the kids. And sometimes the kids know what to say to get around. I knew what to say.
Right. Right.
I mean, if I want to go out and hang out with my friend and do a sleepover somewhere, I know how to couch it and what my parents would be looking for and interested in.
Yes.
I'm not going to say, hey, we're probably going to run around the town and most likely commit a crime and not get caught. I'm not going to tell them that part. So,
right.
It was like littering was the crime. We would toilet paper someone's house or something. But yeah. Anyway, I don't want to. Yeah. I'm not sure if the statute of limitations will run out there, so I can't confess to too much.
Yeah, don't do that. But I was just going to say, they can keep things well hidden or make excuses. But you do have to dig deep. And as far as the gun goes, if you do have questions about whether or not they're okay, or even if they're perfectly fine, I do agree that the gun needs to be only allowed to be used in the parents' presence.
Yeah.
My aunt.
You go ahead.
Not my aunt. I'm sorry. I am the aunt. My sister's children both hunt with their dad, and my nephew shoots skeet, as a sport.
Yeah.
So
clay pigeons.
Yeah.
Little clay frisbees you launch and shoot with a shotgun.
Right. So I think that is the parent's responsibility to teach them the proper way to use guns, when to use guns, and that they can't be on their own doing it.
Right. And most of that responsibility doesn't negate the responsibility of the parents. My wife just took my Hostess Twinkie. I had it. Okay.
Oh.
It doesn't negate the responsibility of the parents to lock up the guns and make sure they're safe.
Right.
Educating your
That's what I'm
child
saying,
is not sufficient, and then saying, well, they know not to use them, so they should be good. No, the responsibility is still there.
Exactly. Yes.
I'm not on board with requiring someone to own a gun safe to buy a handgun, or any gun. I'm not there yet, but I'm close. Guns. The case that a gun comes in is not secure. Okay, you can open it from the front. You can open it from the back. A little screwdriver that you can pop it open. Having a little plastic lock that you can twist and break. That's not safe. That's not safe. That's not a secure way to store it.
Right.
I don't know. I believe that. I believe that the Second Amendment does not say gun safes. It does not have that. I realize that you can't require somebody to have a gun safe to own a gun. But man, I wish Mrs. Ari says you can. It's a state right. Federally, you can't. Mrs. Ari wants to talk. Should we let Mrs. Ari talk? This might go. I don't know where it's going to go.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, hang on. Melissa's on the phone.
Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. You can finish your phone call. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Well, we're just talking.
You're fine.
Sorry. I walked in. I don't even know the beginning half of this. I was just thinking that. Oh my gosh, I totally lost my thought.
About the gun safes. Requiring someone's states' rights.
No, it was something else. Oh, it was a question that I had. I feel like a lot of the battle that goes back and forth on this is people who are like, well, back in 1776, and the opposite side is, well, today it's so different. But I would say let's go back not even very long ago to when I was a child, and people had guns all the time and didn't have them in gun safes, and they didn't have them. I mean, teenagers brought their guns to school, and it wasn't a threat. It was just, that's where the rifle goes. It goes up in that back part of the truck thing. So my question would be, if it's not the gun safe that's the problem, we don't have to go all the way back to 1776. This wasn't a problem when I was a kid. What changed? It wasn't the guns. What was it?
And before we go too far down the gun control debate,
sorry, I thought that's what you were talking about.
Which would be politics, not pickles.
Sorry.
We're going to steer off. Melissa, any other thoughts you wanted to share here?
Just, I guess I'm just conflicted, and I'm anxious to see where the defense goes with their case. To defend the parents, and is there anything concrete that shows that they did allow him to have the gun when they weren't around, that they didn't have it locked up? Did they know that he was having these thoughts? I don't know. I'm very conflicted, and I see a lot of different sides of it.
Yeah. Melissa, I'm also conflicted. I'm hoping to be a little wiser when this is all over. And maybe it's because I listened to my wife. Maybe that'll be why.
I don't think that's why.
Melissa, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking it.
Yep, we'll see you.
I love
Bye.
this comment. Bye. I love this comment by Joan Keener. I sometimes think we need a little bit more of there, but for the grace of God go I. Yeah. All of us, me included, want to point the finger and say, hey, you guys are doing it wrong. But holy cow, what if it's us?
Yeah. And all of us might say, well, I would never ignore my child if they were saying I'm seeing demons and they're
Call
throwing
from
things off the shelves.
Corporal USMC retired.
Here we go.
To accept, press 1.
USMC retired. How are you doing? I dropped the corporal part.
I'm doing
all right.
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing well. My wife's on the phone on the call here too.
Sort of.
You can ask us either one of us.
Okay, good. So a lot of people are looking at this through the lens of what should the parents have done, but the law doesn't require you to lock up your pistol. And there's a lot of 15-year-olds that walk around the country with pistols on their hips because there's snakes out in the fields and stuff. And so as I look at the Michigan law, it states that if someone under 18 cannot possess a handgun in public, but they can possess it at home or out on the ranch or, hunting. Yes. It doesn't say anything about having to be in the parent's company.
Yeah, the hunting is the exception.
Well, no, there's nothing. The law says that someone under 18 cannot possess a handgun in public.
In public.
They cannot possess it or they cannot own it?
They can't possess it in public without supervision of a parent, but they can possess it everywhere else. The law is against kids purchasing handguns but not possessing them. So, like if I wanted to buy my son a pistol, I could buy it and then give it to him, even though he's under 18, and he could wear that pistol all around the place, but he can't have it on him when he's out in public.
Yeah, he can't go down to the corner store and pick up a Pepsi strap.
Right, but if he's out in the pasture, he can walk around with it all day long.
Yeah,
he can sit in his room loaded.
Yeah, well, you probably shouldn't there, but like you're out in the pasture, there are rattlesnakes.
Yeah, I agree that maybe he shouldn't do it, but that's not the law.
Right, and I think that's the whole argument of this entire case. Everybody's talking about shoulds and shouldn'ts. That does not come to court.
Yeah, I mean, we all feel that the parents should have done stuff differently, but did they have to, is the question.
Yeah. Well, and frankly, if I look at my own journal, I'm like, man, I'm bad at this parenting thing. I should not have done that, and I shouldn't have. But I don't want to go to court over that.
Yeah, and if I see that my son needs help, I may not help him in the way that other people would help their child, but I might take him out hunting and, spend time with him. I might take him to the range and spend time with him. I might do other things that people may not look at as help in their eyes, but in my eyes, that's what needs to be done.
Yeah. And I love that. I love that coming from, I assume, a dad here, taking your son out, that I wouldn't do that as a mom. I would not say, you're struggling with inner conflict, let's go shoot something. That would not be my go-to.
I'd take him ice fishing.
But I can see Scott doing that. And I'm like, you know what? Dads and moms are different, and they do it different, and together we get most of the bases covered.
Right, and I'm conflicted at what point does that become criminal?
Yeah, that's the question. What crime did the parents commit? And I don't think they committed involuntary manslaughter. That for me is a stretch too far. But at what point could the parents have been arrested, and for what? Maybe negligence?
Right.
Maybe.
I don't know what the rules of negligence are.
I think negligence would not be with the firearm. It would be about the kid needing help and them ignoring him.
Right, and if it's okay for a child to walk out in the pasture at 15 with a loaded handgun, is he not supposed to go out in the pasture when the parents aren't home?
Man, that sounds like if a tree falls in the woods and the woman isn't there to hear it, is it still the man's fault? I got confused on that.
No, it's
right,
it
and I'm against gun safes as a requirement just because they're hard to get into in an emergency.
Oh, dude, seriously, I'm going to have to throw the safe at the guy who broke in because I'm not going to remember how to open it. I'll just be like, catch, I got to go.
And the fingerprint ones, they don't usually work with wet hands. And so if there's a situation where I need to get to my gun in the middle of the night, I don't want to have to remember a combination. I don't want to have to get a fingerprint, just grab my gun and go.
Yeah.
I can't fault that. I mean, you've got sound logic. I realize that other people in chat would look at this and say, in your situation, I would choose something different, and that's okay.
Frankly, I was in your situation, and I did choose something. I had weapons in the house, and I believed there was somebody in the house breaking in, and instead of doing anything logical, I called my neighbor and she came over with her baseball bat and we walked around room from room. This is dumb. That was not a smart way to handle the situation, but it's all I could think to do. So, you never know what you're going to do when you come up against it.
Yeah. USMC, what is it? US Corporal
USMC retired. Yeah,
it's a mouthful. I cannot get it right.
Yes,
you've got.
You
Great
just call me Brandon.
Brandon, that makes it so much
Let's
easier.
go with Brandon.
I'm going to have to require you to change your name on YouTube here, so I can do that. Brandon, you've raised some great points. You've got some great insight. I like that you did your research on this, on the law. I appreciate you calling, and obviously we're hopefully be able to hear from you again throughout this as this trial progresses. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And let me just say, part of gun safety is taking your kid and teaching them how to use the weapon so they don't hurt themselves if they grab it otherwise.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately many kids picking up a gun for the first time injure themselves or somebody else because they don't understand how it works.
Right.
Yeah. And
okay.
They think
all right.
it's simple.
Thank you.
Brandon, thanks. Have a good one.
Thank
We'll see you.
Oh, you too. Bye.
Bye. All right.
I literally came in here to see if Scott wanted a salad. But now I've got a microphone.
No, she came in to see if I wanted a salad. She took my Twinkie, my Hostess cupcake.
Call from
We had
beautiful
a conversation.
To accept, press 1.
Beautiful Messy. This is this is all right. My wife is telling me I need to lose weight.
That is
I was
not
going
what
to
I'm
eat a
telling you.
Hostess cupcake, and now she took it and says I need a salad.
No, okay. We had a conversation where he made decisions. I am supporting his decisions.
She's right.
Okay.
Can I have the salad first and then the Hostess? What's on your thoughts? What's on your mind today?
Well, my thoughts are, number one, people think that parents have never been charged for their child shooting somebody else, and this is unprecedented. The only part that makes this unprecedented is that it's the first time a parent has been charged for a mass shooting. Parents have been charged and convicted for their child shooting somebody before across the country numerous times. It's just the first time that someone has been charged for a mass shooting. So it's not completely unprecedented.
I don't know. I don't know the.
I mean, I've looked it up. I don't know off the top of my head of cases, but I have looked it up before, and I know that there are cases where children, like where a child has shot another child in the home because a gun was not secured, and a child got a hold of it and shot somebody else, and the parents were charged.
In every case I can think of, everyone that I've seen, the charge they got was not a murder charge. The charge they got was
this isn't a murder charge; it's a manslaughter charge. There's a difference.
Well, I've never seen a manslaughter.
I'm gonna have to look it up, and when I get off the phone, and I'm going to double check that. But I believe that it has been.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I wanted to say is, now I forgot.
I hate that.
No, it's good.
I do that all the time.
I had all my bullet points in my head. I should have written them down. What makes this, I think everyone's just stuck on the fact that she bought, or the parents bought the gun. But in this case, it's a culmination of the circumstances. It's not just that they bought the gun. It's a culmination of the circumstances that led to gross neglect that leads to the manslaughter charge.
So they would have to prove gross neglect first. And I don't see them making any attempt at that.
They're not even charging the neglect.
What they're trying to do with showing all the messages of Ethan saying he was hearing voices and that there were demons in the house and things and demons throwing bowls, and all the time that they spent with the horses and the money they spent on the horses. It's my understanding, and I've missed some of the trial today, but it's my understanding that Ethan didn't have health insurance. So that's part of the reason they didn't take him for mental health treatment, because they were spending all this money on the horses. And I think that's part of the reason they're spending so much time on the horses, is they invested all this time and money into the horses and not into Ethan and getting Ethan the mental health care that he needed. And they also got him the gun. So it's not just the gun, it's the culmination of all the circumstances.
Yeah, I definitely see a lot of evidence for that negligence. I see bad parenting, which is not illegal generally. Poor parenting is not illegal, but
poor parenting isn't illegal, but neglect.
When you put all the pieces together, neglect is. Yes, I agree. But
gross neglect is a higher standard as well than regular neglect.
I'd like to see the breakdown on that.
I think it'll be hard to prove, honestly. Because
they're looking at a negative.
You're assuming that every conversation or every interaction between the parent and the child happened on Facebook Messenger.
Right.
So we're saying because we don't see you responding here, there was none. And in some of the cases, they can prove, well, we can see you were doing something else. We know you didn't respond, but we can't prove that they received it. And it's just the pieces, the evidence looks bad on the parents, really bad. But I think it's a very high hurdle for the state to prove in this case.
Right. It is, but I think that's why so far the state is working to build that case of gross negligence. And someone in the chat said I'm assuming a lot. I'm going based off of what the prosecution has said they have evidence to show. Yeah. Now, I haven't made up my mind either way. If the defense is able to prove otherwise, and I know it's not the defense's burden to prove, but so far the state's making a good case of gross negligence, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And we still have a long way to go. And, I've also seen people in chat over the last few days talking about the school and why isn't the school being held accountable. They are being sued civilly.
Yeah.
And there were protocols that were not I don't know per the school's specific protocols, but I used to teach and I served on our school's safety committee. And I know a lot about what should be done in these kinds of situations. The parents should have been made to take him home. And if they didn't take him home, the police should have been contacted. There's no reason he should have been allowed to stay in school that day.
And that's going to be very important evidence that comes out during the school's civil trial.
Right. And so a lot of people don't.
This counselor, that's almost all the prosecution needs to put on to find the school liable. I'd be surprised if the school doesn't try to settle, honestly.
Right.
But yeah, that's going to come out. And you're right. Everyone's saying, well, what about this? The school should have done this. The parents should have done this. We're trying this. We're breaking it down to pieces, and we're just looking at this little segment. So we have to just disregard the fact that the school may have some culpability here, or that James Crumbley may have some culpability here, and we have to just look at this is just Jennifer, and we have to just set the other parts aside to look at this one.
100%.
Beautiful Messy Ball. I appreciate you being willing to call and share your opinion and
yeah, that was awesome.
I appreciate your insight as well.
Thank you.
I love hearing things that challenge me and make me think, and you've done that. So thank you very much.
And I'm going to look into some of those other cases, and I'll get back to you on some of them
Sounds
in terms
good.
of whether.
And we've got
how
some.
the parents have been charged.
Yeah, we've got some. Bad Juju says Khalil Adams case in Kentucky, manslaughter charges on parents for failing to secure a weapon.
Interesting.
I'll look into that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Amber, you've been super patient. How in the world? How in the world do you keep calling when I don't answer?
It's all good. Well, I keep debating with myself whether or not I'm going to actually make comment on this case or not. But I figured since Mrs. R.A. is standing there with you, I'd actually like to get her take on what I'm about to say.
I actually have duct tape on my mouth right now. No, I truly don't. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I've mentioned once before that cases like this are a little bit closer to home for me. Something that many don't know is that I'm a survivor of a facial shooting in '94.
Oh my gosh.
I was shot in the face with a .357 hollow point.
Holy cow.
Was my mom charged? They tried. Was the owner of the gun charged? Yes. He did end up getting his gun back a year later, though, but that's a different story for another day. So it's not necessarily school shooting related, but it's shooting related.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as parents being charged and things of that nature. Now, if I'm being completely and totally impartial, I'm trying to forget what I know about the actual incident in 2021. I'm trying to put that part out of my mind, because that's not the case that we're trying, right? So we're trying the parents for culpability in a child's decision, a child's adult decision that they have now been punished for. Is there any culpability on the parent's part? So what I've been sitting here struggling with, and there's still lots of this case to go, right? So, I mean, a lot of these questions hopefully will be answered before they conclude the case. So if I think of myself in my situation, and I think of Jennifer and James in this situation, I looked up how remote Oxford County is, and it's not that remote.
Right.
Troy is one of the biggest cities. I mean, it holds a lot of the suburbs. I mean, I did a little bit of looking as far as how remote is this place. Well, and then I looked at ages of James and Jennifer, and of course of their son. Now, if I think back to my hometown of Kentucky, it wasn't unusual for anybody to have a gun on their hip. It didn't matter how old you were. I mean, most of the time it wasn't anything under 16, 17-ish, but different topic for another day. So in Kentucky, very rural, very remote, had I made a comment about mental health, anything, I would have been the laughing stock of the family.
Mm-hmm.
So my biggest concern / question is here in not making excuses for any one person. And this is where a lot of people struggle, right? Because if you have all of these different factors in place, if it were you, how would you have done this? But nobody can really answer that question because you don't know until you're in that situation. So were the Crumleys parents that weren't really raised to address mental health issues? Were their own kind of dismissed as a kid? I mean, we all know we follow those same patterns, right? You know, I try to do things differently that I didn't like about how I was raised, but a bulk of it is based off of how we're raised ourselves, right? So, I mean, I want to know what their position was, what their knowledge base was on mental health and the severity of that. I understand this happened in 2021, and I'm purposely not looking at chat right now so that way I don't lose my train of thought, because the ADD is getting really bad right now.
I will say it's hard. It's hard to know what the parents thought. We have the benefit here in this trial of knowing that Jennifer Crumbley is going to take the stand. And so we do get a peek into her mind, and it might be the first peek into her mind that we get and what her knowledge was. I'm sure that the direct and cross-examination is going to be quite lengthy on this one. And that might go to help answer some of the questions you have about what they knew.
Right. And I see a comment saying ignorance is no excuse for responsibility, and I completely understand that. However, we've got to also apply law. So we've got to apply morality and ethics and how we feel good parenting goes, vice what's in the law. Yeah. What law are they going against? What law did they fail to follow? So this is not necessarily setting the precedent for, holding other parents responsible and accountable. But
we're back in court, Amber. I've got to just say we've got to hurry up.
Okay, I can go.
No, you're
I
good.
can go.
I'll let you finish your thought here.
Well, now it's done. You've already messed it up, so I don't remember where I was going. So I wasn't looking at that.
Oh, my goodness.
it's a very difficult case. And
It is.
I know a lot of people want, to hold somebody responsible. And yes, we have somebody in prison right now that is being held responsible. Do I feel like a lot of things could have been done differently? Yes, but that's when we have hindsight. I mean, we can't change those things now looking back, except for how we move forward.
Right.
So do I agree with everything that they did? Absolutely not. But I'd like to understand a lot more as to why they did the things that they did, because there could be explanation behind that as to how they acted or didn't act. Does that make sense?
It does. Amber, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're going to come back and listen to court as we get started. I appreciate your call. Thanks for sharing your personal insights.
Yeah.
Very,
thank you.
Very personal experience that you've lived through and have the a view that very few of us have had the opportunity or been forced to have the opportunity to have. So thank you, Amber. Appreciate you.
Not a problem. Bye, y'all.
We'll see you. Bye.
I gotta say, not just Amber, but so many people in chat have been talking about their personal experience with this, and I just want to go around and give everybody a hug. What a terrible experience for anybody to go through. I am so sorry for everybody who has had to experience anything in the realm of any of this. That is terrible. I'm so sorry that we live in that kind of a world.
And thank you, Mrs. Ari, for joining me on my lunch break.
Do you want to talk politics? Let's do it. Let's do it.
And taking the one little tiny Hostess cupcake I was going to eat for lunch, which almost has no calories at all.
This is what an accountability partner looks like.
Can I at least have salad dressing this time? All right. Thank you. All right, Mrs. R.A., thank you very much for everything. I am hungry, though. Don't forget about me. Okay. Appreciate all of you. Let me just say thank you. I love that we have people in here, but they have diverse opinions, that have diverse experiences, that can look at this from different viewpoints and can talk about it we can hold a civil discourse. This is how things should be. We can disagree, we can talk, we can listen, we can learn, we can change our opinions if need to. I often have to do that. I probably have to do that to some degree in this one as well. So I appreciate all those who are calling and sharing. So. You guys are amazing, and honestly, I think that's what makes this the best place to watch true crime. All right, so we're just waiting to get back to court formally. Hopefully, everything's still synced up. So let's see if let's see, why is that not on? Hold on, okay. So the Zoom's not going yet, so we'll stay right here for now. Now it's going. Of course, it's not synced. So we need to pause. Of course, fast forward by just a couple seconds. Okay, so I think I'm about... I have to time this. It's a bailiff. There's a bailiff because they have the evidence that's out on the stand or out on the prosecution's table. It's sitting this is not an accident, but it's sitting right on the edge of the table closest to the jury. The firearms are, and because they're out there, the bailiff. Anytime there's people in the courtroom, the bailiff is there right next to those. Salad is what food eats. Okay. 1, 2. Oh man, I almost got a perfect sync. Let me show you. This was my first attempt. Ready? This is my first attempt to sync up the two feeds. We might just get one feed now. Let's see. There are so many live streams of major trials happening right now. It's bonkers. Angela, there are. Do you know why? First of all, it's easy to do. It really is. And second of all, a lot of people have opinions about what is going on. and they want to share them, and sometimes it's easier to do it if you have your own channel. You know what's interesting? Cat Wells, you say times have changed. Ammunition research on school grounds might not have been a concern until dozens of school shootings happened in the past couple decades. You know what I find in almost every single playground when I go metal detecting? Ammunition. Almost every single time. Like I can go and metal detect a playground, and 2 weeks go back and detect the same playground, more ammunition. And this is schools, this is parks. I don't know what it is, but ammunition is almost always in playgrounds. Christy Bell, my family bought me a really nice chair. Unfortunately, I sit in it too long, so now I have to eat salads. So it's a comfortable chair. I'm good. Mike W., welcome back. You missed the first part of the day. You missed the testimony from the friend of the family who was the horse boarder. She took care of the horses, and I think she was getting paid $400 per horse per month, food and board. I think they were free range, sort of like field fed, so they weren't fed hay. They eat in the field, and they have access to a shelter and water and everything else. I think my salad's arriving. It arrived sans dressing. She says sans fork if I'm not nice. All right, I'll eat this dry salad. I appreciate it. and I'm going to like every bit of it, or else I won't get another. All right, so we had the testimony from the horse boarder. We also had some testimony from the school counselor, Mr. Sean Hopkins. He was the one that had some interaction, saw what was going on. It was the go-between when teachers had issues with the student at school. They'd contact him. He was the assigned counselor. So that is going to continue because we haven't had his cross-examination yet, I believe. I don't think cross-examination started yet. What kind of salad? This is, it looks like, what's that long lettuce? It's that long lettuce, not iceberg. It's got a lot of some turkey, some diced turkey on it, mozzarella cheese, and little cherry tomatoes.
All right.
Do you have that exhibit list too? Yeah, you can have it back. Yeah, mine is on my desk.
Your Honor, calling People First Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990 FH.
Good afternoon. I have a question for you. We had a discussion about a juror last week. I think the juror, because I said if anyone approaches you or does anything, let me know. And I also
They cut the feed. They cut our audio. I don't know why we're getting a beautiful shot of the deputies. You'd think this would be somewhat important. It was about to get interesting. I was about to get to eat my salad. Who is this guy, and why are we zoomed in tight on him? Well, the camera is lost, just completely lost. Unless the judge has ordered this off, I don't know what's happening. We don't have any other access. There's no feeds are working at all. Everyone's looking at the ceiling. Something about a juror last week. Ashley, thank you very much. Jury's not back yet. The judge just came back and said they had a question about a juror last week. She was thinking about it. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but we're waiting to see. Hello. 7 says, you the man, R.A., you the man, 13 months. It looks like, I think today is the 13-month mark from when we first monetized and had memberships turned on. So thank you very much, 7. Appreciate that. You've been here for the long haul. Wonderful to have you here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Yeah, they said we're on a little break, but we don't know why. It sounded like a jury issue, and we wish we got to hear that. Marianne says, I went metal detecting yesterday in a park, found more ammo than coins. So you're with me on this one. Wendy says, I'm looking for spiders on the light. Let's see. Let me see if we can listen in just a little bit. Hold on just one second. I need to shut down this voice. Just 1 second. Shut this down.
Like me to do this? Can I do it at the end of the day?
Sure, that's fine.
Isn't it going to freak her out when I take her down to Judge Brennan's courtroom? She might think I'm going to Judge Warren's courtroom.
Your Honor, I would ask if we could do it sooner than later, just so that there's not any chance that if there is an issue, she could taint any of our other judges.
Okay, I'm just going to bring her in then.
All right for the jury?
Okay, so apparently something happened there. We might be able to go back and listen. I found a feed at the end of the day.
All right, I'm going to ask all of you to exit with the exception of juror number 5. Juror in seat 5, okay? My clerks are like, what the heck is she doing? So that's why we're not there. Yeah, just for a few minutes, just for a few minutes. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Juror 5's in trouble.
You may be seated. Okay, juror number 5. I don't want to make you nervous. What's that?
Yes, I should be.
Oh, the jury's never on video.
Yeah, I'm not showing that, but I just want to make sure the audio part. I've got my hand over the lens, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, but is this, these proceedings right here are off camera? Do you want, ma'am?
I would love it. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask you to do that, though. Am I allowed to ask you to do that?
Nope.
I'm still maintaining a public courtroom, so I think I am. Thank you. Thank you. So you're off, right? This will take just a second. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you.
Okay, and she killed it. She killed it. All the feeds. She says, "I don't know if I'm not allowed. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask you to turn it off." Not sure. Yeah, you are. You're a judge. It's your courtroom. You can pretty much do whatever you want. I do have a total of 17 jurors, 10 women, 7 men. I believe, I'm not sure if we heard, the voice we heard was the cameraman who was saying, "I'm just holding my hand over the the lens." Is that cool? Alley Cat says it's a good time for a super chat. Thank you for taking my first call today. Alley Cat, it was great talking to you. I appreciate that very much. Hope we get to hear what happens here. So close to getting the tea. It was so close. I've got multiple feeds on listening. The Zoom feed, which is a very poor camera, or is it's just a blank screen and nothing. They've killed the mics there. The bailiffs are all intently watching at what's happening. Unfortunately, this we might actually find out from Twitter faster on what's happening right now, because I believe news reporters in the courtroom are allowed to tweet. Let's see. I can't take the call now. I can just search Twitter. Trying to see if I can hear anything. No feeds. Nobody has a feed at all. Let's see. Zimmy from the bus stop just gifted a membership. Thank you very much for that, Zimmy. Also, we have Mendy Lou gifted 5 memberships prior to that. You guys are super generous. Poor bailiff looks like he's in a pain having to stand so long. Back problems. I feel the pain. I think they rotate them out. This is a long questioning. They're still, you can see from the heads of the bailiffs as they turn back and forth. The judge is asking a question, and then all the officers turn to look at the juror who's responding to the questions. The only type of questioning that would exist here would be about if a juror broke the rules. Oh, here we go.
All right, the jury. Mr. Hopkins.
Oh, great, John.
Sorry. All right, you may be seated. We're going to continue Mr. Hopkins' testimony, okay?
Sounds like the juror was not dismissed.
You are Sean Hopkins?
Yes.
And you are Stonewall, okay?
Understood.
Okay. You can be seated. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Hopkins, when we broke for lunch, we were talking about the phone conversation you had with Jennifer Crumbley when you called her into school.
Yes.
Okay. So, that morning, did both Jennifer and James Crumbley come to the school?
They did.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time?
I believe it was around 10:30.
Okay. Now, if I were to tell you that we had video surveillance that showed that you welcomed them to your office at 10:40, would that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. So, walk us through what happened from the time that you were notified that James and Jennifer Crumbley were there to the time that you went and welcomed them.
So when I was notified that they were there, I had actually texted Mr. Ejak to please come back to my office. He had been present through a majority of the meeting until we confirmed the parents were arriving, and then asked him to return. I then went out to the lobby of the counseling office area to greet the parents.
Okay. So from the phone call where you actually spoke with Jennifer Crumbley was 9:27 a.m. From that point, 9:27 a.m. until 10:40 a.m., where was the defendant's son?
In my office.
Okay. And what was going on there?
There was a conversation between myself, the defendant's son, and Mr. Ejak was there as well until approximately 10 a.m. During that time, I was still trying to affirm that parents would be able to arrive, and I was talking with the student about really what I was going to be sharing with his parents.
Okay. And tell me, sir, what was your expectation of the result of that meeting that you called?
My hope was that they would set a plan to get help for their son.
Okay. Was your expectation that they would take their son home?
That was my hope.
Your hope, okay. So at 10:40 a.m., you welcome them into your office. Tell me what happens next.
We walked back into my office. The student was in there. And then Mom and Dad sat down. There were 3 seats in my office, 2 directly across from me, and then 1 that was kind of off the corner of my desk a little more. The student was in one of the 2 across from me. Dad sat in one of those, and Mom sat in the one that was more at a diagonal from where I was.
When the defendant and her husband walked into the office, did they approach their son?
Not to my memory, no.
Okay. Did either one of them hug their son?
No.
So who started the meeting?
I believe I did, and I went over some of the things that I had talked through over the past 2 days with their son. I wanted to confirm some things I wasn't sure of, so I confirmed with Mom that she did receive a voicemail from Miss Vine the day before, and just confirmed that what was stated in that meeting was true. And Mom confirmed that she received it and that was true. And then I went over some of the things that I had received messages from the teachers over the past 2 days.
Okay. Now, when you were asking Jennifer Crumbley to confirm that information, was she sharing any additional information with you?
Not to my memory, no.
Now, describe Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she walked into your office.
She sat down in the chair, felt a little bit distant.
What do you mean by that?
More just kind of like, it felt like it was a little bit of an inconvenience to be there.
Okay, you testified that you had to have these meetings in the past.
Yes.
Was this meeting similar to those meetings, or was it different?
Your Honor, objection to relevance.
Judge, it's relevant because the crux of this case is the defendant's failure to use ordinary care to avoid a tragedy, and her failure to use just ordinary care contributed to her failure to adhere to her parental responsibilities, which is her duty under Michigan law. It's all part of gross negligence, Judge.
Well, I guess it was the meeting unusual in any way? How many meetings like this have you had with parents in general?
Dozens.
Dozens, okay. So, I mean, people react differently to. No one's very excited about coming to this school about their child, right?
I would agree.
Now, this wasn't a discipline issue, though, was it, sir?
No.
Okay. In fact, you had indicated, Jennifer Crumbley, that you had concerns with suicidal ideation.
I had concerns for his well-being, absolutely.
And you communicated that to Mrs. Crumbley before she got there?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, still, it was different than the dozens of meetings you had in the past?
I would agree.
All right. So, you said that the defendant's son sat directly across from you. James Crumbley was in a chair next to him. Jennifer Crumbley was off to your side?
I don't remember which chair student and dad were in.
That's fine.
I know they were both across from me, and Jennifer Crumbley was off to the side a little bit more.
So you were asking them to confirm the voicemail, information left in the voicemail November the 29th, the day before?
Yes.
Okay, specifically what information were you asking them to confirm?
I asked first that they received the voicemail because I didn't know at that point whether they had or not. And then I asked to confirm the details of the voicemail, which were that shooting guns were a hobby that they undertook as a family and that they had went to the range over the weekend.
Okay. Did you tell Jennifer Crumbley that her son expressed to you his own feelings of his friend leaving the state?
I did mention that, yes.
Okay, and what else did you mention?
I mentioned the conversations I had with the student of the friend leaving, that the student was sad about that, the dog, family dog passing, grandparent, COVID being hard, and all of those which were told to me by the student were also confirmed by the parents.
Now when you say confirmed, I take it that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this didn't catch Jennifer Crumbley by surprise.
It did not feel as though it was new information to the parents.
All right. Now, you testified that it was your hope that they would take him home that day. What do you mean by that?
I wanted to make sure the student was able to get the support that I felt was needed, and I was wanting it to be as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you feel like that he could be left alone at that point?
I did not want him left alone at that point. In fact, that's why I kept him in my office until I could make contact with parents.
Okay. And you communicated that to the defendant?
I do not remember if I communicated that to the defendant.
Okay. So when you discussed, well, first of all, did you communicate your hope that they take him home to the defendant?
Yes. My words were, I want him to be seen as soon as possible, today if possible. And I actually provided a list of mental health resources and handed that to Mom.
Now, when you say a list of mental health resources, could you explain a little bit more what that means?
Yeah, it was multiple pages of different services throughout the area, what they specialized in, whether they accepted insurance or not, and contact information for those different therapeutic options.
Okay, and that was actually provided to the defendant and her husband?
I handed it to Mom.
Okay. Now, when you communicated your expectation, what was Jennifer Crumbley's response?
I didn't feel as if it was going to be an absolute no, but it was made quite clear that it wasn't possible to do it that day.
Why do you say it was made clear it wasn't possible to do it that day?
That they had to return to work and they were unable to do it that day.
So who said that?
Mom.
Mom is in Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Did she speak for James, or did James speak as well?
I don't remember James speaking on that topic.
So what happened next?
My comment was, then I said I'd like to see him as soon as possible. Today is possible. I was told today is not possible, so I said, is 48 hours possible? I will be following up.
In those dozens of meetings in the past, had anyone ever said that they couldn't have their son go with them that day?
I had not had that happen in a situation.
Never, I would object to the relevance.
It's the same response as the last objection.
Okay, well, I guess you'd want to back up even further. Have you ever asked parents to take their child home with them that day? Have you ever requested that before?
I've encouraged parents to be able to get their son and or daughter help and therapy. I had never had it where it was feeling like I needed to push to make it happen.
And you say the feeling like you needed to push to make it happen, that's what you're experiencing November the 30th, 2021.
That is correct.
Okay. So tell me what's going on through your mind at this point.
I was a little caught off guard and a little confused because it was something that I wasn't really expecting that type of response, especially when parents came, and in fact both parents came, which I wasn't expecting nor did I request. I was a little surprised at their willingness to come, but then not completely follow through.
Okay. Now, you told the defendant or husband that your opinion was this drawing showed suicidal ideation. Is that right?
That was my opinion, and I did not. I saw it as somebody who was showing signs that could be associated with suicide, and so I took that, and out of just an abundance of caution, wanted to make sure that the student was able to get help.
Okay. But you communicated that to the defendant?
I did.
Did you specifically ask them to take him home that day?
I did not specifically ask them to take him home. I asked them to take him to get help and therapeutic help.
Now, when it was made clear to you that Jennifer Crumbley was not going to take her son home, and neither was James, what is your next step?
My next step was to try and think of what is best for this student in front of me in this moment.
Okay. And tell me about your decision process.
When I looked through it, it was clear they weren't going to take him that day. So my first thought was, I don't want him alone. I want to make sure somebody who's experiencing...
Why didn't you want him alone?
Because I don't want a student who may be suicidal alone.
Okay. I cut you off. Please continue.
I then, after determining I didn't want him alone, I went through different options of what needed to happen. At that point, the student had requested to be able to stay in class, and parents were on board with him staying in class as a good placement. I was with our dean, who would be the person who does discipline, and of the 4 adults in the room, I'm the one who can't remove a student from class. So I asked our dean if there was any reason from a discipline standpoint or anything that he needed to do from a discipline standpoint that would prevent the student from returning to class.
And the response there?
No.
So you told us that you were taken aback. You were a bit confused by the response of the defendant. And now you moved on to your next decision with the information in front of you. Is that when you turned to Mr. Ejak and requested information regarding discipline?
It is.
Okay. And how did the meeting end? Tell us about that.
The meeting at that point ended fairly abruptly.
What do you mean by that?
Well, at that point, we had a student wanting to return to class. I knew that he wasn't going to be able to be removed to go get therapy that day. So I was kind of left with an option of, okay, this student, I can't keep a student from class if there isn't a reason to keep him from class. I asked if there was a discipline reason, and once we had kind of gotten to that point, I allowed the student to go back to class based on the information I had, and then Mom asked if we were done.
Those were her words, are we done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
My response was, I guess so.
Now, you let her son go back to class before James and Jennifer left your office, is that right?
There was a short time overlap of maybe 1 minute.
Okay. So tell us what happened when it was communicated to the defendant's son that he could go back to class and he left. What happened in that time span?
There wasn't anything noteworthy or different than any other student I've had leave my office. I wrote a pass to allow him back into the classroom, and he had his belongings and went to class.
When he left, did either James or Jennifer hug him?
Not to my memory, no.
Did they say anything to him?
Not to my memory.
Did you say anything to him?
I did.
What did you say?
When I handed him his pass, I just let him know that I cared about him.
And why did you say that?
Because I do. Like I did. It was an hour and a half with a student who is sad, with a student that we were talking about future plans.
Okay. Now, in the time span from when you wrote him a pass and he went back to his class, and James and Jennifer were still there, did they continue discussion without him?
I don't remember any.
Okay. So what happened next?
I had handed them the sheet with referrals, and to my memory, they gathered up belongings and left.
Now, what was your plan as far as follow-up had this attack not happened?
My plan as far as follow-up was I was going to meet with the student the next morning to see if there had been more discussions and more plans about getting help. And then if there had not, my plan was to call Child Protective Services.
Now, how long would you say the meeting lasted from beginning to end?
Less than 15 minutes.
All right. And again, was that typical or atypical from these meetings that you've been in before?
Objection.
Same response, Jeff.
In your experience, how long do these meetings usually last?
They vary. I mean, I've had some where parents came, got their kids, and it was 5 minutes. I've had some where we were in my office for an hour.
Okay. So in the instances where they grabbed their kid, that was quick.
Could be, yes.
But when they spoke and talked through things, it was much longer.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shannon. I represent Mrs. Crumbley. When I'm asking questions today, if I ask anything confusing, can you please slow me down and let me know?
I will do so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's true that you are licensed as a school counselor, correct?
That is correct.
What does it mean to be licensed as a school counselor, or what does one have to do to obtain a license?
You have to graduate with a degree from an accredited university and meet all of the standards of the state of Michigan to become a school counselor.
And obviously you did that.
Yes.
Can you give us the example and some examples of the standards?
I have to meet the required trainings based on hours over a certain period of years.
Do you recall how many hours or?
Well, they're broken up into specific categories, but in totality, it's on top of the degree, 150 hours every 5 years.
150 every 5 years. And you just mentioned that they're broken up into categories. Can you just give us a quick idea of what these categories are?
Yep. Some are based on college. They have to be hours specific towards helping students get to college. Some are based on careers, and some are more general.
Are any of those based on suicide prevention or danger at school or discipline?
Those hours are not, but a degree in counseling is.
Aside from receiving your degree and those 150 hours of training, or hours that you had to obtain your license, did you have any other additional training or continuing type education regarding becoming a counselor?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
The training is continual and goes well above and beyond 150 hours. It's oftentimes based on school need and oftentimes based on what is important in the profession.
And when you were testifying, did you say you graduated in 2012?
No.
I'm sorry, 2009?
I graduated undergrad in 2009, master's in 2015.
I'm sorry, okay, master's in 15. And at what point did you become licensed? Were you licensed, what year?
I passed the school counseling exam in the summer of 2014.
Okay, so starting in summer of 2014, you had to do at least 150 hours every 5-year period, correct?
When I was hired in 2015 and had the full licensure, I did 5 years, renewed my license in 2020.
Did you do the 150 hours or did you do more hours?
More.
Can you give us an idea of how many hours?
Significantly more.
Okay, when you say significantly more, are you talking double the number of hours, 50 extra hours?
I wouldn't keep track of all the hours that far beyond, but significantly more.
Okay, I understand, I just don't know.
More than 200.
More than 200, okay. And then, again, you've continued since that time when you renewed your license in 2020 to keep getting more and more hours, correct?
Correct.
So by 2021, it's fair to say you had over the 150 hours you needed, the additional hours you talked about, and then you had already started moving on into the 150 you would need for renewing your license for the next 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, did I say all that right?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Now, when I want to go back through the exhibits that Mr. Keast admitted while you were on the stand, and if you need to see any of the exhibits, please let me know. I'm going to start with 155, which were the emails that started off with Miss is it DeRiker?
It is DeRiker.
DeRiker. Do you need to see that in order to?
I would like to see that.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I put it up on the screen, what's been admitted?
Sure, I'm sorry, what exhibit number is it?
This is going to be number 155, and I just need to.
Okay.
Okay, so number 155, do you recall seeing this exhibit when Mr. Keast was speaking with you?
Yes, he showed the bottom email portion.
Okay, and the bottom email is from May 13th of 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And the issue on this day was a teacher wanted you to speak to Mrs. Crumbley's son to see how he's doing because he was failing class and trying to sleep all the time, correct?
Yes, it states he is failing my class and tries to sleep all the time.
Now, on this issue, on May 13th of 2021, I may have missed it. You don't recall meeting with Mrs. Crumbley's son to see if what was going on, do you?
I do not have memory of this meeting.
Do you not have memory of the meeting, or did you not meet with him? Do you even know?
I do not have memory of the meeting. Evidence that has been researched suggests that I did meet with him.
At that time, in May of 2021, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley to discuss this falling asleep and failing a class, correct?
To my memory, I did not.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the next exhibit, which is number 156. Okay, and it's popping up on the screen. So number 156, this is from September of 2021, so a couple of months later, correct?
Yes, and the next school year.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. So the May would have been the end of one school year, and September would be the beginning of the next school year.
Yes.
Okay, on September 8th of 2021 specifically, the Spanish teacher asked you to check in with Mrs. Crumbley's son because he had written a poem that said he felt terrible that his family is a mistake, correct?
Yes, that is what she wrote in the email.
Now, on this occasion, in September of 2021, did you speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son?
No.
You did not. Okay, so then it would also be fair to say that you did not call Mrs. Crumbley herself and let her know that this concern had taken place.
Yes, as I stated earlier, I followed through with the teacher on this concern, and she gave me further clarification of what had occurred.
Okay, so at the end of the day, after further clarification, all said and done, this September 8th date, you did not place a phone call to Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
You did not email her or, I suppose, communicate with her in any way, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going a couple months later. We saw Exhibit 157, and I'm going to go ahead and put that up on the screen. Now, 157 is the emails dated, it looks like November 10th of 2021. This was an email from the Spanish teacher to you indicating that Mrs. Crumbley's son is having a rough time and may need to speak with you, correct?
Yes, that she writes he is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
And on this occasion, you did speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son, correct?
I did.
This was the occasion where you saw him in the hallway and had a conversation with him, correct?
Yes, I caught him during passing time where there are a couple of minutes in between classes and let him know that if he needed someone to talk to, that I would be there.
Okay, so you talked to him, offered support, let him know where he could find you, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this occasion, in November 10th of 2021, after speaking with Mrs. Crumbley's son, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
I did not.
You did not email Mrs. Crumbley about what took place with her son, correct?
I did not contact her in any way based on this email.
Now I'm going to go to November 29th of 2021. This was admitted as People's Exhibit 158. Yeah, I've got it up on the screen. And this appears to be an email chain between you and Mrs. Cabina. Is that correct?
Yes, she sent me, this is actually just saying that she forwarded the message. This is not the message.
I apologize. This message, however, that's forwarded makes you aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at different bullets in his first hour class, correct?
Yes, I do not have that email in front of me right now. So I don't have the exact wording. There it is.
I'm sorry, it's page 2, so I just had to scroll down.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's alerting our Dean of Students and Ms. Fine that there was a student in first hour who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of the hour.
Now, on this date, on November 29th, 2021, you did witness Miss Fine leaving a voicemail letting Mrs. Crumbley know what happened, correct?
That is correct. I witnessed Ms. Fine calling Ms. Crumbley and then leaving a voicemail regarding a conversation that happened during school.
And this jury has already heard the voicemail. We can agree that there is no request by Ms. Fine or the school that Mrs. Crumbley return the call, correct?
I don't remember the voicemail because I have not listened to it. It would not be odd to me if there was a request or not a request.
Thank you. Now, in that voicemail, I'm sorry, I'm not going to ask you about the voicemail. At the time of this issue of looking at bullets, you and Pamela Fine discussed this issue, correct?
What do you mean by discussed? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm assuming and asking, did you and Ms. Fine discuss the fact that Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking up bullets?
Are you asking in reference before the student arrived?
Yes, before or when the student arrived, either.
There was not much time between me getting there and the student arriving. The context of the meeting was largely led by Ms. Fine to gain an understanding from the student's perspective of what was going on at the end of the hour. First, to see if he was going to be forthcoming with the truth, and then to see what was actually going on and what his reasons for doing so were.
And when you guys spoke with him about the bullets, there was also discussion about other things people may look up on the internet that are not illegal, but just not appropriate during school hours, correct?
There was discussion about school appropriate behavior, yes.
And overall, Mrs. Crumbley's son was told looking at bullets not appropriate for school, correct?
Yes, looking at bullets is not appropriate during school.
And beyond that, there was no further disciplinary action taken by the school other than just a notification, phone call, voicemail to Mrs. Crumbley.
To my knowledge, but I would not be the one making the disciplinary decisions.
As far as you know, though, that was the end of it.
That was the end of my involvement in it.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn to Exhibit 159. This was admitted when you testified, and this is an email that appears to be between Allison Karpinski, and this was sent to you by Ms. Karpinski. Do you recall this email?
I do.
Now, this email is dated on November 30th, 2021.
Yes.
Correct? And no, we agree, November 30th, 2021 is the day that ultimately becomes the shooting, the day of the shooting.
Yes.
And this email was sent at 8:05 a.m. by the teacher to you.
Yes.
And specifically mentions that Mrs. Crumbley's son was watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people, correct?
It says that today he's watching videos of his phone of a guy gunning down people, and to continue, she writes, it looks like a movie scene and not security footage / a real event.
Okay, so she represented that it looked like a movie scene. It doesn't look like a real event. Okay, but she mentioned that it's definitely still concerning, correct?
Yeah, she says when taking into account some of his other behaviors, that she found it definitely still concerning.
Now, when did you become aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was watching these concerning videos?
When I read the email.
At 8:05 in the morning?
I did not read the email at 8:05. I believe I read it approximately 30 minutes later.
Okay, so you would have read this email at approximately 8:30 that morning.
Around that time, yes.
Now, when you read the email at 8:30 that morning, you did not call Mrs. Crumbley's son down to the office to ask him about these videos, correct?
I was on the phone at the time with other parents.
So you did not call Mrs. Crumbley's son down to ask him about the videos. That's fair, correct?
I did as soon as I was able to.
Okay, so there's a time lapse between when you got the email and when you were able to speak with Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbley's son, you did not ask him to bring up the videos and let you watch what he was watching, correct?
Correct. I asked him what he was watching.
And you relied on the information he provided to you about what he was watching.
Exactly as I would if I asked him to show me the videos, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
I was relying on him to provide the information, which would be the same as if I had asked him to show the videos.
Okay, but if you saw the videos, you would know specifically what they look like. You are instead relying on what Mrs. Crumbley's son says was on the videos, correct?
Yes, I asked him what they were, and he told me what they were. And I relied on the information he gave me.
When he told you what the videos were, the information you relied on, did he tell you where he obtained those videos from?
No.
Do you have any idea, or did you ask, how long he was looking at those videos for?
I did not.
Now, on November 30th, so about an hour after the time period we just discussed, that was when Miss Morgan made you aware of this math paper that we've discussed extensively in this trial, correct?
Miss Morgan did not make me aware of the math paper. She made Mr. Ejak aware of the math paper.
I apologize, and then was it Mr. Ejak that made you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for clearing that up. Now, your testimony, you testified about the math paperwork, your observations, your thoughts about it on a couple of occasions over the last couple of years. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when you saw the original photograph or the original math paper, we can agree that there is a gun drawn on the math paper.
Which one are you referring to as the original?
I'm speaking about the one, let me put it up on the screen. It would be, it's within Exhibit 160, and it's the prior to alterations, the math paper. Do you recall seeing this?
There you go.
Okay. Yes, I was sent this in an email approximately 30 minutes into our meeting.
Okay, now when you saw, did you see the altered math test first, or did you see I called this the original. There's also one, because let's just be clear here. The shooter drew on a math paper, and what we see on the screen is that original drawing and writings. Is that correct?
What you see here is the photograph taken by the math teacher.
Of the original paper.
As it was when she had it, yes.
And then after she had it, the shooter wrote more on the paper, and we ended up with a second math paper that is essentially the original math paper plus some writings on it, correct?
Well, it's doctored.
Doctored. Okay, right. So I'm going to call this the original, and then I'm going to call the other one with the additional writing the altered version. Is that okay with you?
Understood.
Okay, for the purpose of questioning. Okay, now I'm going to open up the altered version as well, which was admitted as Exhibit 123, okay? So it's fair to say that you are familiar both with the original math paper and with the altered one, correct?
I was able to look at both of them over the course of our meeting, correct.
And when you look at both papers, it's very clear that Mrs. Crumbley's son drew a picture depicting a gun, correct?
Yes, and the one especially that has no scribbles over it, I would not say that without context that it would be very clear on the altered one that that is a gun. Without context of the original.
Okay, I agree with you. So you're saying that the first photo on the left of the screen, it's clearly a gun, but when he altered the drawing, he crossed it off so much you might not know that had been a gun drawn there.
Correct.
Okay, when you saw the gun drawn on the sheet, seeing that gun, even just seeing the gun, that was not enough to make you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a risk to himself or other students,
This is the
correct?
argument I said they were going to make.
I wasn't sure whether he posed a risk to himself, so that is why I called in the parents.
Okay.
I was concerned, and I wouldn't call in parents unless I was concerned.
Okay, so you called the parents in because you were concerned, but we can agree that seeing the drawings, just the drawings alone were not enough for you to conclude there is something dangerous to other people.
When I take that in context, that is only a piece of the information I had. I also was looking at his demeanor throughout it. I also was asking questions to him, asking if he was a threat to himself or others, and taking his response of sadness, which is not a common threatening response.
Okay, and it's in all fairness, you've had lots of training on this, correct?
I have had training on this.
So you've been trained, you've been formally trained on how to assess this kind of information and how to deal with it, correct?
Correct, and the number one way that I would be dealing with it would be to entrust the care to parents.
to entrust the parents with the care of their child.
Correct.
Okay. So there was talk at some point in the materials from this case about a step 1, step 2, step 3. Do you know what I'm talking about in terms of evaluating a suicide risk?
I don't know what direct thing you're referring to.
Okay, there's, are there certain steps, if you do have concern, that you follow if a student is exhibiting what you called suicide ideation?
Well, suicide ideation is very different than actively suicidal.
Okay.
So I wonder if what you're describing might be an active suicide checklist as opposed to what we do if we see suicidal ideation.
Well, what do you do if you said in this case you were concerned about suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
So what do you do when it's a concern of suicidal ideation?
I call the parents.
Call the parents. Okay, and that's what you did, obviously, in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and one of the questions I do have for you, and I'm just going to page 72 from the civil deposition. This is just for you guys. Page 72 of the civil deposition is where I'm getting this question from. A drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun is just a drawing. That is something you've said before, correct?
I do not remember.
If there's not another person in the drawing, that's of significance to you when you see a picture of a gun, correct?
Are you referencing in regards to the math assignment?
Yes.
In the math assignment, if I see multiple people, I do have a different level of concern.
Okay, so explain for us then what, and I don't know why that clicked off, but it's going to pop back up. So explain to us what you mean by when you see another person or you don't see another person. Tell us what you see up here and how things would change if there were multiple people.
Well, I see one body. If I see somebody holding the gun in one body, my response is completely different.
Okay, so, and have you had training about looking at drawings by students and being able to take them into account when you're assessing situations?
I've had training in how to assess situations. I would not say I've had training in students' drawings.
Okay, but your conclusion was that because there's not a second person, seeing a gun on these pages in and of itself alone would not be enough to cause you concern.
Again, you're taking a very small piece of that. That is just a piece of what I saw in totality.
Okay, so you were asked before, you didn't see anything that suggested that there was a gun in the hand on this drawing, and your answer was no, correct?
In regards to this drawing?
Yes.
I do not see a gun in someone's hand on this drawing.
Okay, you were asked, that's a pretty important thing for you to know or not. Do you agree? Your answer was a drawing of somebody who is shooting a gun. Still, there's not another person. It's just a drawing. Do you recall testifying that way when you were previously asked about this drawing?
That was not in regards to this drawing.
It's fair to say that, which drawing was it in regards to then?
Not this one.
So you testified at a deposition on September 14th of 2022, correct?
I believe that was the date, correct.
And there are, the discussion prior to those questions was about the drawing in class that day, and the drawing being on the violent side. Do you recall that?
In regards to the email from the teacher that we discussed earlier, yes.
Okay, so at the end of the day, your prior testimony that seeing a drawing of a gun, that in and of itself, by itself, does not create enough of a concern that something more sinister is happening, correct?
We are looking at a total picture and not just a piece of a picture.
And you are trained to look at that total picture, correct?
I took the approach to look at the total picture.
In addition to looking at the total picture, and by picture I'm saying the picture that was drawn, you also look at the picture in terms of the demeanor of the person you're speaking to, the way the person is presenting, the way the student is behaving, a number of factors, correct?
I try to take in as much information as I can.
And taking in as much information as you can is certainly something that you have learned to do through, in addition to your training, your experience, correct?
Yes.
This is not the first time that you're calling a student down to your office to talk to them about something that may be problematic, correct?
Well, and that's why I was not the only one in the meeting. Was I didn't want to take the approach of I was the only one making the call. I also had our person in charge of discipline with me.
And so you are in the meeting, and when you're saying the person in charge of discipline, you're talking about Mr. Ejak, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ejak is going to testify, but your understanding is that Mr. Ejak has also had training on dealing with these kind of situations, correct?
I do not know his total background.
You would assume that as the assistant dean of school of the school,
Just
he's got
object to
training.
the question of this witness. Mr. Ejak will testify. It's appropriate for him.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Yeah, he can answer that, Mr. Ejak.
I'm gonna fix this
Now,
here just one
when
second.
you asked,
We're gonna pause this for just a few seconds. If you'll just bear with me just for a minute. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay,
Mrs. Crumbley's son, about the videos he was watching, he indicated to you that he wanted to be a video game designer, correct?
He did.
And he actually had a detailed conversation with you about an opportunity that Oxford has for students to get training to become video game designers, correct?
I showed him a program through Oakland Schools that could lead him into that area.
Okay, so you and Mrs. Crumbley's son had a conversation about if he was interested in pursuing a video game designer career. The school system even has opportunities for him to further that interest.
Yes.
And in that conversation, when you were speaking to Mrs. Crumbley's son, you believed he had a genuine interest in this video game designing future.
Yes, I did.
If you believed that Mrs. Crumbley's son did not have a genuine interest in becoming a designer, or that he really was drawing pictures with a plan to hurt people, you would have certainly taken different actions, correct?
If I believed that he was a threat to people, I would have taken different actions.
Now, you testified about when the parents came in and this meeting that you had with them. You obviously recall that, correct?
I do recall the meeting.
Now, when you met with the parents, they were present for approximately 12 minutes out of the entire time you spent with Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
And you testified that you were with Mrs. Crumbley's son for approximately an hour and a half, correct?
Correct.
So it would have been an hour and a half, including those 12 minutes.
Yes.
Now, prior to that hour and a half spent with Mrs. Crumbley's son, you had never spent any kind of time, really, aside from short conversations with Mrs. Crumbley's son, correct?
Correct.
And you also had never spent time with Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley talking to them about or handling matters regarding their son, correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arrived at the school and were communicating with you on this issue, these are not parents that you're seeing on a weekly or even monthly basis, correct?
Correct.
I imagine at the school there are other situations where you have students that are essentially frequent flyers down to your office, correct?
I do know some students more than others.
And some of the students that you deal with more frequently, you're also used to dealing with their parents on a more frequent basis, correct?
Potentially correct.
And the more times you have to deal with the parents and the more times you have to deal with their child, the more you get to know about the family and the dynamics of the relationships, correct?
Yes, I would hope the more time I spend with someone, the better I know them.
So when you are talking about how the Crumbleys greeted their son or did not hug their son, it's fair to say that you are not aware, you've never really seen the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions, correct?
Correct. I'm not making a judgment on normal, I'm simply stating what happened.
Okay, and that's completely fair. And I just want to confirm, though, that in terms of when you're making the observation, there was no hug or certain kind of greeting, you also haven't had the experience of seeing the Crumbleys greet their son on other occasions.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say that when parents come into the office, parents all may have a different reaction about their child being down in the counselor's office or in the principal's office, correct?
Well, first I would say those are two very different places.
Okay.
But no, you don't expect all parents to respond in the same way.
You get parents who are angry at their child as they're walking in the door, right?
Rarely.
Some people are coming in and have more of an anxious look.
They could.
Some parents may come in and just seem like this is no big deal.
Again, all parents could respond differently.
Okay, so there's any number of responses, and in the end, and if your training says any different, let me know. There is no right answer about specifically how a parent should respond to going to a school counselor's office or going to a school principal's office.
Yes, again, I stated I'm not making a judgment, I'm simply stating what happened.
Thank you. Now, the dates that we talked about are dates where, obviously, through the course of this investigation, you identified emails where you were involved with Mrs. Crumbley's son. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Did you provide the emails that we talked about and that were admitted as exhibits?
Did I provide them? The Oakland County Sheriff's Department had full access to my email.
Okay, did you at any point go through your emails to take a look at any emails related to Mrs. Crumbley's son?
On the night of the shooting, I did, with a police officer, go through and search for anything I could think of from that day and print and hand them to him.
Okay, and then ultimately, any of these other emails we've seen were discovered by law enforcement?
Yes, there's been a full cooperation with that.
Okay, and I'm not trying to allege you haven't been cooperative. I'm just asking that those emails, obviously, I imagine all your emails are stored on some kind of a system. Would that be?
Not my area.
Not mine either. This jury learned about my technology abilities on Friday. I want to just turn your attention to a couple of dates. On March 8th and March 9th of 2021, you didn't have any experiences with Mrs. Crumbley's son related to needing counseling or being called down to the principal's office, correct?
I don't remember any.
Okay. On March 16th, which was a Tuesday, March 17th, Wednesday, 18th, or 19th, you don't have any incidents on those dates with regard to Mrs. Crumbley's son either.
I don't remember any.
Okay? If there had been incidents involving Mrs. Crumbley's son on these specific dates, would you assume they would have been included in the emails of all the other dates that were included about?
If there were emails of them, they would have been included.
Okay, so we don't have any emails of March 16th, 17th, 18th, or 19th, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
We didn't see any emails or concerns that arose from, well, this is a Saturday, so probably not likely, Saturday, March 20th, correct?
I don't know of any.
Sunday, April 4th?
I don't know of any.
Not even the next day, Monday, April 5th?
I don't know of any other meetings aside from the emails that have already been presented.
Okay, so then in all fairness, when I'm April 29th and November 4th, same thing, you don't have any awareness of any of these days?
I don't know of anything specific towards those days.
Okay.
You guys keeping me honest on the sorries, right? Let me know if I miss anything. Sorry, and I apologize. Just from the defense.
Now, you testified that it was your hope that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley would take their son home and get him into a counselor that day, correct?
Yes.
When you had that hope, you gave them a list of counselors to suggest they call, and noting which ones took various insurance programs, correct?
Yes, I provided a list of resources.
Now, in terms of getting a counseling appointment within one day, you don't have any knowledge if those counselors on that list could guarantee a same-day appointment, correct?
I don't know counselor schedules, and I can't speculate on what they would have had.
Is it fair to say that in the post-COVID time of 2021, mental health services have become more difficult to obtain appointments? And if you don't know and you're not the right person to ask, just let me know.
I don't work in community mental health, so I can't make that statement.
Have you personally had to call to schedule therapy-type appointments for anyone?
I experienced a shooting. I called to cancel to get therapy for myself.
Okay, and when you called to get therapy for yourself, it was obviously a very, very urgent situation.
I mean, it was a pretty impactful situation, yes.
Okay, and did you end up seeing a counselor on the 30th?
No, I was cooperating with law enforcement and still in our building on the 30th.
Okay, so your appointment was sometime after the 30th, correct?
It was after the 30th.
And sometimes when you call to get a counseling appointment, it's not unusual to have to wait a couple of days or to schedule it, correct?
I think we're getting a little hypothetical with this, and I can't speculate on what's usual or not for counselors in this area.
That's fair enough. I appreciate that. When you were speaking with Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say that you and Mrs. Crumbley's son discussed whether he wanted to stay in school that day or go home prior to the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley. Is that correct?
That did come up, yes.
And Mrs. Crumbley's son's position was, I want to stay in school, correct?
Correct.
COVID had been hard on him. He didn't like virtual learning. Was that your understanding?
He did state those two things, yes.
And there was discussion when the parents arrived that missing school is a source of anxiety for Mrs. Crumbley's son. Do you recall that?
I do.
So before Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley even got there, the option for Mrs. Crumbley's son to stay in school was on the table.
Well, there is no option of staying in school. School is a requirement unless you meet certain standards in which it is no longer available to you.
Okay, if a child gets sick at school, at Oxford High School, and vomits,
I think she should have run with that.
Okay, are they allowed to stay in school the rest of the day?
I don't know. That's not something I deal with.
Okay. Are you aware if a child has a temperature, if they are allowed to stay in school? And if you're not aware, let me know.
If they are allowed to stay in school?
Yes.
If we didn't, again, hypothetical, but not my area, I don't send students home.
Okay. Are you aware if the school will tell parents you need to take this child home if they are sick at school, physically sick?
The only time I remember that being a discussion was during COVID.
Okay, during COVID, were kids who were exposed to COVID allowed to be in school?
No, because we were following rules and regulations outside of the school.
So even if parents said, I want my child to be in school, he has COVID, but I want him to be there, that's not allowed, right?
Judge, I have to object to relevance now. We're awfully far afield.
No, I think he said that that's not up to him. That's maybe
Correct.
Is that up to like the school nurse or some person? Like
There is no school nurse. The COVID tracing was not through the school. That was through the county health department.
All I'm asking is, there are times where if a child is sick, it's not an option for them to be present in school.
When the county health department regulated that, yes.
And you testified that if there had been a discipline issue as to Mrs. Crumbley's son, that may have been grounds to make him have to go home that day, correct?
That could be the case depending on the discipline issue.
And in terms of the discipline issue, I realize you're not the discipline person, but the school has the option, depending on what's correct, they could suspend a student, they could expel a student. There's processes over school discipline, correct?
There is a process. I am not a part of that process.
It's your testimony, though, that in this case, the school did not find a discipline issue with respect to to Mrs. Crumbley's son.
That is correct. There was nothing that was determined as a discipline issue.
So it was not a discipline issue that he was looking up bullets on his cell phone during a class.
I would not be the one making that determination.
In this case, that was not something he was disciplined for by the school.
I already stated I was not a part of any potential disciplines. To my knowledge, no.
Same thing with watching videos on a phone. The school did not make a discipline issue that would cause Mrs. Crumbley's son to go home for sitting and watching videos on his phone during class, correct?
There was nothing that was determined to be a discipline issue.
And Mrs. Crumbley's son sitting and drawing on math paper instead of actually doing the math paper he's supposed to be doing, as far as you're aware, the school also didn't find there to be a disciplinary violation for that.
Judge, Mr. Huffman already testified the discipline is in this area. That's Mr. Ejak's area.
He doesn't make that determination, he said.
I'll ask Mr. Ejak then when he testifies. Now, you did testify that one important thing was that you did not want Mrs. Crumbley's son to be alone after you thought he was so sad and experiencing so much sadness, correct?
I did not feel that it was wise for a student with signs that could be suicidal ideation and things that I saw as suicidal ideation to be alone.
Now, when you spoke to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he also wanted to be around other peers that afternoon.
He stated that he wanted to be in school. I don't remember him specifically stating anything about other peers.
Do you recall telling Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that it would be good for him to be around other peers versus being alone?
I don't remember specifically stating that to them.
Is that something that you believe, and if you can't answer the question, just please let me know.
What is your question?
My question is that something that you believe, that it would have been better for him to be around peers that afternoon versus being left home alone?
It's the judgment call I made.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That is the judgment call I made, was that I felt it was better for him to be around peers and people who are his age than to be home alone.
This is a win for the defense.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
That was a big win to get him to
Thank you.
admit that.
Mr. Hopkins, you were asked about the total picture by counsel, so I'd like to go through that with you. On November the 30th, when you met with Jennifer Crumbley, did she tell you that on March the 9th of 2021, her son had texted her that he was seeing demons and bowls flying off the shelf?
I did not.
Okay, so did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 17th, her son had also texted her that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on March the 20th, he had texted his mother that he was hallucinating?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop the leading questions.
Judge, I'm just trying to get through redirect in a timely fashion.
Judge,
And this is
so much faster for me
in
to do
response
this.
her
I don't know
cross-examination.
how we can ask it another way.
I'm not suggesting the answer, Judge. I'm just...
Yeah, he's not suggesting the answer. He's asking a specific question. It's a yes or no question, right?
Thank you, Judge.
He's not suggesting the answer, so.
Thank you.
If you could read the last.
Sure. Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that her son texted her on March the 20th, 2021, that he was hallucinating?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that in April of 2001, she had told a friend of hers that she thought Ethan was depressed?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had referred to her son as weird?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she had never once set an appointment with any mental health professional?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that his only hobby was involving firearms?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she posted on Instagram as early as June of 2021 that he had obtained his own handgun?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before the shooting at 3 o'clock in the morning, she herself was researching clinical depression options?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that she and her husband gave her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before the shooting?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that on November the 30th, 2021, it wasn't the first time he asked for help?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the gun that he drew on that math worksheet was identical to the 6-hour 9mm handgun that was
Your
used in
Honor,
the shooting?
I object to the prosecution's characterization that that drawing is identical. That's a conclusion that...
That's fine. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that the day before, on November the 29th, on that Monday, the day before, after the voicemail was left for her from Pam Fine, she texted her son and said, LOL, you have to learn not to get caught?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that James Crumbley worked for DoorDash and had no obligation to not take their son home?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, she was permitted to leave work when she needed for family issues?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you that on November the 30th, the meeting that she allegedly had in the afternoon, she was not required to attend?
No.
Did Jennifer Crumbley tell you ever that their son was struggling throughout the year 2021?
She confirmed it based on what he had said in regards to COVID and virtual school.
But they never went through these details?
Not these details, no.
So it took you all about 20 minutes to decide to request Jennifer Crumbley to come into the school immediately. That's what you testified to?
Yes.
Is that the total picture that you wish you had?
No.
Now, what if Jennifer Crumbley had told you all of these things I just went through?
Your Honor, objection is to speculation, and hindsight is 20/20.
Would you like to have as much information as you possibly could have?
Absolutely.
Was their son still in the room in your office when the defendant said she couldn't take him home?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you can step down. You're excused.
That was extremely effective redirect. Any gains the defense got out of that lengthy questioning
Okay, so we're going to take...
are long forgotten.
Like 10 minutes, okay?
All rise for the jury.
Witness didn't leave the courtroom. That's interesting.
Okay, you may be seated. Who's next?
We need to confer.
Okay.
Sorry.
10 minutes.
Not sure I had anything. We have some time issues.
Okay.
Can I have just the option so I can get my folders at least out?
As soon as we know.
As soon as we know.
So this is. I'm
We
gonna
need to make sure we have the right.
Okay, so coverage will continue in just a moment. They've killed the audio. Every time they take a break, Jennifer Crumbley has to be taken downstairs. And by policy, protocol is that she is shackled for that transfer. So they have to shackle and unshackle her every single time. All right. Amber says, I don't agree. I'm stuck on the last few questions from the defense. The benefit that she has is that they have in this is that defense brought up the point that the witness was trained. The counselor was trained to recognize these things. He should know. He's hundreds of hours of training go into this, and he should know what's going on. And seeing the evidence that the Crumbleys were presented with by the school, the counselor didn't think it was a big enough issue to call the police at the moment. Now, the prosecution brought up that the Crumbleys knew more than the counselor did. They had the aspect that they could see what happened at home. They knew what was going on before. They knew the text message he had sent them about the demons and stuff flying off the shelves, asking for help. They knew all of that. And so prosecution is basically laying out that based on the people who knew most, which was the Crumbleys, even though the Crumbleys didn't know everything, they should have known. All right. Misinformation, both sides, mother's side and the school side. He should have been suspended when he brought bullets to school the day before. That evidence has not come in. That evidence has not come in this trial. So that's not something the jury's considering yet. Parents' lack of disclosure to school is scary. I disagree. I'm one for not telling the government everything. A lot of respect for law enforcement, but I'd be the first guy that if they just asked me to identify myself, I would not give them my identification unless I was suspected for committing a crime. They need reasonable suspicion. What's your take on this trial, Stephen? This is a crazy trial. To my knowledge, and I realized somebody gave me a link to a case out of Kentucky, and the case was involving parents charged with manslaughter after a 3-year-old fatally shoots 2-year-old brother, saying, no, this has happened before, This is new. This is brand new. So the first case where this has gone to trial is the one we're watching. This Kentucky one is dated January 26, 2024. One of the parents hasn't even been arraigned yet. So we can't use the Kentucky case as a precedent setting in this case. I have not found any cases so far where parents were charged with manslaughter when a child shot someone. There's lots of cases where they're charged with negligence for the firearms and things like that. The testimony on direct screen directed verdict, says Mathis. From Germany. Thank you very much, Mathis. Wasn't he looking at bullets for sale? Are you talking about looking up on his phone? That was, he says he was looking at different calibers of bullet and what they looked like. Specifically, I think he mentioned 22s, which are a very small caliber rimfire cartridge. Parents may be negligent in getting their son treatment, not for the horrible act of their son. I don't know what the insurance status was with the family. The Kentucky case is brand new. So it's basically, they might be looking at this case saying, hey, maybe we can go the same route. But I'm sure in Kentucky that'll go up to the Supreme Court as well. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him bringing him to school. As far as bringing ammunition the day before, that was what we heard about was him looking at images of bullets on his personal cell phone at school. Angela says, even though I've been loudly against the mom in the chat, but reality is my brain is conflicted on this one. Are you showing split screen still or one screen for today? We're trying to find a good split screen. Sources are switching what they're using. And so if I'm trying to get a better Zoom feed. The one we have is rather poor. See, Melissa says, the public school is part of the government. I feel that the government school wants parents to believe that they have the right to all the info. They do not. Kentucky case involves toddlers, not a teenager. Big difference. Jamestown, thank you very much. We'll see you on the catch-up, on the replay. There are student reports that he did bring a single live round to school, I think the day before, but no evidence any adults knew, and apparently it wasn't uncommon as it was hunting season. How long is the trial? Nicole, the trial is, they said 2 to 3 weeks is what we're looking for. This is a discussion possibly for another channel and another day. Maybe Mrs. R.A. will take this one up on her Homeschool Ground Zero channel. Which, can we just celebrate for just a little moment? Can I just take a little moment to celebrate Mrs. R.A.? She just hit 3,000 subscribers on her Homeschool Ground Zero YouTube channel. That's awesome. That is really cool. Okay, they're coming back. It's just a short break. I think it's about 10 minutes. So we can talk about a few things. We are live, so we can't fast forward through it. Beep, beep, beep. Fries are done. There's the link if you do want to homeschool channel. It's just about homeschooling. So don't go there expecting to find me pontificating on cases. That doesn't happen. It's just about homeschooling. And she does a great job with it. And on that channel, I am known as Mr. Homeschool Ground Zero. Mrs. Kevin says, am I one of the few who found Mrs. R.A. first? I think so. Thank you for coming over. I appreciate that. Okay. Sorry, we're trying to check everything that's going on here. All right. It's 3,001 now. Thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate that. Let's see. What background do I have? I have this background right here. This was a courtroom background that was provided by the courts. I think it's out of Michigan. Back during the COVID days, they provided these backgrounds for people to use when they were connecting to court remotely and not wanting to have like their house in the background. So they'd provide these images for people to use. And I like this one. And I did put this shoulder, did put one plaque up. I've got another plaque to hang that I have not photographed yet. Maybe that'll be my this week's project. I spent all weekend building playing with my camera and then building the views that we had with the sorry, not sorry counter. So let's see, where are we? Right over here. Boom. And now I'm back. All right. The high school in my area would have called an ambulance to take him for a mental health evaluation at a hospital if the parents would not take him home. They probably could have. I mean, hindsight, that would have been something they could have done. Let me go ahead and unpin this message because we're done with this witness. The son is in an adult prison, I believe. Well, no, I think he's in a juvenile prison and will be transferred to adult when he turns an adult. He was tried as an adult, but I believe he's held in juvenile for his safety. What does it look like behind the court background? My background? It's a green screen. Cyberator. I run a green screen. I don't have another camera set up that can show you. I'd have to crawl under my desk to turn off the keyer. He's very much in adult prison. The shooter's in adult prison right now. Thought it was really real. Oh, it's a real picture. It's a real picture. It's just not. It's just not a real. I'm not in it. Marquis, it's chroma key green. It's the official, like the standard industry standard color of green. I bought a chroma key background. Remember one day when an attorney had the same background? Yeah, it's always fun when I blend right in. That's really cool. Okay, let's see who they're going to call as the next witness. We anticipate the prosecution is going to be calling witnesses throughout this week, and maybe halfway into the next. Key lime should be the standard green. This color of green, this color of key behind me is picked because of the difference between it and skin tones. So you can key that out, and you won't, because you're making everything that color disappear. So the only restriction is I can't wear anything green, or else I also disappear, and you see the court through me. Thank you. The throne is mine. She's going to love it. So, okay. So the shooter, it's an adult now, and now in an adult prison. I think he was still a juvenile at the time, like he was sentenced. Is that not? I thought he was a juvenile, was held in the juvenile facility until he was an adult, or was that a different shooter? It's sad that we confuse our shooters. When do we find out what happened to juror number 5? Possibly the media tonight will write about it, the text media who are present and watching. Shauna, the counselor probably had the most information about the shooter than and about the troubles with the shooter that anyone had, because there were multiple classes involved, so multiple different teachers. Each teacher saw their own little piece, what happened in their court. But the counselor had a lot of the pieces. Yeah, I could wear something green. I mean, it's like having a pickle like this. So, but I guess this pickle's not the right color to get it to go away, to disappear. There's a little bit that's gone. See that? Little tiny bit. You can see it's like there are holes in the pickle. So Trish says no and yes. He was in juvenile until 18, then transferred to an adult facility. And he is appealing his not his conviction because he pled guilty. He's appealing his sentence because he was sentenced with life without parole. He's not 18 yet. He's 17. I honestly, Mountain Dew works perfectly. Yes, my background is Mountain Dew color. He's 17 now, isn't 18 until April. Honestly, I have not followed him. I don't want to follow him. I don't want to give him any more notoriety. We don't have a rule against saying his name, but it's a done deal. He's in a general prison with a unit for the underage. That's the best answer yet, Mathis. Thank you. We should be coming back from the break here in just a minute or two. Thank you, Georgina. Additional info. Thumb Correctional Facility. So they keep him under their thumb, literally. Trial in Serbia for parents of a teenager accused of killing 10 people and injuring 6 in a mass shooting in his school last May. Yeah, I believe that this case in the United States is the first of its kind where a parent is charged with murder or manslaughter for an action of their child, for the shooting of their child, for a school shooting specifically. I also watched the hearing for him and watched I think we watched the sentencing or the victim impact statements. Or was that? No, we watched Parkland's victim impact statements. Witchy Mama, I buy these shirts from Sam's Club, and they're called Habit. Habit's the brand. P. Will for real, as a general rule, I believe that people can change. That basically all people can change. So from that standpoint, I think that's a lifetime's a long time to stay locked up. Sandy Fields, there have been some testimony about how many teachers brought up behavioral issues. We've seen some images, we've seen some emails with this counselor. He received a couple emails, as well as he saw the document both before it was modified and after. Pat, he's not appealing his guilty plea. He's appealing his sentence, which after he pled guilty, he was sentenced to life without parole. He's appealing. He wants to have that life without parole dropped so there's a chance he can get out of prison at some point. I may disappear because Mrs. R.A. will have words to say about it now that I'm on this new diet. That's a naughty word. I had salad. I had rabbit food for lunch, Lab Man. Rabbit food with no dressing. Alley Cat, juveniles can't be sentenced to life without parole, but I think if you're charged as an adult, they can. That law might be changing. We'll need to look into that. I'm sorry, Bravo Chick. I should have edited that one out. The minimum is 25 years. Yeah, he won't get out before then. All right, I think we're coming back to court here. That or somebody keeps kicking the tripod. Let's see if we get some audio here in just a second. Shih Tzu Dad here, throwing deep questions into chat as well as being responsible for the internet today. Congratulations. As Emily Baker says, I got questions. If this kid took his parents' car and started driving down the sidewalk killing people, would you hold his parents responsible too? All of you are sympathizing with me who had to eat salad as well. I do like salad, but I also like salad dressing. As long as it's not blue cheese. Pam, the cameras, let me tell you, I wish I could show you. It's in the corner. Well, you can see right here. In the corner right over here. See right there where my finger is? That's the camera. See the tripod it's on? Those little legs? That tripod extends to like 8 feet tall. So the platform the camera sits on is 8 feet tall. So you can set it up in any room and shoot over the heads of people. So if people stand up in court, it doesn't block the camera. That's important. Once the camera's up there, there's going to be one cable that goes to the back of the camera, and it's an internet cable, and it's very cheap, meaning I can buy long runs of internet cable, and it's fine. And then it runs all the way over to my controller, which is somewhere over there. And I can control, with a joystick, I control where it looks. I can zoom in, zoom out, change the iris. I can change the color, the white balance. I can do all those fun things from my controller. I can also control them from my phone. And then it has an output either from my controller into the switcher, or I can use the NDI, which is it's a technology for how the signal is transferred. And I can use that and pull it up as a feed from anywhere. So I could set the camera in another state and access the feed remotely. And it's very, very high quality. Only one cable. Only one cable. I'm trying to limit my cables, Greeners. Ashley, if she's giving me my cupcake back, she's taken her time doing it. I have not seen the cupcake. Let's see. Salad dressing hack. Do not put it on your salad. Instead, have it on the side so you can dunk your food in it. You get less dressing. The problem is I want more. I want more. The dressing is what makes it yummy. Alley Cat wants a shout out to Zen's QTYT. Shout out there. All right. Diet-based podcast. Oh, that sounds miserable. Weather Watch, Thomas. That sounds absolutely miserable. It would just be us crying about good food we once ate. Kind of sort of in a way says, a caller on Saturday really made me think, imagine this was an adult male that was unable to purchase a pew-pew. Then think if someone bought that pew-pew for that adult, should the buyer be held liable? That would be a straw purchase, which is against the law. Does not apply when you buy it as a gift for a child. Let's see. I can eat a salad with a quarter of the dressing most people use. I'll see your quarter and I'll raise you. Jen. All right. I don't know why we're talking about that. Let's go back to court here because we're gonna be back here in just a moment, I think. We've got 3 minutes to 3. Oh, love avocado. Absolutely beautiful. I like a lot of green fruits and veggies. Avocado, asparagus, that's good. I'll eat Brussels sprouts if you cook them right. They have to be cooked just right. Artichoke. Artichoke's tasty. How many carbs are in your MD? But it's more than salad dressing. I just had the salad, so I had like 0 carbs.
Next is Joe Bryan, who did he was the one that did the substitute. Oh, we watched the video on the Saturday. That's one we rewatched. Oh, and he did what you guys were going about. All right. And he did
you. Ready for the jury?
Yes.
For those that are mentioning that you had an ad on your feed, YouTube is pushing more and more for those ads to happen, even though I've got ads automators off. I could push an ad right now and you'd all get an ad, but I have never done that. At least I think there was once I did it on accident. But I'm trying very hard to not do that. But YouTube's taking my ability to keep ads from playing away. YouTube tells me my revenue would increase by 50% if I allowed them to choose when to put the ads in. I tell them that I would lose 100% of my viewers.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give, or is it please I'll have to go?
I do not.
Okay, so step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spell your first and last name.
Joe Bryan, Joebrian.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
Employed as a detective sergeant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Can you keep your voice nice and loud for us, please?
All right.
Thank you. Sergeant, where do you work within the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to Special Investigations Unit.
Okay, what do you do there?
We conduct major investigations, internal affairs, assist a lot of other departments. Anything kind of big, we at least help out with.
Okay. Now, November the 30th, 2021, were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you assigned to assist in the investigation of the Oxford High School shooting?
I was.
Okay. And at this time, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
At that time, 27 years and some change.
Okay. So you're with the Special Investigative Unit now. Where did you work prior to that?
Same spot, since 2011.
Okay. What about prior to that?
I ran the computer crimes unit for about 8 years. Prior to that, sergeant in jail, sergeant or detective out in Highland, and then the jail.
Okay. All right. So, did you actually respond to the Oxford High School shooting scene? Did you respond to the shooting scene itself?
Not initially.
Okay. Were you directed to the Oxford substation, the Sheriff's Office?
I was.
Okay. And for what purpose?
To attempt to do some interviews.
Okay. Now, by the time that you had arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford, was the school shooter already in custody?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And was he brought to that location?
He was.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you learn who the school shooter's parents are?
I did.
Okay. And his mother is Jennifer Crumbley?
She is.
She's in court today?
Yes, she is wearing the dark blazer. The defense counsel.
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
Thank you. Once you learned who the school shooter's parents were, did you attempt to speak with those individuals?
I did.
Okay, tell us how that came to be.
I called him up and had him come to the substation to talk to me.
Okay, so you learned the identities of James and Jennifer Crumbley and you made a phone call?
Correct.
Okay. So on Friday, we introduced evidence of call logs that showed you contacted James Crumbley about 1:50 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And when you made that phone call, what did you tell them to do?
Just come to the substation.
In Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they arrive there?
They did.
Do you recall approximately the time they arrived there?
Right around 2. We didn't wait much for them to get there.
Okay. And again, on Friday, there was evidence of their GPS data locations that indicate they were there at 1:58 p.m. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you conduct interviews with individuals pertaining to investigation, criminal investigation, are those interviews generally recorded?
Most of the time.
Is that audio recorded as well as video recorded?
When available, yes.
Okay. Does the Oxford substation, the Sheriff's Office, have the capability to record interviews in such a fashion?
They did and do.
Okay. So on November the 30th, 2021, Did you interview both James and Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Okay, and was that interview recorded?
It was.
Have you had the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with James and Jennifer Crumbley on November the 30th, 2021?
It does.
Judge, that's People's 340. People move to admit.
We have no objection.
340 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to play it for the jury, but before we do, I just want to confirm with you, Sergeant, that the recording that we're going to introduce as evidence is Exhibit 340. It has a date and time stamp. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but that time stamp is actually an hour off?
That's correct.
Okay, is that daylight savings time?
I don't know why that's an hour. I really don't.
That's fair. But we know that they arrived at 1:58 in the afternoon, and did you speak with them immediately after they arrived?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the time you spoke with them, not 2:58.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
How long is it, Sergeant? Do you know?
The video?
Yeah.
Like 15 minutes probably.
It's around 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
So, Sergeant,
I do get the feel that Ty is an afterthought on his outfit today.
this would have been right after they found out that their son was taken into custody for the Oxford High School shooting?
Correct.
Just so we can identify everybody. This is you in the blue shirt?
It is.
And the individual to your left in the video is who?
My partner, Rob Miller.
Okay. Individual with the hat?
James Crumbley.
And the female in the video?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. And again, this is 1:58 and 59 seconds, November 30th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we don't know all what happened yet, but everything's still ongoing. It's our understanding he wasn't involved in a school shooting. He was the one who did everything. He said he acted alone. That's basically the only thing we've asked him so far, because there's word about other students or other people on the virus. Want to get some questions from you, or ask you some questions first before we even start talking to him. Is there, I hate to stop you. Is it possible for me to have a word? My mouth is full. Yes, I'll get it. Super dry. Breaking out. Say that first,
Was there any fatalities that you know?
And we do not know. There are several people who've been shot though. As soon as my partner gets back, we'll get into it with him a little bit. But we really need to talk to him so he can do that.
They're really fine.
That's all right, I understand. But we'll talk about that.
You've never done anything bad.
Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbley. And Kate, what is your date of birth?
It's nice of them to mute this for us.
So, we're coming in very early, but when I say there was an issue recently, was that? This morning. What went down this morning? Well, he was writing, yes, show them the picture.
He was doodling on a test or a practice test.
Do you think we should probably have a lawyer?
That's up to you.
I think we probably should have a lawyer.
I think we can speak to the cops and we'll answer these.
And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh.
Right.
Right. People are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Did he hide guns, ammunition, explosive devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly.
I was in town. I saw all you guys go to, I'm here about. When I see 5, I start concerned. I headed to the high school, obviously couldn't get to the high school, turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw all these kids standing outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay, and
He texted me that he loved me.
He texted you that.
And somebody said that there was an active shooter.
35 minutes before he called me, I was
freaked out
I was
because
down
of
to the school.
the situation.
He was drawing that on the paper and the counselor called us down.
So really,
I don't know.
what did the text say?
No, but it was texted to me
Oh.
from the counselor. I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you know, you can talk to us, we won't judge. He goes, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And you're back. And then he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out and I drove here from work. And that's
where we're at.
That's where we're at.
What time did you text him?
That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch.
So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning over the school?
Yeah.
I said, real quick, this. What, was it the first hour, second one, what time was it?
I got to school at 10:30, I don't know whatever.
So it would have been earlier, first or second, I don't know.
And what did he say?
I mean, he just said he was sorry, he just said, you know,
Does he have an issue? Like, you admit that?
No.
Not that we know of. His best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had. They hung out all the time, they hung out at school. Our dog, our great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's...
So you got all the stressors going on?
They didn't.
Not sure what the jackhammer sound is.
No, the counselor
said, you know, there's no...
I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even, think about that. Cause
I mean, it's Ethan. Ethan's he's a perfect kid. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't get in trouble at school. He doesn't,
Is that how...
That's your guy? What kind of... It's a 6-liter, man. It was hidden in our armor in the case. And the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot underneath some jeans. I raced home. And I'm the guy missing.
Or you saw the cops?
After I saw the cops, after I found out I was an active shooter, after what went on this morning, I immediately raced home and found the gun missing. That's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away to let you know.
Where, how far away is your guys' house from the high school?
Like right
We live on E Street.
I'm not familiar with that.
He walks 15 from school. It's really right in the village.
So what we'd like to do is talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned earlier our lawyer. He is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all to you guys.
We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Okay. Can Andy handle?
Andy can get me from
We would like a lawyer present from here on out. Okay. And there's no disrespect to you guys. It's just we don't. I don't want to have on this one. I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
All I know is I got a call from the counselor about that. They talked to me, and we went down there, and that's all it was about. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he just more welcome to stay at school, or he could go home. And I really wish we could take him home.
For the time being, it'll be, he's done arrested once. He'll go to either jail or service military for a short time. So we'll know talk to him. So, that's what we're at. Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
He's got to get anxiety or tough, maybe or something he can do.
Do you have any meds or anything like that you have at home that you might need to bring through? No meds, no. Is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that?
No treatment for mental
Hold on
health.
a second, I know we have a confinement form, but there's maybe a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as just like weight and all that kind of stuff, and one of you guys dealing with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no problem, Rob. Alright, so give me 1 minute for the form, I'll be right back.
So both of them asked for a lawyer. There were a couple questions after the request for a lawyer. This part's... We've got personal data redacted out of here.
Any trouble with the law or anything?
Nothing.
What does it say on top of the door?
I mean, the mediocre grades. I mean, they're up and down. You know, but
He got, I found out he had geometry last night, and I got on.
somebody. No, a grade. We were talking to him about his grade. His grade.
I got on him last night.
I'm sorry. It's what?
His grade.
Grades. Okay.
His geometry. And I got on to him. And all of a sudden, all this.
Actually,
Can anyone read what it says on the door, on the top of the door when they open that?
No. He's going to be safe. Okay. He's not hurt at all. It's going to get worse or he's better. At this point right now, it's all pretty fresh. We don't know. You say that people are hurt. Anybody's died. You don't know. At this point.
So in the back corner is the dad. On the right, the lady on the phone is the mom. That's Jennifer and James. The gentleman by the railing, that's the current witness's partner. And the gentleman who's on the stand keeps coming in and out the door.
We talked about his grades, told him, like, listen, we just want you to drop make sure you have, uncompleted assignments. That's all we want to be able to. Sound great?
Jennifer, that's funny.
Not Facebook, Instagram.
If he opens the door, I'm going to move my head so you guys can see what it says and then tell me. She's looking right up at the camera. Mom looks to be reviewing conversations.
They were advanced. They were empty. They were empty. The gun was empty. The bullets were in a completely different place. I mean, I don't know. No. You guys bought 100 when you went to the shooting.
You bought 200.
I thought it was just a box of them.
Oh, I don't know.
He didn't.
I don't remember.
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money because you would have known.
How many $50?
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So, yeah, we go to the shooting range all the time. He goes with you, so yes. I've been trying to teach him safety, and I mean,
It was a hobby that they did together, sure. Still not gonna relate to the name or anything.
he's a juvenile that wants to do
Hmm?
No, you're taking it.
Couldn't see it. Couldn't see it. Jennifer is on the cell phone. Trying to see if she's deleting things. I'm not sure what she's doing. It is an iPhone, so a delete motion would be sliding from the right to the left on a particular feed of messages.
I don't know where her is, but James Robert is.
This could be when she's deleting things. She's going through multiple different conversations, or different conversation strings.
But I tried calling him and telling him those emergencies tomorrow right now. I don't do it.
Jennifer Lynn.
I get the impression that she's deleting things on her phone when she tips her phone up, so it's harder for them to see what she's doing because they're both looking at her. So she's, yeah, this is not texting. This is not texting. There is an emotional support zebra there on the, it has wings. It's a winged zebra at the bottom of the screen there. What in the world does that say on the top of the door?
Ethan, how tall are you? 5'11". Yeah, I think so. How much do you weigh? 180. Eye color? greatest. Aaron Connor. Okay, so we were going to ask you a list of questions about why you did this and get your whole side of the story. Your parents want to retain insurance, so we'll be asking you any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here to show you some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to either Oakland County Jail or Children's Village forthwith, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else you have on you. Any questions for me? You're going to ask me? It's up to you. If I ask you something, go ahead. I don't think we need to ask you any questions right now. Okay, hop up. Hop back up. Please say your story.
Why?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You good? So typically what happens is, now we haven't done you. Somebody contact us and let us know where your one's going to be. Corporal. Yeah. When? A day or two. Could be today, could be tomorrow. We'll wait it, right? So right now, I don't care about. We understand, right? So somebody will be in contact, because of his age. Yeah. Okay.
Take your water bottle. Take your water bottle. All right.
Sergeant Bryan, the person we heard sobbing at the very end, was that the defendant or is that her husband?
Oh, James. Your Honor, I would object. They're both crying at the end. I think that's misleading.
The only one who can make that is Sergeant Bryan.
Okay, well, he has personal knowledge. You can rely on the evidence that you see. Okay, you can all the evidence will be available for you when you deliberate as well. Okay.
And Sergeant, we had some pauses in there. That's because personal information was being obtained from the defendants? Correct. Okay. Judge, I'm going to move to admit that the transcript of the interview is Exhibit 424. The audio is a little bit garbled over the two TVs that the court has in the courtroom.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I have not seen 424. They have not sent it to me.
We can
feel
free to take a look at my copy while we can. Okay. The court can withhold the ruling.
Subject to review. You can let me know in the next 2 days. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, and likely, no objection. But I need to see it. Thanks.
This is a transcript.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
That would be 424, but we'll revisit tomorrow.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know this.
Okay, we'll do. Okay.
Certainly. Sergeant Bryan, what was your impression of the defendant's demeanor throughout the interview?
Atypical from what I'm used to on something like that.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, I would object as to the foundation, lack of foundation for this.
Hey, sure. Sergeant Bryan, you've been in the Sheriff's Office for 29 years now?
Yep, a couple months.
Okay. And you've been with the Special Investigative Unit for over 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, and you already told us that is the unit within the Sheriff's Office that handles the major investigations?
Yes.
Okay, that includes internal affairs?
Correct.
And it includes homicides?
Correct.
How many interviews of either witnesses or suspects of crimes have you think you've been a part of?
5,000, maybe more.
This is something you do on a day-to-day basis?
Every day.
Okay. And you described the defendant's demeanor as atypical?
Correct.
Okay, and tell us why.
Your Honor, I would object as to this witness's opinion when the jury can see what's in the video. Every person in life reacts differently. This is very grossly unfair and prejudicial.
That's argument. The counsel's free to make
Is
that
the best
argument.
evidence of how she reacted to the video itself?
Well, I think an officer with 30 years of experience is in a unique position to give that testimony.
I think the jury can decide for themselves. The jury's going to see the evidence. They saw the videotape. They can decide if that her behavior is normal or not normal. How do people? I guess you can ask, how do people react when your children, you know, you've had other cases with children being charged.
Yes, not a school shooting, but yes, I've had many cases where kids have done bad things.
Okay.
I've had to tell the parents.
And you've had to tell the parents that?
Yes.
Okay. And what you experienced on November the 30th was not consistent with
Your
your
Honor,
experience in the
I
past?
objected on same thing.
That was the court's question.
I didn't hear the question.
I was just following up with the court's question, Judge, that in his experience, he's had the opportunity to interview parents of a juvenile who's done something illegal.
What's a common reaction that you've experienced?
Crying, disbelief, why, those
Your
kind
Honor,
of things, Your Honor.
Again, I object. It's irrelevant and it's prejudicial, and no other parents have had their child commit a school shooting. He just said, this is such a different case. Well, he said in his experience, he hasn't talked to anyone else with a school shooting.
He said he's dealt with children who've done very bad things.
Thank you, Greeners, for the
This
gift
is
of
like
membership.
bad, though. I mean, this is like...
Well, we're going to move on anyway. You guys can watch the video and decide for yourselves, okay?
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, props.
Here we go.
It's fair to say that every parent reacts differently when confronted with news about their child.
Yes.
And you don't know Jennifer and James Crumbley, correct?
No, I do not.
And prior to this day, you had never met Ethan Crumbley?
No.
So whether their reaction was even normal for how they normally react, you wouldn't even know that.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Just briefly.
Your Honor, I do have one question. If I just have a moment.
I have nothing further. Boom. Wait, I do.
I was just asking about an exhibit, Your Honor, that's listed through Sergeant Brian, but it's coming in through a different.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping track.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That was only, the video was and the transcript were the only ones.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. In your experience, you ever deal with a parent in this situation who was scrolling through her phone during this interview?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
Your Honor, I object as to relevance, and
Outside the
she's
scope.
giving the phone to him. I at least asked for recross.
That should be allowed.
Another question if you want.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
While Mrs. Crumbley is showing you things from her phone during the interview, correct?
She showed me the picture, yes, ma'am.
And she's trying to zoom in on the picture, and the thing won't zoom in, correct?
Correct.
And she's sitting there scrolling, looking for it on other messages and threads. Or
I don't know.
you don't know? Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, you can step down. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Judge, may we approach?
All right, Mrs. R.A. is headed out. The approach, that was a quick cross. That was very quick. Apparently there's not much there. A lot of frustration in the defense attorney's voice on the cross. I think she was right to ask for the recross because that was a new topic. Oh, man, new country calling in.
Hello, this is an important call from Amazon customer support.
Oh, yes.
This is to notify you regarding your today's purchase on Amazon.com.
Yes.
You have been charged $1,279.99 on your default card saved on Amazon.com. If you have not made any such transaction, then please press 1 to cancel your order. Else, if you have made this purchase...
This is a scam. Hello? Amazon? They heard me say this is a scam, and they hung up. Dang. I was going to say $1,279. No, it should have been $12,000. Why did it only take 1%? No, those guys are funny. I pressed 1, but I said this is a scam, and they had answered right before, and they heard scam. Let's see, features like, don't let Mrs. R.A. hear. Mrs. R.A. sees everything I buy. I don't buy anything without her knowledge. We have probably the most clear and transparent financial relationship of any couple ever. So, yeah, man, he's like, well, what do we buy? Nothing. Nothing's going to arrive. That's a scam. You push 1, and they try to trick you into, refunding. They'll do a million different things. If you get that call, and they're like, on your default Amazon card, hello, Amazon user. First of all, Amazon doesn't call you like that. Mrs. R.A.'s gone. Where's the cupcake? Let's see. Let's see. Only 1,000. Did they forget to include the nuclear sub I ordered? Hey, little R.A., how you doing? How's our kitty? Good? Is he fat and happy? All right. Husband and I always consult on purchases. I think it's a great idea. We've been very open. We don't have separate accounts other than that both of us do get an allowance. And it may seem small, but my allowance is $10 a week and her allowance is $10 a week. And that's just cash money we can spend wherever we want. Because if we go out to eat, that's a family expense. That's a food expense. If we go, if we buy something on Amazon, it's
there
a
are
business
a
expense.
large number of exhibits that we want to tailor from you, pictures of the scene and things like that. So rather than have you hang out while we do that, I'm going to release you for the day.
Jerry's going home.
All right, and have you come at 8:30 in the morning. All right, I'm going to get started at 8:30 in the morning. During this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you are to consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they can give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Do not go on Facebook or post or read Facebook. Do not do research. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't read a newspaper. Don't watch the news. Any questions about that? We're making good time, but I don't. You guys hang. It's easier for us to go through the exhibits while you're driving home. It'll be quicker this way. Okay.
We're going to get all
Any questions
exhibity
on
here in the afternoon
All right.
as
Well,
the jury
that's at
leaves.
8:30, okay?
All rise for the jury.
I tend to spend all my, once again, we're putting our hand over the lens because we are professionals. I tend to spend my allowance about as fast as I earn it. And Mrs. R.A., I think, has saved all hers for the entire period of our marriage. I don't think she's ever spent a penny. So,
All right, you may be seated. Okay, so tell me what we're doing now. You guys are spending time together, and
First, Judge, what I'd like to do is go through our exhibits that we have with Detective Stoic. Those are the exhibits that counsel objects to. What I want to do is remove the specific exhibits that we have agreed upon.
Okay.
And then we can come back in here and the court can rule upon the balance.
Okay.
So maybe it'll take 15 or 20 minutes for me to do that. We just went through it.
Okay, so you're going to let me know.
Yes, that's agreeable to the court.
That's fine. I was trying to figure out at the bench what the exact process is that you were asking about. So you are going to spend some time with Ms. Smith, and you're going to let me know.
Yes.
Okay.
First, I'm going to fix the exhibit list,
Okay,
and then
sure.
I'll get a copy to Ms. Smith as well as the court, and then I'll speak with Ms. Smith.
Okay.
And if we don't have a complete agreement, we'll let the court know, and then the court can make the eventual ruling.
Is that's today?
Yes, Judge. If the court is able to stay.
I'll stay as forever. I just have to sweet talk the deputies into staying with me. So.
It shouldn't take terribly long.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna let me know.
Yes, Judge.
Is it okay if we just sit here, Your Honor?
It is okay if you sit here. If you want her to stay with you.
Can she stay with
Yeah,
me?
she can. Yeah. Yeah, they're going through exhibits. So. Okay, so you're gonna let me know.
Yes.
Please keep in mind that there. Are you guys still gonna film or? Yeah, I don't know, because I want to make sure I don't get complaints about media picking up privileged communication or.
I think that's up to you, Your Honor.
It is?
She doesn't know what she can do.
It's your courtroom, man.
I like this guy. Why don't we not record while they're going through exhibits, and then when we go back to on the record and make rulings about it, because she's going to talk to her client, and that's okay. All right, good.
Okay, so they're going to sit there, and we're not going to hear anything. So here's the deal. The jury has gone home. We're not going to hear any more evidence today. They are going to admit items and evidence that so the jury will be able to view them during their deliberations. There's most likely anything of substance that is important will be brought up later or shown to another witness. So we can either sit here and wait for them to come back in half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour and a half, however long it takes, or we can just catch up tomorrow. Let's see, Maya's interest. Where's Maya's interest? Here's Maya's interest right now. Let me turn that on. Turn off sorry, not sorry. Well, I don't know. It's sort of appropriate for this one, too. There we go. And so I think we're done. We might. I might want to go back and watch. I might go. Mrs. Aria's gone. I'm starving. It's almost dinner time. I know we just had lunch. It's almost dinner time. I might have to eat that muffin, that little cupcake. We're gonna, if we discuss Murdaugh, it's gonna be on a separate feed. I don't know. We might do a live feed tonight about Murdaugh. What do you think? If we're done with court for the day, possibly. Should we do a rewatch and talk about Murdaugh on a separate stream? For those that are asking about my allowance, I don't know where Mrs. R.A. likes to put hers. Sometimes she does keep it in account. We have bank accounts that all of us can see. All of us can see the bank accounts. I have an account that I've had since I was a kid, and so I put my allowance in that account. Well, she puts it in my account for me. And so, yes, I guess technically it does accrue interest, but I spend it really before that happens.
Call from Beautiful Messy Ball.
Hey, Beautiful Messy Ball. Good to hear from you again. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you? So I've done a little bit of research, and it's really hard to find stuff without.
I had a medical issue
right now because it's so in the news.
Uh-huh.
But in Michigan, in 2000, I believe it was, there was I think it's pronounced Jamel James case. He was charged with involuntary manslaughter due to gross negligence or being grossly negligent, and he pled no contest after leaving a gun in a shoebox, and his 6-year-old nephew got a hold of it and took it to school and shot and killed his first grade classmate.
Okay, so he was charged with negligent homicide?
Well, he was charged and pled no contest to involuntary manslaughter due to being grossly negligent, was what the article said.
Okay.
And that was in 2000, which would predate Crumbley.
So give me the name of that. You said it's Jamal.
It's spelled Jamelle, James, and it was in Michigan. And I believe it was 2000. Okay. And I'm positive there was another one in Florida besides the 6-year-old that happened after Crumbley. But I'm having trouble finding it. But I'm like 98% positive. I just am having trouble because I'm also trying to watch this and Murdaugh and going through.
All right, this is good digging. This is good.
The Crumbley stuff.
This is good homework. Okay, let's see.
I'm a bit of a nerd, so. and I have ADD, so I'm like multitasking.
Let's see, and that happened in 2000, Flint, Michigan. Okay, so that checks all the boxes. Beautiful messy ball.
Yeah.
We've got a student taking a firearm from the home to school, firing and killing somebody.
Yep, it wasn't a mass shooting, but he did shoot another student in a school, and I didn't even realize that there was one with a school aside from the more recent 6-year-old one, the one with the 6-year-old. I thought it was in Florida, but someone said was in the chat. Someone in the chat said was in Virginia, where the student took the gun to school and shot the teacher. And I know the mother was charged, but I don't think she was charged as severely. I think she was just charged with, I don't know what she was charged. That one was more recent. That was since the Crumbley case. And the student had some behavioral disabilities, and he was on a IEP and was supposed to have someone with him at all times, I believe. And apparently with that, when the parents had been going, one of the parents had been going to school with him and didn't that day or something like that, which that one was, I think that was about a year ago.
The Virginia one?
I thought it was Florida, but people in the chat are saying Virginia. I may be misremembering.
Virginia, those different charges. Those are
right.
lying
That
under
wasn't
oath
as
and things,
severe of a charge.
It wasn't related to what happened at school. It was.
Oh, I thought she got some kind of gun charge for it, but I could be wrong.
Possessing
I
a
didn't follow
firearm,
that one.
and drugs at the same time, or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but this one does seem to match. I'll have to do some digging into this and see. That might be the first of its kind. I mean, there's a lot of. It's very similar, and it's sort of a little similar to the Treehouse murder trial. We've got a flop house included in here.
Right.
Drugs, all sorts of things. So let me read through this and see if I can get some more facts and get that. But I appreciate you doing the homework for me. Thank you very much.
No problem. If I find any more, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. But if I find any more, I know that there's more because I sent them to. I was debating this with someone when the Crumbley case first happened, when the Oxford case first happened, and about the gross negligence and whether it was unprecedented or not. And I found a few.
Okay.
And I sent them to him, but trying to find them again is difficult. But I will. And if I still had access to all the legal servers that I used to have access to, it would be a lot easier.
That's coveted
than
access.
doing Google.
I mean, you can get some good stuff with that. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If I go to the library, I have access through my university that I graduated from, but good fat chance of me going to the university library. Yeah. So, all right, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
No,
I
thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, we'll see you. Bye. Props to Beautiful Messy Ball for finding something that corrects me on something I said. So we do have a case. I'll have to dig into it to see what the details are. But it does look like there's another parent that's been found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for something their child did relating to shooting a firearm and killing someone at school. So interesting. Yes, we've got another call from foreign across the pond.
Call from Angela. To accept, press 1.
Angela, how are you doing?
Hey, hello, I'm good. I am calling from Sweden for the first time. Hello, everybody.
Thank you, Angela. Good to hear your voice.
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Good to hear you, too. Well, first, I had to get my own, what's the name, black burner phone so I can call you because it's cheaper.
Yes.
Well, as I stated in the comment earlier, I mean, I have, the dilemma between the heart and the brain when it comes to stuff. In this case, my brain is conflicting, like left side with the right side, because I don't, like, I have my teacher in me is like throw the book at the parents, and because I as a teacher do not want to feel like afraid to go to work,
Right.
And that's the teacher side of me. And then I'm also a scientist. I'm going to be a math and physics teacher, and I work in a science center. And then that side of me is like, I want to hear all the evidence. I heard the law, and like so far, yes and no. I feel like I had the same feeling in Maya's trial where where they got rid of all misconceptions at the beginning, with the what's the name, PT, like she said, they asked her, did they take her out of the inpatient facility? Yes, they did, So like here, did you see the signs? Yeah, but I saw it too late, or I couldn't foresee it could lead to this, So I feel like, they want to get rid of misconceptions. So they have something, I feel like they have something bigger, that like, I don't know, something that will put the nail in the coffin. Maybe wrong.
A smoking gun,
maybe wrong.
That bit of evidence that just seals it for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I usually I probably would not have to follow this trial, but this trial hits home very close. In Sweden, we do not have a lot of that, but it did happen. Something similar happened in my old high school, although stabbing, no shooting. And last year in Serbia, I have friends who went to that school.
With a 10 murder.
Actually, 13-year-old killed, I think, 9 people. And he could not have been charged because of his age, but his parents were. And they are actually on trial from, I think, tomorrow, if I'm right. Wow. But they also have DNA evidence, like on the gun from the parents and stuff like that. So, like I said, when I get, but I have like conflicting, like, yes, in the chat, I am throw the book at the parents and put them in jail, make the example out of them. But on the other hand, you have to look at the reasonable, from the reasonable side, can prosecution prove it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Angela, I'm with you. I'm conflicted. There's parts of me that think something has to be done, and parts of me saying, but is this the right thing? So it's
I also have to have a full disclosure. I am against the guns, but I am I work in a science center, and I love science, and that's why I even choose to be a science teacher. To spread the science love for science to kids. And
I love that.
So from that perspective, I was like, so what I dislike about certain scientists, I'm not going to point fingers. Some might recognize who I'm talking about. They have an opinion about something, and then they tailor the evidence or the facts to support that opinion.
Right.
J. Hatch was also like that.
Yeah. How can we make this evidence fit our theory? Right?
Yeah.
Instead of saying, what can I learn from what the evidence we're getting?
Yeah. Yes, I dislike guns, but I don't want to tailor my facts that I find around that I dislike guns. Yeah. And I want to throw that away and just look at facts that I have.
That's impressive. That's a hard thing to do. So that's admirable. Thank you. Angela, I have to tell you, full disclosure, the first class I ever failed was science.
Well,
in fourth grade, I failed science. And then when I grew up, I started teaching science classes during the summer to kids. So I love it now. I didn't like it then.
Yeah, and I actually admire your wife for teaching. It's a huge job, actually. My specialty is going to be math and physics. And I work in a science center, and there is a lot of misconceptions around my work. Oh, I hear that every day. That's why I have this feeling like prosecution wants to get rid of misconceptions, you know?
Yeah.
And that is it. I'm sorry if I took too much out of the time.
Oh,
you're good. I hope to call in again. This is not my real phone number, just so you know. This is just a backup until you get.
Oh, so I can give this one out? Is that what you're saying? No, just kidding.
Well, until you fix WhatsApp for Viber, this one is.
I'm trying. The problem is I have to use WhatsApp for something else, and it's tied to my phone, and WhatsApp will not recognize my burner phone number, so I can't link the two. So I don't know. I've got to find another way to get another burner phone number and have an international burner phone and a local burner phone number. Once I have a certain number of burner phones, I think I'm automatically just on the no-fly list. So I have to be careful about that too. So, Angela, thank you for the call. It's wonderful to hear your voice now.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your answer on the email I sent you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good to talk to you. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. It's great to finally hear her. I am working on that international burner phone. Let's see, how much money are in those accounts, eh? So, not very much. Not very much. I have almost none.
AWOL.
Bye.
AWOL, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing today, Scott?
I'm doing fabulous. I really am. What's your thoughts today?
Oh man, as the more this trial goes on, the more I'm ping-ponging back and forth on guilt and no guilt. Because on Saturday, even when this trial started, and on Saturday, I was convinced at a certain point that it was the father's fault for not storing the firearm correctly. And within chat, USMC retired let me know that there wasn't the child protection law in Michigan at the time. It wasn't passed to 23. So I did a deep dive. So now I went back and I was like, did the father even break a law? I'm from Jersey, so you do have to store them a certain way. So I was under that assumption. So thank God to USMC retired.
USMC did some hard research on that. Probably it's easy for him, but he did some deep dive research, and that's great.
So now I don't even know. I mean, I do feel the father has a greater responsibility, maybe morally.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Legally is a different thing. Morally, he had a bigger responsibility. So does the mom. But I feel like if you own a firearm, man, this is not a game. It's real.
For real. It is. Here's what
I don't know.
Hey, well, here's what I'm thinking. I think we're going to wrap this stream up, and we're going to do another one following Murdaugh, because I want the thing's all spicy today. It's a lot of people are interested in what's happening on that case. I'm interested, and I think the only way I'm going to find out is, to satisfy what I want to know is to listen to it myself. So why not drag you all with me and do that? So
I'll be there.
If I can take a break now, and first of all, thanks for your call. I appreciate it. It's always great to talk to you, and I love that your honesty in the dilemma that you're facing mentally is weighing this case. That's why we watch it, because this is a very interesting case. Anyway, thank you so much, Awal. We'll catch you another time. And thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Love that guy. That's great. I love the honesty in his deliberations internally. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We aren't going to stay for the exhibit decisions, if that's all right, because all the exhibits that really matter are going to be presented to witnesses later on. Okay, the exhibits are going to be the exhibit decisions made here are not going to be. We're not going to be shown everything. Some will be up on the screen, and the judge will rule on them, but most of them will be like exhibit number such and such. This, okay, those are accepted. It's going to be like a checklist. Sorry, I have the hiccups now. I need to call ICIDMIL, figure out how to get rid of those. but yeah, so we're not going to do that. We're going to switch over to Murdaugh. This case is done for the day. Jurors have gone home, and we're going to switch over and transition. And the only way to do that appropriately is to have a break, because it's so hard to find what you're looking for on one playlist when it's like, oh, you can find the Murdaugh stuff in the Crumbley playlist. That just becomes difficult to do. So with that said, let me see if I can find some music that we can appropriately end the show on. This will work right here. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody who has been here. Let me see if I can see. Schedule a stream. I might direct you to my next stream. Is that possible? I've never done that before. Where's Murdoch? I can't find Murdoch on my list, so I'll build it later. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about half an hour. Will that work? Give me 30 minutes. We'll be back with Murdoch. That will be 4:30 Eastern time. We might play it a little bit faster, maybe 1.25 speed, just to get through everything for today. And then we're going to be back tomorrow morning. It's going to be at 8:30 or maybe 8:45. We're going to be back to follow with the Crumbley case as they proceed with their Tuesday morning start. So 30-minute break. Everybody do what you got to do in 30 minutes. We'll be back with Murdoch. Thanks, guys. Love y'all.
Have them send someone with more experience.